Somebody's getting the fuck, the fuck, the fuck. Somebody's getting the fuck, the fuck, the fuck. Somebody's getting the fuck, the fuck, the fuck. Somebody getting fucked. Somebody's getting fucked. Hey, fucked. Hey, fucked. He's in fucked. Somebody's getting fucked today and the other day. Join in the chat and join the community for your chance to win. Itchy, I, itchy, itchy, I, itchy, 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 I, itchy, I, itchy, I, itchy, I. And giving away games and giving away codes. Steam. Seize your to lowest rule capitalism. Link. Hello. No one's getting rammed today, right now. However, we will be dealing with the giveaway today. As I've said multiple times ahead of time, I'm just a little bit groggy, so I need to get more coffee in my system. Boy, Star put me through the wall. She put me through the wall. She didn't say slurs to me. She put me through the wall, bros. I could barely get out of bed. That's how crazy it was. My shit that I talked finally got talked back to me. Loving it! I was loving it! Anyways. How we do with this? We'll be looking at this. And we're doing this. I don't know who that was that wanted to the stage, but they left. We're looking at this. And we'll be breaking out the other rules. So, as I've mentioned before, and as I've done before, we're going to be using the exact same rules I used last time, with a little bit of modification this time, which is going to be that we're going to be pulling people from inside of the community. So let me go down that post and go get that, because I know it's been a while. Let's go into Botrix, and I gotta pull that damn thing. In the meanwhile, make some jungle. No, not jungle back on 74. I'll do. Right. A little bit too loud. Good enough. Alright. Pull the chat bot. this tweet. Right. Yeah. So, just going back over the rules again. Rules are, first come, first serve. If you win a prize, I need you to stand by. Namely, so I can be able to give the people the reward. This time, we don't have anything that requires me to fill out any forms on the dare drop side of rewards. But for the ones that I'm going to be buying personally myself, I'm buying them personally for people. So for that, I will have to get the person onto my friends list so that I can then, along with them and other people who win it, give them the necessary codes or buy the necessary games for them to give to them. Thirdly, you need to have direct communication. For this, since we're doing supporters of the channel, it's going to be the Discord server and or Twitter DMs. And if there's a person that doesn't want to receive the reward, I'll choose somebody else based on active engagement. And we're going to be using the exact same system before, where it's going to be on, I think, we'll use the top of an hour, plus 15 minutes. So let me get myself logged in to my thing. They're dropped to you too many times. Try deleting your cookies. Lord have mercy. There's a chance it's gonna break something. God, I hate Google Login. Lord have mercy, do I hate Google Login. I hate Google Login like a burning passion.
Has small holes that allow tissue.
There we go. Dashboard. 100% delivery rate. And to the keys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And just to double check that those... Well, I don't think the Demon Spore keys have been sent out yet, so I can't give those away yet. Until that game is released, whenever that is. Because they haven't even sent me the code for those ones. Okay, looking right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And where am I right now if I account for the cost of Clear Obscure? Bum, 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 bum. Okay, looking okay. So, what is the price? Codes. Different gift codes for different types of games. Including me personally buying very easy codes for, I think the game I decided on is Don't Starve Together, because it was the only game that I could find that was near or around $5. And it comes with 2 codes every purchase, so it's like buying 2 codes for 1. Those ones will come last. These ones come first. First, I have to fix the chat bot. Okay, and now you do your thing. This goes here. Plus program's goal. Charity progress towards plus program requirement with your goal as community. How about no? I want to click on a thing. Thank you. Okay. Let's just spend a little time here getting set up and prepared and ready. As I actually do have news to go over today, but I also don't want to immediately start out of the gate. Okay, this is set up. This is set up. Camera's fine. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Close this off this window. Close this from this window. Do this for this part. Do this part. And this window to this window. And Nightbot. Okay, and where is this one logged into? This one is logged into Twitch. Okay. Oh, fuck. Alright. First up on the docket, while I set the timer, there has been an update inside of the drama around Ethan Klein, set for 16 minutes, because that will be the top of the hour in 10 minutes. Yeah. So, there's been a news update with Ethan Klein. I've already posted my own Printing Express post about it. This is a hard PPE to look at. They sent fucking skulls to Ethan Klein's family. There is no easy way to phrase that. They sent him fucking skulls. I'm sending this set up in a separate screen so I can show you. They sent him actual fucking skulls. I wish that it were not that fucking ridiculous, but they sent him fucking skulls, no cap. So, the easy way to break that down, along with all the other things that were wrong from that from the content cop, is just to hit you with the update directly from the man himself.
A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as iDubbbz, released a content cop about me. His video's over an hour long and it's full of a lot of accusations. We watched the entire video, every frame of it, responded to every accusation on the podcast in a really long episode. We watched the whole thing, so if you're interested in a more thorough response to everything, I would recommend watching this episode. The video that I'm making today, however, I don't need an hour for, because there's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time. In the entire video, he never says CPS. No mention, no explanation, no overview, nothing. Zero mentions of CPS. A few weeks ago, Child Protective Services showed up to our house at 6 a.m. to interrogate us about an anonymous tip they got that our kids were crawling around and eating dog shit at catching diseases. Ian spends the majority of his video characterizing me like a raving lunatic who's lashing out at everyone around me with zero provocation.
Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. And I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
What he doesn't say is the majority of these clips he's using are taken from this episode. Now, does he ever show the title of this episode? No, he does not ever show the title of this episode. Snark called Child Protective Services on us. Not only does he not show the title, he doesn't explain why I'm upset, who I'm mad at, why I'm mad at them. Zero context. I am just an anonymous, screaming lunatic.
It's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years. And as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah.
The idea to claim that he has been really, quote, fucking shitty when he's been reacting to people choosing to antagonize him is probably the most bastardized part, because most of the people who have been watching that didn't really pay attention to how insidious the majority of the content was. And I called this out while we were watching it, which is why I was getting so fucking annoyed and upset. The sheer attitude of every single person trying to criticize Ethan Klein, trying to approach it from, these are just guys that just have like simple problems and you are just crashing out, you're just crashing out. It's the same reason why I have the opinion about people who use the word yap, conversate, talk, or complain or rant in the same capacity. He's not crashing out, he's not yapping, he's not ranting at random people and lashing out at them. Especially considering how he would then use medical language, as well as therapy speak, to use his therapeutic journey, Ethan Klein's journey, against him. It is him dealing with people directly harassing his family and his children, and doing so for fucking likes on the internet. So when you get to this next part, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
And the fact that he tried to hide this by not showing the actual reference to what the material came from is the other side of why this is necessary. Because the way that he goes out of his means of creating this, without actually putting the context there, means that people who have no idea what the fuck is happening don't realize how serious it is. Obviously, optics.
There was a way to approach this to say like, yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not.
What's the way to approach somebody trying to get your children taken away from CPS? For likes and clicks and donos on the internet. What's the correct response? I believe that was the correct response. The same way I have the correct response anytime somebody tries to bring up my family members, or tries to tell me, lol, you're lying, you're no way that you're responsible. What do you know about sex and women? The correct response every time should be a crash out. Crash out. because flagrant and obvious disrespect should be dealt with explicitly. I don't know if I'm the only person who thinks that.
Not saying something, you've decided to do the extra thing and attack.
In this episode, the same day that CPS came to my home, I was understandably irate. This was a provocation that I had not experienced. It went into my real world, was affecting my children and my life in a way that I found extremely disturbing, and an escalation that I found very unacceptable. Now, why am I mad at Ian for this? Well, let's start here. Denims is someone he's accusing me of in his video of harassing. Let's see what Denim said about my children 3 days before CPS was called.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but...
Person speaking is Bad Empanada. He is one of the many people who are not present inside of the video. He is basically the chosen crash out of the left. When the left tries to bully people, they pick creators. We usually call them crumb tubers because they're not even big enough to be large figure YouTubers themselves. Like the Nebula niggas, amongst those on Twitch, you have your favorite hoity-toity fucking boys. And these leftist boys, people like, what is his name? Fucking Rat Tail number 1, Noah Sampson. Thanks, Rain. And then I got the phone. Ones like Noah Sampson and Bad Empanada and Shark03 are individuals who exist to be attack dogs. They exist to harass people. So they can act by proxy and say, I don't know what you're talking about. That wasn't me. While they do the harassment, and then they get the likes and the clicks that come from being involved with the hit. They're probably some of the most annoying people, let alone the most antagonistic people you can deal with. Because whenever you deal with them, you can't, actually. Because dealing with them means dealing with their leader. And the leader's never going to own up for the actions that the inconsiderate and the mischievous are involved with. So, when Noah Sampson chooses to use misery porn to try and guilt trip people into going along with his opinions and mistakes, that is because it is not his opinions, it's Hassan's opinions. Or Denim's, or Frogan's, or Kitty Cinderella's, and so on and so on and so on and so on and so on. Whenever Noah Sampson attacks you, it's really Hassan attacking you through him. And if you try to fight back against it, you have to fight back against the entirety of the left wing, even if the person you're criticizing is Noah Sampson. Because, what? You're against my opinion? That means you're against all leftists. Or worse, you're fighting an entire demographic. So, when you attack a leftist's opinions, all of a sudden, when you criticize somebody like DJ fucking Mule, here comes all the Kira chat simps. Because he is, in fact, a Kira chat simp. Even though she's basically been off the internet for what? 4 months now? Now, Bad Empanada is a key figure in the left wing, and being an attack dog, because much like that of actual Jake and actual Hannah, formerly Hugo of Hugo and Jake, now Hannah and Jake, two communists trying desperately to regain the relevance they had when Hannah was cisgendered, before becoming queer, before becoming trans. All the attention and all the viewpoints that come with being a leftist attack dog are fully on display as empanada rants in this clip. At no time during that video did you ever hear them bring up or say the name Bad Empanada. Hello, Rozzy. Never, ever did it happen. Yes, Shark did harass someone. He harassed me. Never did you ever hear Bad Empanada's name. Not once. Not fucking once. The glorious shit all came from Bad Empanada. This is Denims reacting to that on camera. And all of that is the chat. Call CPS. Child endangerment months. CPS. Social services. Bro, someone needs to be unironically call CPS. That's child endangerment. Okay, if his kids have giardia, they actually need to be taken away. Actual worst father ever. Holy shit. So as Ethan Klein isn't only sexualizing underage girls, he's often neglecting his children. Decliner needs to take care of his kids. What the fuck? Giardia means you're leaving your dog shit on the floor for a while and your kids are walking on it and probably eating it. Giardia deadly to children, bro. His youngest baby cracked a Giardia and his entire family because the newest rescue dog got it was shitting in the house. Giardia babies in a mansion. Oh my god, March would love this. What's the correct reaction to this? Switching over to your original new account, give some of my permissions. Yeah, your new account already is modded. Unless you're talking about inside the server. Did it already join the server? Did you have to change that for that one as well? Hannah and Jake fell off when they stopped doing Bible Reloaded, to be honest. As a leftist, I'm so sorry that people who agree with me on so much do shit like that. Well, you see, Tusky, I don't care about what your political affiliation is. In this house, we all praise one true Carl. But realistically, it's like this, right? Hannah and Jake, which is to say Hugo and Jake, which is to say the Bible and the Quran Reloaded, come from the time of the dirtbag leftist. And the problem that is very obvious when you start criticizing people like Hassan Piker and the Anti-Semite Squad, the Anti-Semite Squad, as I keep calling them, the ass! See, the problem with Hassan Piker and his orbiters that make up his waiting room is that they're dirtbag leftists. They're the kind of people that during the time of Occupy Wall Street were much like Lauren Tiffany and Tensio Cooper. Lauren Tiffany and Tensio Cooper, of course, being the daughter of Nicholas Wayne Atencio, a well-known Republican venture capitalist who worked with Qatar, Russia, and other places, aka Rempmus. On 2009 to about before the purchase of Elon Musk's Twitter, dirtbag leftists were probably the most popular leftist. You had Maisie Atheist. You had Amon Ra. You had Gregory Fleur in his era as he was dating June, while the two of them were Armored Media doing Night at the Movies, and him still doing his Armored Skeptic shit. You had Six and Hammer 666. You had the majority of what made up atheism before it was corrupted by Atheism Plus. You had the Bible Reloaded, the Quran Reloaded. You had people like Bad Empanada. You had people like Sansol. You had people like Twitch-era Destiny, while he was still going on to things like Kick or Keep styled Raj Royale and Howie streams, and the regular throwaway panels. You had the Hippy Dippy Championship, made up of both leftists and rightoids. You had cockroaches, like Shark03. And I call him a cockroach because he doesn't truly believe in his opinions. He's always been a person who's floated from person to person. He first was a fan of Destiny, when Destiny didn't like him personally for his behavior, his actions, or his associations to most of the people who are now affiliated with or are actively with White Forest, that is operated by White Nervosa, under Vosh and the Destiny.gg fork that they took. You also then had Vosh and all of his fucking clones, of which Shark03, Christopher, is a clone of. You had people like Denims, at the time Bad Bunny, now known as Kira Chats. You had Mark from TA, now known as Central Communist, or Central Committee. I'm forgetting one. Rose Wrist was a non-factor because Rose Wrist was just a guy with leftist opinions who was then harassed out of them because how dare you do fact-checking over shit. I just need to look at it directly. 1 second. White Forest Bosch. Whitefor.wrist. They've even redesigned the website to try and make it look even cooler. So let me a second and put this on screen. Very, very, very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so in terms of the creators that they have now, oh wow, they lost a lot of creators. Okay, so not including Vosh and obviously including Keffels and Demon Mama, and also Dylan Burns. There was a whole entire group of others that were here. Let me see if I can find them. There was a much bigger list than this, bro. There was a much bigger list. Which means that fucking hit piece that Dev did a lot of fucking heavy lifting. Goddamn. Let's see here. Does this break? No. They just tried to redesign it to make it sound even less gay than it actually is. That's funny as hell. Let's see here. Can I find the original list under White Leaf? Seems like not likely, actually. So they just scrapped that shit out of the goddamn woodwork. All because of Dev's video exposing White Nervosa. And a lot of their collective probably running away because of that. That's unfortunate. Let's see if I can find archive.today archives of it. Yeah. Seems like all the snapshots have been not preserved. Because they've all been redirected. Okay, so they redirected the White Leaf, they redirected Couples, they redirected this, and this. So it's probably going to be hard or near impossible to get a screenshot of all the people who were a part of it. Unless Dev left it inside of his video. Let's find out. Yep, here we go. I knew I was forgetting people. Alright, so, you had Vosh, you had Chu, you had Keppels, you had Chris Raygun, you had the Surfs, which is Lance of the Surfs, you had Dylan Burns, who was Hippie Dippy Championship, you had Concord, you had Merrick DeVille, Merrick, of course, being the one that goes into the bathroom and takes pictures of herself in lingerie, trying desperately to be a communist, but really just being an Instagram thought. You had Alexander Xanderhall, after he'd been transferred and transmogrified from Pig Puncher into Xanderhall. You had Xaly, you had Shark03, Demon Manga, Heem, Counterpoints, not ContraPoints, but Counterpoints. That is somebody else different. I've actually talked to him in the presence of in the presence of my friend Aiden. He is actually a pleasant person to talk to. And he didn't say a negative word to me, but of course, smaller content creator, medium-sized content creator, and technically an orbiter of the left wing. And another person by the name of Cirrus. And maybe a handful of other people here. And in this handful of people that make up the majority of people who were at the time under White Leaf as a group, for all of them being concluded around White Narissa and Bosch, all of these individuals existed in a paradigm where they all basically were contingent on the biggest figure for clout, attention, opportunity, virality, so on and so on and so on and so on, right? And Hannah and Jake, which is to say Hugo and Jake, and I keep billing them together. I'm not trying to be transphobic. I'm not trying to dead name them. So granted, I have no reason to cover for that because they're bad people. But I beat billing them together because that was the brand. The brand, as they've claimed multiple times when they get called out, was not just as the Bible Reloaded or the Quran Reloaded. They build themselves together as a dual act. It was always Jake, Hugo, and now as it has been Hannah, Jake. Together, alongside things like Cumtown, you had basically the entire dialectic and El Chapo Chop House. You had the entire dirtbag left-wing dialectic suffused into a singular metastasized Hulk. And to describe leftists, you had to describe shitlibs, normal liberals, and the dirtbag leftist. Dirtbag leftist may have been just as fucked up, just as anachronistic, and just as evil as some people could claim, but those were the kinds of people that in my town founded something like Mercy Med. They own an entire field of crops that they regulate, harvest, and they pull themselves and donate to charity to keep people fed with nearby local food banks, and they are the ones that staff their own clinic for getting people health care. The dirtbag leftists, basically, were the ones that in the face of the yuppies, and in the face of the dyed-in-the-dirt anarcho-primitivists, said there is a way to deal with politics that does not require you being evil and mean-spirited. And at the same time, you're able to call a spade a spade. Basically, the cool guy or the cool girl who has opinions about the world that are not based in hatred of their parents. Explicitly, right? So, if the dirtbag left was here, people that were opposed to this and wanted to act like they were cool as them, but were clearly not by principle, were here. This was randomness. And then, of course, people who were anarcho-capitalists, like Mac and Libertarianism, who used anime to get a fan base to attach themselves to her like an e-girl, only for her to fuck off and become a trad wife and control that entire dialectic, the same way that most OnlyFans women could, but she doesn't have an OnlyFans to my knowledge. Did. Those are the three types of people that you're dealing with. In the creation of the dirtbag leftist, they had to make a choice between whether or not they wanted to actually commit themselves to their positions, or if they actually wanted to just simply go along with the engine. And as we all know, because of the YouTube apocalypse, all of those people that were in that group were then led as priority creators. And thus, they chose power over politics, and thus being grassroots, and in becoming corporatized, decided to become what they are. So, people like the Anti-Semitic Squad, which is to say, at this point in time, based on the people who were in the video, Sean the Black, Rogan, Denims, all of them, they are the suffusion of what happens when that contingency has long since abandoned all of their goals and all the principles. Power politics, power opportunity over everything. While she's sitting here reacting to this stuff like, oh my god, oh wow, ooh, she doesn't give a damn. She's 100% on board with it. The same way that when Shark03 try to approach the Nebula niggas. And by that, I mean the people who are content creators on Nebula, who post their content there first, and they only ever hang out with their group of friends. Olrenati, FD Signifier, A Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, Sebastian, I call him for short, and other such content creators. Khadija Mabawi, and other people like her, from that contingency of the channels that, for his credit, Signifier uplifts. People like Shark03 tried to enter into his contingency to try to alleviate the abandonment of the Dirtbag Left scene. Because, hey, I'm just a fun, affable little guy. I don't hate anything, but I hate Destiny. Boy, do I hate Destiny. He tried to approach FD Signifier to get into his orbit, to try and hide under his purse skirts, the same way that he had been birthed from Bosch's, but wasn't getting protection in Bosch's, tried to be able to continue doing the same thing most Dirt Leftists did. But this ended up backfiring him, because when A Foreign Man in a Foreign Land decided to have it out on him and fuck him up, he sided with A Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. And then he decided to break bread with him and then go off into what has now become and has been penned as Cornbread 2. All the fractionations, all this shit, all these content creators, leads back to there. Yes, Sirs 2. Sean the Black is the black content creator that said somebody needs to do bleep 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 to the people who try to call people the N-word by bleep 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 bleep. That guy. Fuck. So, all of this connects back to that entire root of the dirtbag leftist. Because a lot of those dirtbag leftists, they don't appreciate a single fucking thing that was done for most people. Not a single one. They have not changed much in the time in which Twitch has become basically a hug box for them to behave the way that they do. The only thing that keeps them in line is drama. Both drama to give them attention so that they get money to leave people the fuck alone, and the ability and the permission to harass people by appearing to be virtuous. Now, it's not all leftists, right? It's not all people who have left-leaning politics. It is specifically the guys and the girls that do it to have permission to harass the members of the outgroup. Correct, the guy that screamed about Destiny being a colonizer. They all do it to be able to prioritize harassing people they can bully. That's why Hassan's angle has always been hate your life, working class Andy. He wants you to be jealous of him, and he always wants to frame the people who criticize him as being crazy. The same tactic that Pokimane does in the WL community and the Poggers community, amongst their chatters and amongst their content creators, is the same tactic most of them use. It just so happens to be, Frogan is uplifted by Ludwig and Cutie Cinderella. Denims is uplifted by Hassan, same way that Frogan is uplifted by being the Hassan mod. Without any of this drama, none of them have a platform. That's why Frogan is right now crying a fucking eyes out. But we'll get to that. The fact that none of this was covered during the content cop is by a direct result of Ethan being put out as though he was a crazy person in iDubbbz, attempting to frame him as just upset over nothing and angry about nothing, when it is a meticulous choice being made to frame him in the worst goddamn light. Almost all of them are opportunists. I've very rarely met a dirtbag leftist from that time period, or seen or witnessed one that isn't behaving like an opportunist. Almost all of them behave as opportunists. Whenever we think of the word Twitch streamer, we're not thinking a person who streams on Twitch. We're thinking of a hyper-politicized person that decides when civility can be suspended based on whether or not they believe it's acceptable to tell you that you don't deserve to have rights. That actually, it's okay to harass people like Carl, because he doesn't believe the way that I believe. Now, me personally, my politics, never been a factor of my content. Whenever I give an opinion about them, I always criticize the way that a person chooses to go about them. You don't need to know what the fuck I think politically. And, for those who do know what I politically lean towards, there are plenty of things I lean left and right about. But the whole viewpoint of all of this shit, I could never be able to believe in this shit. Simply purely because their belief is not based on principles. It's based on what gives them the most power. I inherently, by my nature, cannot fuck with it. I've always said for years, I can always be able to make friends with people based on whether or not they can learn to interact with each other and interact with me. And us be able to vibe and chill on whatever. I try to provide the space and the place to let that happen. What I cannot fucking abide is snakes in the goddamn garden. I cannot abide a snake in a motherfucking garden. Anyways, back to the content.
They contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how is it that, like, maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
We already have Mold Mondays. Now we have Shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
No wonder his house is covered in dog shit, and his neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that I said in this story, which by the way was apparently compiled by his crew, playing...
No wonder this motherfucker's always sick. Yeah, it all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is it happening? How is this happening? Yeah, I mean, I don't even make fun of people's weight. I've never made fun of people's weight. I do make fun of people's posture. If you're making an active decision that, like, you don't give a fuck about your health or your posture or your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting Giardia, that's the image of someone who is not well. Wait, what? Wait, what, Dams? Wait, what? You guys didn't know about this? Yeah. Methzempic diet. Oh, God.
Even after CPS was called, Denham's attempted to justify it by claiming that it's okay because children can't be traumatized.
I want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand the shit. So I told him,
create any bad memory for them. You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old.
I am a co-parent to a 2-year-old child. He remembers things like the way that I wag my finger at him. Whenever he wants to sass me, he will wag his finger at me because he remembers me telling him no. What do you mean a child doesn't remember things at 5 years old? They can remember things as early as 1.5. Whether or not they can be able to have computational sentences we understand is completely outside the fact that they are taking in the information and remembering it. Ha ha!
No, yes, you are. No, you're not. When we're talking about being able to remember, being able to recall memories, it's like 4 is the cutoff. But even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15.
And that right there. Main reason why I can't fucking deal with dirtbag leftists. That right there. See, I love when you can't harass people if they're of the wrong group to harass. But if they're of the right group, bro, I'll justify why you should be able to harass somebody's family over the internet with real fucking harassment tactics. Because listen. Kids don't remember that your dad has been harassed on the internet. They won't remember if your family gets swatted. It's legally fine to be able to harass the people of families that I don't like. Never mind the fact that that might result in your dad dying. What do I have to care for? It's not my responsibility. Type shit. Cancerous does not even explain how annoying it is. Because this is just the viewpoint of probably some of the more prim and proper ones. There are more deranged individuals. Obviously, there's Fergan. But there are more deranged individuals who have fucked up viewpoints and beliefs, because that's just Twitch as a platform now. Like, forget the problem of just building a platform on Twitch by just being able to make a satisfying product for an audience that's willing to pay for it, support it, build up the stream, and make opportunities possible not only for themselves and for others. Like, literally, this is Twitch. Whenever I talk about the modern audience, when I talk about the modern gaming audience, when I talk about the Twitch audience, this is a representation of that. Not just the chatters, but some of the content creators on it too. At least in generality. For people in specifics, there are obviously good people. I know people who stream on there. I know people personally who stream on there. I have people that I've been fans of, that I've watched, some that I've learned from, some that I've done workshops with, that are on there, that are good. By all means, it's a platform. But the culture of the platform has been taken over by people like Nunham. The entire platform, basically, is a dirtbag leftist platform. Except dirtbag no longer refers to, listen, I just think that government and politics are fucked up, but they matter. And instead, dirtbag being, I will do the worst thing I can to you, and then I will go onto Twitter and say, bro, it wasn't really that serious. Because money.
You have maybe one or two memories.
If you're wondering who the guy is she's watching, his name is Bad Empanada. And as far as harassment campaigns go, you'd think that Ian, as someone who cares so deeply about it, would be talking about him and not me. Here's a small taste.
I'd like to pay tribute to Ethan Klein and the new Twitch TOS that declares Zionism. Zion is the slur. I'd like to pay tribute to him by playing the first Al-Aqsa video game where you kill Zionist soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter. Anyways, are these Israelis? They're just standing there? I mean, is the Israeli army a bunch of Ethan Kleins? Like, they're all on a fucking Ozempic binge. They don't understand what's going on around them. They haven't noticed me. Where do they keep the secretaries? In here? I'm hunting for secretaries right now. Secretary got...
Here's Bad Empanada once again.
This right here is probably the biggest problem. And the biggest reason why it's such a serious problem. Let somebody do this as a joke. Permanent ban on every single platform. Because if they ban you on one, they're going to use the reason that you got banned on one to ban you on the others. Let somebody like myself or Jay even do this as like a tongue-in-cheek joke and say, listen, not that serious. Instant termination, instant ban. Because context. You have to think about what you're doing. This is like saying, I dedicate this speed run to all of the people who died on October 7th, and they're playing the murder game. Hatred. Same shit. But because they have the right politics, it's acceptable. Or in this case, because they're on the right side of the aisle, it's acceptable. Media Matters 2.0, except it's fucking lazy content creators.
Secretaries right now. Secretary got...
Here's Bad Empanada once again, who posted a story saying, I'm the one who called CPS on Ethan Klein. I want CPS to take his kids away because they are seriously in danger.
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it? Really sucked for you. You were so disappointed. The betrayal of one of your closest long-term friends, huh? TikTok, though, Ethan. TikTok, because this was just a taste. This was just a small part of what we have organized for you. It's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse, Mr. Klein. Every day, sit there just waiting just waiting in misery, in fear of what we have in store for you. TikTok Dubs the Club.
Maybe if he stops harassing other creators.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor.
Maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace.
His house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit.
And I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you.
I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something.
I was particularly angry during this episode entitled Snark Called CPS on Us, because I hold denims to be one of the primary reasons, in my opinion, why CPS was called. Another one of their friends, Froggy Tonic, had been spreading the same malicious rumor about me on Twitter for days before CPS was called as well.
I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic.
Now, if nobody gets a view of who Froggy Tonic is, let me show you who Froggy Tonic is. Froggy Tonic is this person. Video editor who's worked with multiple events, namely Creative Crash 2, and some of Ian's stream highlights. Now, let's see if this is still up here. At the time, there's a group of people who inside of the particular setup are involved with some shit being done on the platforms. One of them is Jalare, who is one of those accessibility content creators. She is meant to be one of the cute, bubbly kinds. And they happen to be friends with Froggy Tonic. And they happen to be friends with a lot of the people who are on the card. Namely, Jalare herself is on the card. And she's also on that same card. Going back a little bit. On the same card, in the same time slots, as Funky Frogbait. Who is this reprobate of a woman? If I can actually find a picture of her. Lord have mercy. We'll have to use this. This lovely of a woman, who is pretty much a female iDubbbz when he was using his mullet. But even uglier. Let me find you a better picture of them. There you go. One of these types. The hair. The 80s glasses. The nose ring. Oh, Funky Frogbait is involved with them. So, Funky Frogbait and Jalare are friends of Froggy Tonic, who was the editor of his that was making the comments about Ethan Klein. And Jalare, as of a few days ago, on their TikTok page, were actively telling people that if you weren't on the right side of topics, that you are a bad person. It's gonna take me a second to go find it because I didn't save it when I found it when I scrolled across it. I just rolled my eyes at it. I'll need to find it for you real quick. 1 second. They're basically in that zeitgeist sphere of people around Creator Clash that have taken this opportunity where they decided to attack Ethan Klein to go all in on Hassan's side and say he's a bad person, and if you back him, you're not a good person. Let me find it. I need to find picture. I need to find the clip for you. That'll take me a second.
Oh boy, that...
Hang on, there's kids allowed here?
Because most of the time, whenever you see Jalare on any platform, she's always making TikTok sounds.
Hello, I just privated that original video of mine where I talk about being proud of iDubbbz because of how far he's come, and from the comments and
So, here's one where she is reacting to someone.
like these from Trap Witch. I understand that it's not my place to really be proud or be the forgiver in this situation. It's very easy for me to say those things because I was not affected in my high school years by the bad things that iDubbbz did and said. That being said, I still think it's important to recognize change and growth, but like this person said in their stitch, you can't coddle or welcome with open arms. I don't think that I'm not a safe person. I don't think I'm not a safe person just because I recognize a bit of growth in iDubbbz. That being said, I would love to see iDubbbz put in more work to right his wrongs. I think putting in that kind of work means a lot, even though you built that foundation, even though you built that audience up. I feel like it's better to try and be outspoken and right those wrongs than be silent forever. Because it's either be silent forever and live forever as the racist, homophobic freak from your early years, or try and right your wrongs. That being said, I'm not the judge of when your wrongs are righted. That's not my place to say when you're done. Oh, you're done. Good job. You are no longer racist. Anyways, I really appreciate everyone who commented and Trap Witch for saying things very calmly and explaining how a person of color would feel seeing the video like the one that I had posted. So, thanks for that. Appreciate it.
And they think that iDubbbz.
So, this was a stitch.
And as someone who's on the edge
this was a stitch
of the alt-right pipeline
that came from here
in 2017, I'm really proud of iDubbbz.
This is who you're proud of? You're proud of iDubbbz because he made a political switch and was in that cop content video. There's absolutely nothing to be proud of when it comes to iDubbbz. iDubbbz was one of the content creators on YouTube that laid the groundwork for the alt-right pipeline. He tried to normalize content creators using the hard ER. You're under the impression that iDubbbz has done the work because he's apologized for it and cried on stream. What a lot of you don't realize is that some of your actions have consequences you'll have to live with for the rest of your life. There's no apology that's going to fix what iDubbbz did. If you're a person that thinks that iDubbbz has been completely redeemed and that we should just accept him with open arms, you're not a safe person. You care more about coddling the feelings of someone like iDubbbz than creating a safe space for marginalized people. You guys are always asking the question on this app, what can we do to signal that we're a safe person? If you're a white person and you want to be considered an ally, not being racist isn't enough. You need to be anti-racist. You guys need to be the ones that are pushing back against racism and calling it out before it even gets to us. Until you do that, we're going to continue to look at you sideways and not take you or your political affiliation seriously.
And this is just pretty much the majority of what we come to expect from the left wing, in terms of those that are definitely too deep in the pot, especially when it comes to the TikTok scene. Now, for Funky Frog Bait, this is as far as her direct involvement gets. It's the posts, it's the shit posts, it's the ragging on people who are considered to be easy targets, shitting on Asmongold, shitting on any person who supports Asmongold, shitting on any person who goes against their politics and against their angles. Pretty much a lot of their involvement for people like Funky Frogbait ends here. But for Froggy Comic and for Jalare, it does not end there. They are 100% leading the charge of the opinion. But of course, that's just a reaction from one of her posts. I need to go find the post in question that I was describing.
I'm sorry, somebody trying to talk to me while I'm working?
Yes, baby Billy, it was the boy.
I need one.
Are you? Can I help you?
Was it you?
And where do you want to eat? I'm the son.
Welcome back, Casey Anthony. Things I said when.
Try not to.
Well, what do you speak with?
It appears that she's decided to delete it because it's not here. Interesting. I should have saved it when I found it.
Hi, here's that tough conversation I know you don't want to have, but I am almost 3 weeks today from New Year's into a tea break, or maybe just not even a tea break, just a lifestyle switch up, and food tastes good again.
Nope, she deleted it. So I can't even show it to you because the post that she made about Ethan Klein is already gone. She deleted it. And the only thing that remains of takes like that involving iDubbbz and Ethan Klein is that. So that's Jalleray, and that's the majority of the people on that side. So yeah, a lot of the individuals that would be grouped in what would be the dirtbag left now, the accessible pretty ones, like Jalleray and the rest of them, or the ones that are just there, existing, doing their bit, and just existing as the quirky girl. Some of them, like Froggy Funkbank, are going from the angle of, I don't like them because of their bad politics, and I want to side with the guy who's trying to do right. The other ones are telling black people, no, actually, you should give him a chance. He's doing better. And this is what they defend as doing better. And mostly because they're friends with this person. The editor that wanted to go all in on Ethan Klein. Fun. It's definitely not something that makes somebody's head spin around and be confused. Having to track who's saying what and how they're behaving on different platforms and how they're choosing to have opinions on platforms and places people wouldn't discover it, and how they won't post them out directly on their platform because they're just known for basically doing cutesy, girly, attractive stuff. Loving it! Anywho. Continuing forward. 6 minutes.
I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not going to endorse it. I'm not going to retweet it or like it, but fair enough. Now, my former editor of a year and a half, occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that.
Ethan Klein, do you really think putting yourself, your crew, and your audience in a semantic competition over petty, I'm right, you're wrong discussion you cannot get over is the right strategy? Stop tormenting yourself, man. Listen to Hassan. I like that. I'm not going to support it or retweet it, meaning that you side with Froggy Tonic and the people against him who say that he should just shut up and take it. You should just shut up and let the cockroaches crawl on your skin. How dare you fight back? That's definitely a thing a friend would say to you.
You know, like, I'm not going to endorse it. I'm not going to retweet it or like it, but fair enough. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're...
Hila Klein, how do you think you are morally above us when you're just judging people based on where they're from? First of all, Yoav Galat is not a good guy. Palestinians don't learn to hate Jews at 2 years old, and you know all that, you country manners.
Trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese.
Just learned 2 years before Ethan Dog's death, some H3 fans voiced concern about his chronic vomiting, pointing to kidney failure, got shunned by other fans. Ethan Klein declined the advice, stayed the course, cheese the streets. Fast forward, died guys of kidney failure at 6 years old, a lifespan of normally 13 years. Implying that Ethan Klein killed the dog by feeding it cheese.
And a bunch of other shit, I'm sure.
Now let me show you the tweets that Ian conveniently omitted. Me when my 3 kids ask me why...
Me when my 3 kids ask me why they haven't seen me for the past 4 months because I was in the basement.
They haven't seen me in the past 4 months. I was in my basement. How can you shun a fallen fan?
How can you shun a fallen fan when they worry about 3 kids when they can't be bothered to protect their dogs? Little homie ingested pills left on the floor. Like, come on, man.
When they worry about their 3 kids when they can't be bothered to protect their dogs. Ethan was neglectful with his dog.
You're weird as fuck for talking all this shit and being too much of a pussy just to own up to it. Instead of acting like you're concerned for him, Jesus Christ, you people need help. Own up? Yes, Ethan was neglectful with his dogs. Already been neglectful with his kids and will continue to be. Do you guys know how to read? As a child with neglectful, bipolar, narcissistic dad, that's precisely why I worry for Ethan's kids. You fans are clocked out. So, most of the conversations being had by those that are friends of Froggy Tonic or Froggy Tonic himself, hyper concern trolling.
Dogs. He's already been neglectful with his kids, and he will continue to be. As a child of a neglectful, bipolar, narcissistic dad, that's precisely why I worry about Ethan's kids. I explained it on the podcast, but the truth of the matter is, it's all a lie. It's all wrong. The man is talking about my children. He's painting me as a terrible parent, a neglectful parent, and saying that whose claim to fame as being iDubbbz's friend and former editor, is spreading malicious, damaging rumors about me that led to the CPS being called. Which, by the way, Ian does not explain one time. Did not mention why I'm angry at Froggy Tonic. Did not mention why I'm angry at Denims. He did not mention the name of the episode. He did not mention what the episode was about. He actually has a perfect opportunity to explain the CPS call, but watch what he does here instead.
Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit.
What other shit, Ian? Other shit is doing a lot of heavy lifting, man. Now, why does this matter? Because Anissa was yucking it up with these guys during the period in which they were spreading this rumor and when the CPS call was made.
And that's the reason why I brought up them. You'll hear all about Froggy Tonic, but you'll never hear about the people who are basically doing the exact same thing on the other platforms. That's why I brought up Frogbait. That's why I brought up Jalaray. Because all the people who are choosing to take sides with iDubbbz are also people who are fighting in Creator Clash. Since most of the event, and most of the people who are more than likely going to be given tickets to go or be invited to go, again, just like he did for the Anti-Simi Squad, all of them are going to be front row in the camera feed, and they're all going to be supporters of iDubbbz's position. Every single one of them. Every single one. Because if they're not showing their support for him on Twitter, or showing support for him in their DMs, talking to him, they're doing so with TikToks on the side, trying to lecture other people on places like TikTok. I hate when I end up doing research and shit. It's so hard. Most of my time, I flick through TikTok as a way to help research for something that I'm looking up on a topic or to find other opinions of things that are happening. And yet, I've come across shit that I end up having to cover for work. It's unironically sad. The amount of people that I've found doing shit that otherwise would be like, damn, I'd really like to be able to work with this person or be able to hang out with this person in the future. And it's like, oh, fuck, you can't do that. Values don't match up. Can't do it. It's so heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking, Tusky. It's so heartbreaking.
The CPS call is central to understanding the
Minute
story.
35.
You cannot tell this story without that context. And to try to tell this story without including that detail, it would be the most bad faith, cruel, gaslighting hit piece of all time. Unfortunately, that's exactly what he did. He convinced his audience that the reason that I'm mad, that I'm lashing out, simply because I'm a raving lunatic, I am crashing out, I'm just crazy and harassing his friends for no reason. And by the way, to my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really appreciate you weaponizing my mental health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial, weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help.
Someone who I've confided in over the years with my struggles with it, who understands what I've been through, the lengths that I've gone to work on myself and improve my mental condition, for him to throw that in my face, to characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think he would ever be possible of doing. One ridiculous point he keeps hammering on is that I'm hating on him, I'm harassing him, simply because he's following people on Twitter.
We're not going to run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I, is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
I'm not upset, Ian, because you follow people. That is absurd. I'm mad because you're actively engaging with these people on social media, in DMs, while this harassment is happening, seemingly indifferent to it, silent on it. In a sense, I felt like you were more on their side than my side.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out.
Our silence means something. That's exactly what we felt. Wow, it's almost like we were right about you. There's something that I've never talked about publicly, but around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very pleasant interview with the FBI.
And this is the point where everybody's like, hey, yo, what the fuck? Because he censored them here, but the uncensored versions on all the platforms and inside the server, inside of the PPE, you can see this clearly inside the post. At this point, any person who's involved in the side of iDubbbz that doesn't immediately say, hey, yo, bro, I thought we were just making fun of the man on the internet. What the fuck is that? If none of them have that reaction, thank you, Mr. Gamer. Every single fucking one of them. Throw it away. Because it's like Bloody just recapped here. You're not improving the way that we want. Do it our way and let us beat you down and stay in silence, and maybe one day we'll be friends again. But friends really means you'll be the butt of every joke. Every single time we want to talk shit about somebody, you'll be the person we're talking shit about. Non-stop. It's really bad behavior. It's really, really bad behavior. Okay. We're now at the top of the hour. with 10 minutes. I'm going to put 10 minutes on the clock. It was her! It was her! She's the witch! She's the witch! The second she has 10 minutes to what? It reset! Cheated! Cheated! Anyways. Again, the key word is bazinga.
Well past the point of, that's just what the internet does. Ian had a recent revelation. He's transcended into a new person. He's achieved nirvana and discovered empathy at age 32.
I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy. And I'm very ashamed to admit that. It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32 I've acquired empathy, but I have, and I've realized it because I just can't help myself. But
now, this right here,
age of 32 I've acquired empathy, but I have, and I've realized it because
this right here is probably the stupidest fucking thing that any person could have latched onto, because with this singular move, Ethan created a conversation about, Nazi, it's a fucking Sharingan, dude. It's the bleach sword. Instead of focusing on the way that these people are behaving, being terrorist sympathizers and being actual fucking family harassers, the conversation has now devolved into, Nazis, which allows them to pivot away from actually being fucking held accountable for the shit that they're doing. And instead, going right back to the left is the real Nazis, talking point that we've done 50 billion times before. You know, in context, it's hilarious that Hassan calls it the swastika sword, because it demonstrates that Hassan is, in fact, an anime tourist. But we knew that already. A what? I called it a Sharingan. I meant to say Zanpakuto. It is Tenza Zangetsu, which is the active form of Ichigo's sword when he transforms it. Considering the fact that most people obviously are not awakened on the conversation of the Manji, also known as the Aura and the Ura, and the inversion of the swastika, the Hakenkreuz, being the form of the 45-degree and inverse perversion that was made by the Nazis as their symbol so that they could pervert an image that has now stunlocked people for existence, because Lord forbid they learn about another culture. By putting this in the shot, even though it, for most people, would seem like a funny bit, it ends up destroying people's brain cells. Destroying them. Destroying them. Because the conversation went right back to the same place it always goes. And it's not an effective talking point. That's my opinion, personally. If a person harasses my family, tries to get my children taken away, harasses my family again, claiming that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, then glazes the people who are the ones leading the harassment campaign against me, while also saying that I haven't done enough work, even at harassing the person who's against me, saying they have to do more work, but they should be given space because they're maturing, but somehow I'm not, despite clearly I've cleaned my life up and they haven't. They're miserable and I'm thriving. I would probably want that person to be held accountable for the things that they're actively doing, not the fucking swag of the shows that they support, or the meme picture that they took with somebody else's fucking swag about a concept that they clearly don't understand, let alone are tourists of. That's me, personally. Because if somebody says, well, they used the sword because, look, he's a Jew and he's holding a Nazi sword, guys. Was he gonna bash? Was he gonna attack them? Clearly they'll say, ha ha ha, that's a joke, and any person who thinks that's serious is a fucking retard. And then it ends up being a horrible miscalculation. Now, if you want my opinion, people who continue to allow the Nazis to own the image of the Manji, you're responsible for allowing Nazis to still have power. You are responsible for the problems that you create, and one of the biggest problems is people not learning to tell the difference between them, and just simply jumping at fucking shadows still. Because it shouldn't take somebody having to stop them and give them basically a fucking Magic Schoolhouse reference in order for them to understand the difference between these things. I think it's stupid. I think it's dumb. But, you know, people are people. People act certain ways. They're ridiculous as what they like to be. And it's so fucking dumb. Magic Schoolhouse? Yes, Magic Schoolhouse. Schoolhouse Rock plus the Magic School Bus. Giving you a song and a lesson so that you understand the difference between a historical reference and a perversion of a historical reference. You can do it in song, and then you can do it in cartoon. Because that's apparently how you reach leftists. We're going to have to get Steven Universe, and we're going to have to get somebody who can actually animate Schoolhouse Rock. And we're going to have to combine it with Arthur and every other kids television show. And that way, if we just put a little bit of queer bait inside of it, we can get them to shut the fuck up about the goddamn manji. And just stop jumping at a goddamn hurricane and a fucking wheelhouse every time they see a goddamn windmill. No, not by accident, by choice. Sometimes I misspeak, Grace, and sometimes I'm cooking. I'm burning, but I'm cooking. Oh, you haven't had enough coffee. Yes, Song of the South, but in Steven Universe format. You got it, Mr. Gamer. Also, the key word, again, is bazinga. 3 minutes.
I just, like, can't help myself but, like, feel for other people's pain and suffering now. I'm still not perfect. I think that is, my empathy meter's only maybe, like, a quarter of the way filled up, potentially. But it's at least there. In the spirit of...
My empathy meter is only a quarter way filled up, but it is at least there. My empathy meter is only the quarter of the way full, guys, but don't you worry, I have it. Ethan Klein doesn't, but I-Dubs, the person who wants to attack him, in fact have it. I can't use it, because I can't understand where he's coming from, because I don't have kids, because Anissa wants to be a dink, as well as an Instagram girl, but, you know, I have empathy, guys. I have the empathy. I have the empathy. I have so much empathy, guys. Guys, I have so much empathy up to my eyeballs.
Of his newfound enlightenment, he had this to say.
I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to acknowledge that, and I'm really sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it. The content I'm talking about specifically are content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons.
Kind of like criticizing a man who's criticizing the people who are attacking him frequently. So, Ethan Klein is so evil that you had to break your own rules and standards. You had to break your own rules and standards. He's so evil, you had to come out of retirement to tell people lackluster bullshit excuses to attack somebody.
And, obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end.
Yeah, because you platform the very people who are then harassing him. You're platforming the girl that is using her audience for plausible deniability.
I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on, and...
You're platforming the guy that says if you are white, you're a colonizer, and you deserve to have a bleep, 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 and the girl who takes for granted the protection offered to her by the veterans of the military that she chooses to antagonize. And all of you are doing so inside of the mansion of a man who is a terrorist sympathizer, who's being platformed by an inside regimen of Amazon that, since they're not publicly traded, have no oversight and thus have no direct means of being addressed without causing internal shakeup. And the last time that they had internal shakeup being applied to them with leftist tactics, the tactics of attacking the advertisers, attacking the wallet, attacking the pocketbooks, and making sure that you could be able to control them in such a way to keep them accountable, you chose to platform those people in your content. Bazinga. 10 seconds, 5 seconds. You chose to platform those people in your content. And because you chose to platform them, you made them popular. And the person who directly was responsible for all of the CPS call shit, which was Bad Empanada, not mentioned once in your goddamn content cop. Yup. The what such dog shit. Yup. Just so cruel. You're so cool, man. You're so empathetic.
I'm not. I'm a human. I'm a real human who makes mistakes, and you know, I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on, but it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave, and it's not.
What happened? Am I so uniquely evil that you're willing to abandon your newfound principles after, what, less than a year? What is it that I've done, Ian, that makes me more detestable than any of the other people that you've content copped? And
you grew, you changed, that's it. That's the only answer. You're no longer willing to go along with the left wing, and you won't cover their bad tactics and their bad targets, and you won't use yourself as a platform to give people like Hassan Piker good press. So you're a bad person, and you deserve to be destroyed. That's all. That's all they care about. It's fucking stupid. Anybody can recognize this for what it is. If you're disgusted by it, I'm disgusted too, bro. You ain't gotta be on the right side of the aisle. Right side of the aisle. To see this for what it is. It's nasty work. It's 100% nasty work. It's the kind of thing that makes people leave the left.
for what did you do this? To revitalize your dying career? This entire video reeks of desperation, of being thrown together, and poorly researched. I don't really even understand why they did this, and I can't imagine that it's going to be worth it. Thanks for the 8 years of friendship, buddy. Have fun with your new friends.
What a screen cap, guys. What a picture. Isn't it beautiful? Look at them. They're so happy in their hatred. So crazy. Memes on the internet. Imagine if somebody sent that as a gift. Like a gift for one of his kids' birthday. Like, hey guys, you want to remember why your mom and dad had a lot of stress during a time? Here's people who are responsible for trying to send you someplace. Look at this photograph! Every time you look at it, it makes you puke. That right there should be the cornerstone of iDebs' current career. Uplifting the most toxic and the most degenerate of the left's viewpoints, talking heads, and figures. All for fucking recognition and clout on the internet. Anyways, I'm gonna give you an extra 60 seconds. Because I'm nice, chat. Extra 60 seconds. And go. Again, your keyword is Bazinga. There's only 3 of you entered. The fact that he made that shit out of hatred and spite is fucking crazy. By all means, enter or non-enter. I've got plenty to give away today, because I'm going to be paying for some of it out of my pocket. But yeah, getting back to this news story. Much like with Mr. Breaking Baldo. Oh, by the way, there's an update on that. He's getting, what, fucking 5 something, or a year in prison total? And then the rest is going to be probation? Much like with Mr. Breaking Baldo, Nick Requeta, I take pregnant pause looking at the story. Because then, when you look at these skulls that they sent him, Star's got pictures of them from H3H3's Instagram. When you look at them, it's very clear that because these were real human skulls sent to him, people trying to play it up as though these were like very good recreations, that these were artistically created. No, those are real. I don't know who the hell did it, but no, those are real. They sent him real skulls. The people who intercepted it was the crew, Dan and the rest of them. They handled them with gloves, and they made sure to document them so they could do their thing. I'm disgusted by it. I'm 100% possessed by it. Let's roll. May the rolls of ever in your favor. Tusky wins the first round. Congratulations, you won. I'm going to give you your your choice of key. I have a total of 4 keys of Merchants of Rosewall, a key for a 2D pixel roguelike game called Imp of the Sun, and another on, I believe, an underground aquatic adventure game called Silt. All of which you can see pre-images of on the Steam store. Here's Silt. Here's Imp of the Sun. You can DM, like, I'm gonna DM you the code, yes. And here, again, in case everybody forgot, because I didn't play it for a while, is Merchants of Rosewall. Which key would you like? You would like Imp of the Sun. Okay. The key is in your DM. Let me know when you've used it. Alright, moving forward. Where's the other one? Yes, here we go. Act-Man. The Act-Man is back in the news, trying desperately to, get some clout and relevance again, trying to dip back into some bullshit. Let's put this on the screen real quick. Am I tripping? Was everything always political, or am I in the sunken place? Referring to Omni, the bald-headed black guy. We used to not care about politics because it was boring. Politicians used to care more about governing than entertaining, and also this is Elon's Twitter, and black people are not allowed. And then, on the other side, another topic that he happened to jump onto, if I can find it, because right now, he's interacting, with the normal types. Because of the Oblivion Remastered. So right now he's doing his usual grift thing on this here, but trying to get clout from dunking on people about Oblivion. Before that, I believe it was a post underneath something else. Let me go find it. Oh, by the way, somebody he's tried to destroy the meme of the Act-Man. He's desperately trying to stop that meme from happening. So he's doing the usual thing where he's doing the bit where by trying to lean into the joke that it somehow depowers the joke despite the fact he keeps behaving like the joke. This was relevant today to some comments that some of us have been getting around body type A and body type B. Now, let me find the actual post itself. Because, of course, he is jumping onto the reacting to people making fun of Elon Musk trying desperately to look cool. Where is it? It was about the drama beforehand. Let's see here. There was Switch 2 drama, and there was a particular comment that he made that people were basically jumping onto him for support. Trying to make sure that I can find it. I might have to go scrolling through his replies, which are going to be fucking garbage. So let's see here, getting back into the algorithm. Showing up under accounts with nothing. Here we go here. Here's the Type A and Type B drama. Type A and Type B, instead of male and female, has them like this. Imagine not being able to enjoy one of the greatest and most expensive, important generational RPGs over time, over something so little. I don't care about this, and I'll explain why. The originals blow. What in the fentanyl is this guy smoking? Trying to shit on New York Torch gamers to get some clout. Damage Sector doing the exact same thing. Some clout chase tweets about making your character not look like a fucking gremlin. The ugly faces. Posting himself on the internet. Here we go. Here was the particular one that I was trying to find the other day. It was on the IDUB situation where he saw this and he said a comment which some people agreed with, which was, "Thank goodness IDUBS is here to educate me on American imperialism." For a second, I was worried that he made fun of retards on the internet and he would make me laugh. I don't know how to feel when it comes to the Actman as like a content creator, because he's obviously not at this point. In terms of making content, he doesn't. He's just a reply guy on Twitter. And on the concern of A-type and B-type, I could care fucking less, bro. Because the conversation has basically devolved into this. Look, bloody, it's you! Anyways, I made a post the other day, and by the other day, I think I meant like 14 hours ago. Dave, which is to say airbagged, Alyssa's #1 ass clown and butt munch simp that continues to try and work with her to harass pretty much any person they want to decide to make into a lolcow so they can monetize them the way they try to monetize one of Kern, is desperately looking for a way to get in on people because of the body type A, body type B, type 1, type B replacement for male and female gender. My post was, Dave can't even make money off this anymore, grifting for rage bait for the sheer obsession of wanting to rant at us like a spurred. And random fucking people who I've never interacted before and never seen before in my content coming along and seeing it because now my account's starting to enter into the algorithm back again because of Elon's desire to finally fix the algorithm as he's been told multiple times to. It's incredibly funny how you guys swap places with the 2014 era SJWs. Perma-stand over body type A and body type B. To which my response and reaction was, I don't care about this, you're 100% barking up the wrong tree, and that's fucking hilarious. Your tactic of we're gonna make you rage quit by tainting what you like doesn't work on people with taste, eyes for quality, and basic standards. That's why it's funny. If anything, you care more than we do, because you keep trying to control people's access to something through popular and convenient means. As it was with Dragon's Quest, as it was with Wilds, as it was with Avowed, Veilguard, and Hogwarts Legacy, and Starfield. Cope. I love this, no, you're the real SJW's clapback, especially as a conversation that potential customers are having about a product being tainted. Are these the same people that get super upset when a game they like flops and then blames everyone who critiqued it? I don't care about this. Proceed to soy out. Cope-harder. Soy out. Bro, your sensitive type's really over projection. Sure! Ah! This was the reason why I said what I said to Sean Goss the other day about Here Terror Horrors. This is exactly what makes me not want to support or buy a product. Now, me personally, I was going to buy Oblivion Remastered anyways, because my money is for the French RPG. And also you guys. I was saving money for the giveaway this month, the day before Clear Obscure, so that we could do a giveaway. We had enough keys to save up. I didn't want to have the same situation that was going to happen with the physical copies of Shooting Insight. By the way, the people who got that, if the packages come in, get back to me with pictures so we can put those up. Because I have no idea whether or not those things arrived to you or not. None whatsoever. It's completely on you guys and whether or not they contacted you properly. Please let me know. I don't get it. Literally, honestly, I don't understand the appeal of people who behave like this, and I also don't understand the tactics of the Act Man when he behaves like this. Ever since the fucking crash out from Quantum TV calling his mother, he has been on this never-ending grift cycle of being a reply guy whose opinions aren't his own opinions. They're just the repackaged opinions of other people. Whether it's the left wing or the right wing, whatever fucking gets him more clicks, he repeats and says. And then tries to walk away from his old takes like they are not shit that he fucking said that he believes in. I don't get it. If somebody can explain it to me, explain it to me. Because I don't fucking get it. I don't understand. Anyways. Top of the hour. Actually, this one starts a little bit late. So 37 minutes? 30 minutes? Let's do a solid 35. Solid 35. Okay. Thank you, Tusky. We'll mark this off. But yeah, I don't understand the particular choices of people doing this. I don't get it. Not at all. Do you remember when the Actman tried to rally YouTubers to come to his aid after his painful crash out at YouTube right after the Quantum TV moment? I do. It's probably the most embarrassing reason why I don't understand why people do not write him off more. He hasn't learned from any of his bad behavior. He just keeps doing the same shit. He doesn't take any lessons. Because he hasn't shown gratitude. He hasn't been grateful. He hasn't changed his behavior. He hasn't shown a changed pattern of learned behavior. What he has shown is a desire to constantly go wherever he gets the best attention. So, for the same things that I there you go. So, for the same things that I can criticize people like this individual, and then ultimately also criticize people like Dave for, Actman's doing the same behavior. He is worse than Dave. Dave is an irrelevant fucking clown who will not get off the ground despite how desperately hard through Alyssa and Alyssa collectively are trying to launch a alternative YouTube career and an alternative Twitch career on the platform. Or at the very minimum, making any amount of money off of the clout sharking of the culture war. Meanwhile, this mother raiding money in. He raided like a gambler at the table. I have to agree that with horror, it's because people keep giving him pass from the majority of the audience. They agree with his behavior, and they agree with his fucking antics. And yes, he was 100% desperate to take pot shots that he over his baby states, and he killed his friendship with Mahler. And every time I bring up his involvement, I always bring up that event. Because that was the event where you should have seen, oh, yeah, you're a snake in the grass. You'll do anything for attention and anything for clout. If you think you have the upper hand on somebody, you will treat them like fucking trash. 100%. 100 fucking %. Hi, Avalon. The minnow pretended to be a shark and now he got eaten by his school. It's some Schadenfreude. It's too bad kids got involved, but those sharks have never had any compunction not to get kids involved, and minnow should have known better anyways. True. Especially on Ethan Klein stuff. I feel like I'm not allowed to want to support Bethesda over the treatment of Mick Gordon, despite knowing that it wasn't the same company in part responsible for screwing over Mick that responsible for Elder Scrolls. You could say the same thing about 2K and Gearbox when they fucked over the voice actor for Claptrap. It's the same shit. Although, in their case, it was the same company. Like, the behavior that happens with these groups, hello Buster, that happens with these groups, and that happens with these people, it's the same shit every time, every way around. Every time it comes to mattering and dealing with basic shit and basic goddamn problems that you have to refer to. I wish that it was not just as simple as, these guys don't pay enough attention, and they need to pay more attention. But, you know, what the fuck do I do? The only correct response is become a better businessman. But unfortunately, in most people's opinions, and in most people's times, itchy. In most people's opinions, and in most people's times, the fact that this is how far the grifting angle has gone. There's no solving this problem now without somebody bigger than the both of us putting their finger on the scale to fix this problem. Because, like, for me, I refused to buy Borderlands 3 on release. I refused to buy it through the store. I will probably not buy Borderlands 4 anywhere near within 1 year of its release. I will wait for that shit and all its DLC to go on sale before I touch it. And then I will give it the moratorium that it deserves to have. Because clearly, they want to go the angle of continuing to make it like a live event video game. I doubt they'll recapture anything that is relevant to the Borderlands franchise. Doesn't look like they want to. Doesn't look like they know how to. Why would I give them my money? Same logic for content creators. Why would I give them their support? There needs to be less airbags, and there needs to be less Ackmans, and there needs to be more Total Biscuits, and there needs to be more Markipliers, and more Cat Icaruses. Or Nintendo Capri Sun, or Chugga Conroy. I prefer somebody who has no relevance to politics, talking about video games and enjoying video games, and then making and taking the money that they have for support from their involvement and support, rather than just giving money blindly and giving support blindly. Because it's the reason why we stay in the culture war. It's the reason why the culture war even is relevant. Most people doing so for attention. Apply this real quick. And we'll get that unlocked. This person is following me, Mombot, Lenore, and Wang. Okay, so I'll use this as an example, right? This random person here that I'm about to block. They followed Nan Can't Stream, they follow Mombot, they follow Lenore, and they follow Justin Wang. If this person is aware of the conversation about the A-type and B-type, clearly these followings is not because they agree with their opinions outright, but because they like their content, obviously. So if they know about Lenore, and they know that I'm friends with Lenore, And if they know about Justin Wang just being a dude who likes reposting and retweeting stuff, and unlike that interaction he had with Awkward20k, claiming that he was a Hassan Glazer, clearly he could just know, by proxy, assuming that they've seen enough of my content, the opinion that I have about A-type and B-type, and that I do not give a shit. They are desperate to have a back and forth of opinions, so it's as easy as that. Like an Etch-a-Sketch. You see the behavior, you don't interact with it. Easy. Done. Easy and done. And that's all we've ever needed to do. Oh, this person's not telling me a single thing I need to know about this video game? Out of my view. Oh, this person's not telling me what I want to know about this situation? Out of my view. Oh, this person's talking about and going on about something that's not relevant to me? Out of my view. Because on the same spear, you've got individuals like this person here. I make a tweet reacting to the fact that JoeCat decided to break their contract with Gamer Supplements, because of Curse for All. Because that post the other day from Dave, where he tried to lie about how the Trump assassination was not the highest, biggest memed template amongst VTubers, let alone in general for just general memes, was ridiculous, right? And JoeCat decided to have himself a crash out the exact same. My contract with Gamer Subs ended a while ago, and I'm in the process of removing all the branding and codes from my platforms. I do not want to associate with a few of the creators that they sponsor. My response to that being, whoa, I love women and want them to breed me, but how dare you support a woman that I don't like? This person comes along and says, yeah, no, but I think companies shouldn't support neo-Nazis. This person already pre-blocked me. So it wasn't about whether or not she was a Nazi. It was about, you won't support my side? Removing you. Same shit. Same shit. These people are bitch made. They cannot survive in the digital wilds. But, you know, Anna Vollen's making a hit piece on Kirsch and other VTubers like her. It's not out of normal. Of course, all of you have been cursed with the knowledge of Anna Vollen's. You're welcome. So it's like, I already know Anna Vollen's can't tell me shit that I want to know. So why does it matter to me? But this affects people that can't deal with that. That can't be prepared with that. And it all comes down to political sides. Good old political sides. A side of political hash browns, a side of political antagonism, a side of political bullshit, with a little bit of, with just a little bit of that sweet, sweet, sweet struggle session sauce. And along with this, actually comes glazing from Westside Tyler. This comes from inside of the community post. The PPE about it, put up by Jack of all people. Westside Tyler is a left-wing streamer, horror writer, whose main claims to be a dunker of Shadversity, the Lore Lodge, and Demon Mama, and is one of FT Signifier's favorite white boys. I know that Ian and the Anti-Semi Squad's collective fan base F's in the chat. Yes, Awkward did take the L. That was crazy as hell that he even made that association, but it was crazy. Also, my god. My fucking internet is dying again! Or, I blame you. We didn't have any crashes for the last few days, and now it's happening, and I blame you! I know that you played the hell out of Path of Exile, but have you looked into this Season 2 of Last Epoch? No, because unfortunately I'm going to be taking off playing Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I know that there are people who have jumped ship and gone to Last Epoch because they're not happy with the state of Path of Exile 2. And that's a conversation in and of itself that I've had multiple times over again. But because you've asked, I'll bring it up here. There's 3 groups of people who are playing Path of Exile right now. There are the people who want to go back to playing Path of Exile 1, but they can't. I'm joking, horror. I haven't done anything, so I don't know why it's disconnecting. I don't know why it has been stable for the last few days. I don't know why it's disconnecting now. Anyways, there are 3 groups. There are the blasters of PoE 1 that are mad that there isn't an event happening right now other than Furisha, who are waiting for the updates for the next season. So they went to Path of Exile 2, and they're mad that they can't blast the maps like Path of Exile 1, because there is no way for them to deterministically make content. There's no way for them to deterministically be able to make material, and there's no way for them to deterministically farm that material to make currency, to then control the market space for even a little bit of time, to then get enough back currency to fund a character, to then blast through maps. Because to make content, and to make characters, and to make gear in Path of Exile 2 is identifying with extra steps. So to find items that are worthy for manipulation off the floor, they have to be able to survive early stage maps to be able to alterate their gear, get to tier 15, then farm tier 15 for ritual, and with the guaranteed omen find, be able to find enough omen target slams, and even recombinate some of the items off the ground, to be able to get the basis of a good piece of content. And considering that the identify rate into combination rate is anywhere from a margin of 26.33 to as small as 5% to land an item slam that you want, you've got people burning through even more items than they already were to try and find good enough omen targets to even make items for. Then you have the tier 2nd camp, which is the people who are more than happy to play Path of Exile 2, which happens to be the camp of people like DS Lily, where they hate it because it sucks, not because they want it to be like Path of Exile 1. And then you have the 3rd group, who are identifying and taking opinions from Group 1 and Group 2, and they're just playing a different game. Like, hey, the game's not prepared yet, it's not for me, or they're amongst a group of people that they don't like early access, they see it as not being ready, they'll wait for it to cook a little longer, and they're playing something else. I would be happy to play Last Epoch, but I would be playing it without any additional material, because I already know that the game's solved. And that's like maybe a 4th hidden group that has not had their opinions discussed. That group of people, they just want to play a game, and they don't want to be forced into playing what is considered the meta build, because they want to actually experience the game's content, because they're really stupid and dumb. Because I've seen the drama that's around Wujigo and all the other content creators that are involved in the Epoch race, because those who had access to this closed test client are being denied prizes and rewards because they can't tell whether or not for the offline client or people who had guaranteed access to the test phase were able to practice the content beforehand. It's a really gay and lame situation. Because on one hand, there are people that are saying, well, why should they not be allowed to have rewards? And like, if you're allowed to have the ability to cheat off of something that guarantees your ability to be prepared versus all the other people who don't know, if you know the mechanics, you know the tactics, you know the skills, the involvement, everything, that affects the ability of you having knowledge of the outcome versus somebody not having the information and, say, trying to do Arbiter of the Ash blind first time. It's a clear fucking issue, right? But then you have the other side of the issue. For the people who just want to play the video game itself and want to have fun, want to have loot, want to have items, they won't want to feel like they're going through bulb-crushing torture to become capable of actually being able to have fun to play a fucking video game. So, for the most part, their ability to get involved in that way, they're getting fucked over in a way that they don't actually have an answer for. Like, they can't make Jonathan and Mark work faster. And, to that same degree, when Jonathan and Mark try to communicate with the player base, they get treated better on dropped frames with people like Go Carnage and Ijit than they do anywhere else in our community. Because our player base, our community of players, both the players that don't make content for the game, those that do dabble in making content, and those that are assigned to organizations, teams, staffs, or content teams to put out guides and builds, and that's the bread and butter of how they make their money and they make their Twitch subs. We are really bad at communicating, and we're really bad at actually describing what the problem is. So, it shouldn't require a person like Alkaiser, for example, to be the person that has to be the one to explain it. Listen, for people, it should be fun, and should be great to actually be able to make content and items, and be able to actually get gear to then equip with. Because it's not about going from level 1 to immediately being in maps at level 80 to 95, and blasting through everything and invalidating the content, just like you in Path of Exile 1. Because if you wanted to do that, just go play fucking Phorecia and have fun with whatever crazy builds you can think up inside of that event. And if that's not good enough for you, play something else entirely. Sky's the limit. Nothing's stopping them. And if that's not good enough, play standard. And practice for next season. Then do it all again when next content is prepared. But they can't rush that content. It would have been great if they didn't have to in the parallel dimension where they didn't have to take a break for Path of Exile 1. But, shit happened. They had to slow down. They had to change gears. Blah, 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 blah. And it's fucked up that there are people like RPG Alex, which is to say, oh no, it's Alex, that's basically saying something that then when it was covered on that podcast, pretty much should be the saving grace on whether or not they will then change their opinion. Because oh no, Alex had a bunch of opinions where basically he's upset that he doesn't know the difference between having a tool to handle a problem on the map and, quote, doing a 6-5 button combo build where nothing has cohesion for the archetype that he's trying to build for. And therefore, if you don't play your game, Jonathan, you clearly don't play the game. You need to fix the game. It's led to a bunch of antagonization where people are not willing to hear the devs out, and they're putting a lot of blame on John, and then they're saying, Mark, our savior, please, bring back ascendancies, please bring back the labs, and if you're at it, can you please bring back Chris Wilson from Vacation? And that's like a reason why some people have gone off to play Last Epoch amongst anything. I know that there are some people who don't have opinions that are like that, right? But Scissorin shouldn't be the entire viewpoint of the player base. I'm not sure if that's something that you might agree or disagree with, but my opinion, the player base is not the streamers. The player base is not 25 top streamers on Twitch that are always above 3 to 4 figures playing the video game and having people repeat their opinions. The player base is everybody playing the video game. And for those that are leaving to play Last Epoch because they said Path of Exile 2 is not fun, Last Epoch is fun, that's cool. But they're also trying to shit on the game and shit on the people who like it for what it is. And they're doing so from the position of having the privilege that comes with being very picky. I'm turning into Kim Belair. They're being whiny, picky babies that because they don't get to invalidate the game with a broken build all the time, in one where combat is supposed to matter, meaningful choices after all, that they're not willing to at least try to see John's view and John's vision, and instead believe that if they harass the player base long enough, and if they harass content creators long enough, and if they harass anybody who thinks differently to them long enough, they can bully their way into getting what they want, which is Path of Exile 2, updated with the gameplay of Path of Exile 1. So Path of Exile 1, but with extra steps. And that's cringe. So like a little bit, like out of protest, I'm like not playing it right now. But at the same time, I think I have to buy that game to begin with anyways, so I wouldn't even afford it. Double check that. Yeah, I'd have to buy Last Epoch in the first place. And that's $34 that are not committed to Clear Obscure. Or $35 that I would not then be able to spend on my player base like I'm about to right now in this giveaway. Code word, by the way, guys. Bazinga. But like, there's a world where, excuse me, there's a world where you can be able to understand that there's a line towards involvement. And there's a line where everyone can have fun and play what they want to play. And it's not that big of a fucking deal. But there are people who have acted a fucking fool who are responsible for our player bases not getting more people inside of it. And it's just garbage dog shit. If the game is that bad, bounce off of it and play a different game. Nothing's keeping you there other than the desire to look for more things to be mad at. The longer you look at it, the angrier you'll get. Type shit. And for the people who want to bring people in to play Path of Exile, it's already hard enough to get them over the fucking hurdle of all the shit they're going to need to learn, or all the mechanics that they're going to need to learn. So, like, a little bit, we feel like we have to lie to them. Like, oh no, all of these different systems of mechanics, oh, this shit's too complicated. No, the fuck it's not. Don't worry about it. It's extra content. Period. You can worry about it when you get there. But then, at the same time, it's like, the way that a lot of people treat it, it feels like 99% of the player base are playing trade. And you'll notice, and I appreciate that, you'll notice I've been playing solo self-found for like 1.5 years straight now. And the reason why I've been playing solo self-found, even if at a point I then transfer that character into a trade league, is because I would rather not have those people in my fucking ear. Just making the game bad for me. Trying desperately to tell me that my build sucks when I know for a fact my build is cracked. Because I know how to make a character and they don't. Which is then breaking down those same three groups into three different types of people. Blasters, bossers, and metaslaves. Metaslaves are the reason why PoE 2 is bad right now. Because obviously, if it's going to be hard to make items, because making items is identifying with extra steps, and even with the introduction of the fracturing orb, I still have to find the roll, and I have to slam the roll that I want, so I can then target it. Right now, my perfect example being a spirit chest. I was actually able to find a decent spirit chest on a hybrid slam that I want. To even make the item that I want, I still have to use the material that is there. So even in the isolation of solo self-found, I still have to make a character strong enough and powerful enough to not only clear the maps and fight the bosses, but clear the maps, fight the bosses, live, and be able to profit off of it. And there is a level where I can say, yeah, this is actually kind of frustrating. I feel like the bleed archetype fails to the charge stack and the charge spam archetype. Because the one-button build of Lightning Spear is obviously too goddamn strong. At the same time, I can also say, for the people saying that there's no way to make a build that works with the Huntress, where they have to all be playing Critical Amazon, that's obviously a lie. Ritualist is really strong. It's got really strong mapping. It's got really strong clearing. It's got really strong everything. And people are sleeping on it because nobody's talking about it, because it's not meta. It's not the most effective tactic available. Technically, it'd be... What was that fucking phrase I designed when I was talking about League of Legends? Most effective tactical element, like most effective tactic available at the moment, Matam. Because they don't know about this thing, it has not been popularized to the point where the marketplace has not exploded with people trying to conglomerize the gear that they've been told is good. So like, Tangle Fork, is it's called Tangle Tongue. So Tangle Tongue, that spear that has a chance to fork your critical damage, before people found out what that actually did, because they didn't actually read the tooltip on it, it was a low selling item. Now that item, 50 billion in trade stats. The stock market comparison of Path of Exile 2's marketplace is even more annoying than Path of Exile 1's marketplace. Because at the very minimum, if you really just wanted to make a build that would work, minions, chaos damage. Throw the fucking dot at the enemy, let the screen clear, build up your stats, play a necromancer, survive. Would be simple enough, would be good enough. You are then able to utilize Breach, and then utilize Breach, Harvest, sometimes Ritual, Essences if you need to create item slams for suppression rolls, Harvest rolls if you want to be able to make evasion slams for shields to make profit off of them, Blight if you wanted to just create essences out of nothing if you didn't want to be a heister. Multiple ways where you can be able to gain profit. And it's definitely what stops me from playing trade, because I don't care to try and rush for dividends and profits. Despite being a content creator and a streamer, I know I'm not going to beat the rest of them there, because I still have other things I gotta do. And like, there's nothing I can do about that whatsoever. I need to start the thing over again. For some reason, it eliminated somebody for keyword spam, and it was not supposed to do that. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Like, I have a life, I have a family, I have things I want to do outside of that. I don't think it's fair for those streamers that basically want to act big-headed to basically act crazy as fuck towards the player base. And it's unfair to them. Because, like, even for a person who wanted to try and get into Path of Exile 1, I would rather send them towards Path of Exile 2, because then they have much more time to play at their leisure and really get to understand their character, even though the character does not become simplified until later on, once they're in the mapping phase, and they can be able to get all the skill gems that they need to really get their skills online. At the very minimum, I would push them to play a ranged character, probably something with a bow, because of simply how strong lightning is in general. And yet, the Trade League, I should not expect a person to have to learn how to play the stock market in order to buy a fucking item. The item is listed for 6 exalts. I hand you 6 exalts. I hand you the money, you give me the item. Fuck you mean I'm gonna fucking text you and then you're gonna try to haggle me. What do you say, Uppert? He just listed his shit for fucking 10, for 10 fucking exalted. Well, it's a divine and 2 half now, Uppert. Nigga, no, fuck you. Who wants to do that? And who wants to sit there in the middle of the night posting your item and then putting up live trade where you hear a fucking doing in the distance? It's like, oh shit! Oh, honey, I need a computer! I need on the item! Fuck! In the middle of the night at 4 a.m. That's not a way to play a video game, dude. It's not a way to play a video game. And there are people thinking like that is good. It's not. It is not good. It's certainly not good for Path of Exile 1. Exile 2? No, sir. That's garbage. Now, I have seen that people have been having fun inside of Last Epoch. And yet, I know that the reason why they've been having that fun inside of Last Epoch, just to quickly reference her video about it, I know that the reason that people have been having fun inside of Last Epoch is because, for the most part, the game is more or less fixed. And for that, I just have to go to DS Lily's video. Because, of course, outside the opinion about the fact that Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 desperately need an actual real auction house, you have the other side of this issue, which is that the game is already fixed, right? The BTR is a serious problem. Put this on screen. So, right here, where you have all of the B tier, A tier, S tier builds already known, understood, listed out, planned, and broken down from beginning to end, this is not playing video games. 100%. This is not playing video games. It is not. It is fucking not. Because I have the privilege to work from home. And even when I didn't work from home, I would sometimes be able to plan out the time, to find the time to play the video games that I like and that I want. And yet, the time where I can expect to ask someone if they would like to be able to start something with me, or people that I can expect can set time aside to try and play, maybe not even day 1, week 1, month 2 of a video game release, like we have been in the community, playing whatever we have been playing, which has been a mixture of Monster Hunter Wilds and Helldivers 2, and leading up, because apparently it's going to be the key that I'm going to be buying later, not Darkest Dungeon, Don't Starve Together. There should be no expectation where I have to hand somebody a fucking instruction manual that says, follow this to the letter to have fun. Because that's not fun. It's not. And that goes along with the gay-ass opinion of the goddamn shit happening around the race. That's not fun. That's not... That can never be fun. It is never fun. Hi, Neil J. I love when people jump into the chat and they're just like, hi, Carl. But yeah, it's never fucking fun. It's never fucking fun. And it's never fun for those people who deal with it. Because then they have to go through the problem of then becoming a part of the player base and the community. And the same way that I talked about it, when I talked about it with Neversink, the way I did on like launch day of PoE 2, a person's jump into the audience where they just simply make content of themselves should not be where they point out something that one of those big content creators got wrong, that their entire player base and other fucking random also-rans from that audience decide to come and tell you and try to squash you into the ground and harass you into silence because you dare to fight against one of their god kings and queens. That's not a way to live. Like, you should be looking to people for advice. That is correct, by the way. Look up some Necromanian Guide builds, mostly to see the general direction I can find productive, but not going on and following to the letter. Like, you should be able to take influence and knowledge and information from people, not fucking follow this shit like a goddamn dogma. Because, like, games being so fucking dogmatic is half the reason why this shit's not fucking fun anymore. Nobody knows how to have fun. 23 seconds. Nobody knows how to have fun. Fun goes out the goddamn window. And I blame the goddamn tourists. Clearly, not just the tourists of this game, but tourists of other games as well. Because it's in everything. It's in Marvel Rivals. That's why Season 2 sucks. For those that are still playing right now. The fucking game is in the dirt. Because all the support players have quit. And I'm not going to just put it on Necros. I'm going to put it on every single person that refused to learn. This is the reason why role queue was pushed in every game. It's the reason why people don't like playing team-based games where it's a role-based system and people refuse to learn another role. Oh, you say support is easy? Support is easy? It's brain dead, brain dead, brain dead? Okay, play it yourself. It's why I have the attitude of the second somebody tries to give me fucking heat over nothing, I will hit them with the play by yourself. Because I can have fun by myself. They can't. So, Marvel Rivals sucks. Because you've got people that will control your access to the game. Swap off your character or I'm quitting. Okay, bitch. We're gonna lose together. What do you mean? Your account's at risk, not mine. Give me jungle or play jungle and give me top or I feed. Oh no, bitch. Maybe you should learn how to play the game. Sitting in the chat room, sitting in the audience, sitting in the fucking screen, watching your map, throwing the map of your gameplay. Tell them, hey yo, I understand that you might be upset about my pick, but I don't think you know anything about my build. Fuck you! I'm gonna run it down your new bottom and eat your camps and follow you around the map. Why would I play multiplayer games then? We all become horror at that point. I'd rather play a solo game or play a multiplayer game in a solo lobby, because at the very minimum, at least I can control my incomes and my actions. I would rather play 1,000 rounds of Elatro before I ever let a nigga ruin my goddamn fun. Then you add in the aspect that we experienced, of course, on screen in Once Human. The entire intention being sandbox survival game where you play with other people. Literally, Korean Don't Starve, but mission objectives and goals. And for the people that like multiplayer and like PvP like Rust, PvP servers for it. Segregated. Optional content that you can use at your leisure. They've obviously changed some of it in Once Human here and there. As I call them, the Breathalites. And yet, they know so much, but they know so little. And then when you try to have a human conversation with them and test them on this, it goes one place, one way, every time. F's in the chat, boys. F's in the chat. It's probably the most stubborn existence a person could get in. It's so annoying. In every game, every time. It's not just the ARPGs that suffer from it, and it's not just the role-based gameplays that suffer from it, but everything suffers from it. I'll give you all an extra 3 minutes. Again, the keyword is bazinga. Every single fucking time. Whether it be tourists, whether it be elitists, wherever it is, there's always someone that will fuck it up and ruin it. And then never take accountability for the fact that they are a part of what causes that. Now with Path of Exile, there is 100% elitism that has not gone away yet. Some of it is on the back of content creators. Because to be relevant is to have fun. What's fun? Blasting maps. Why? Because when I designed the build that blasts maps, people think of me and my content. Look at how much fun my build is. I want to play that too. I want to play that build. Nerfed into the ground. What's the next content creator? Nerfed into the ground. What's the next content player playing? Nerfed to the ground with prejudice. They nerfed my build. Now the game sucks. You can always try something different. No! I don't want to try something different. I want to try something that works. Or something different that I know works. I want my time to be respected. I don't want my time to be wasted. So why don't you just appreciate your own time and spend time playing the game in a way that you want? No! I need to be guaranteed that my time will have investment quality and feedback. People treating their off time and their pleasure like it's actually a stock market. I remember when the talking point was difficulty is accessibility. If you don't make the game easier, you're excluding people. And now, the conversation has become, if you don't gratitude and platitude me with everything that I want, then you're toxic. And your player base is toxic. And your outcomes are toxic. And you don't actually want people to truly have fun playing your game. I can play my way, and you can play yours. You should play your game. My brother in Christ, we're in the same lobby. They're whooping our ass because you won't rotate. Please play the game. Now, of course, this doesn't work inside of Path of Exile 2. But in the case of Path of Exile and Exile 1, oh my god, the market is fucked up. I can't be able to do anything at all. I can't make any items. I can't play the game to have fun. My builds are being nerfed into the ground. Jonathan, why do you hate me? You know, you could always play a different game. No, fuck you. I want to suffer. I want to complain. Why would you dare take my fun away? What? Are you trying to support Jonathan? Huh? They turn into troglodytes! It's so crazy! Every single one of them! They become Muscle Man! You know who else used to have fun in Path of Exile? Your mom! Trying to run the most archaic, broken build of the day. And the shit crosses over into the MMORPGs. And then it crosses over to Rails. And it crosses over to the tactical shooters. And all of a sudden I'm getting pressed with the exact same logic if I ever tried to play a pickup game of something like Apex Legends or anything that's squad based. And it's like, bro, why would I not just play single player video games? I could be suffering a lot worse inside of a roguelike. And it'd be more effective with my dollars. Because $30 to play a video game where I get my balls crushed, or $15 to play a video game where maybe I get my balls crushed, or maybe I go to the number generator factory and I get to watch number go up. Like, literally, Newbie's Number Factory. $3 video game made in the style of a shitpost like Cruelty Squad, but it can be exciting and fun. People having more fun in that than they could with a cheat system inside of a single player game that's designed as a CRPG, or even on a private server of a low rate, high experience game like that of fucking MapleStory. It's the same shit every time. Anyways, the point is, on your original question, am I going to be playing Last Epoch? Not at this time. I don't have the money. Maybe in the future. Because there's multiple things that people have suggested to me that they want me to play, and I put them on my wish list, and I have to find time to put them into my schedule so that I can actually play them, like to completion, enjoy them, and potentially have enough material from my experience with it to make a review about it. And there have been multiple games that I'm supposed to do this for that have either slipped my mind or I've had to restructure my time editing because there are other pressing videos that I want to either get done for content for my channel, long form, or things that will just come up that if I don't cover them on stream, I can make separate videos about. So they get pushed back and back. I appreciate that. And then, at the same time, with the overview of the greater conversation about ARPGs, and about the people that are swapping off of Exile 2, because they're waiting for the new season of Exile 1, they don't want to play any more of Pharisha in Exile 1, or they're going to Last Epoch just simply to get a switch of something different. Because right now, I'm pretty sure most of them that were playing anything, they're currently playing fucking Oblivion right now. Yeah, like right now, even though she's putting out content about it, Lily is playing Oblivion right now. As is most of the people. In fact, if I took a look on my Twitch, not accounting for the ones, it's Recursion! Hi, Carl. I'm a goofy goober. Anyways, if I account for the amount of people who are doing it, right now, the modern audience is playing Elder Scrolls, they're chatting, they're playing Valorant, they're playing GTA 5, they're playing Counter-Strike, they're playing League, they're watching a special event. They've crawled back into Overwatch, they're spamming Call of Duty, they're spamming Fortnite, they're probably playing Minecraft. There are some stragglers that are still hanging on in World of Warcraft. Dota 2 is still there. They're trying to cope their way through playing Marathon and Apex Legends. They're spamming Schedule 1. And those that are fucking farming Repo are there too. Outside of, other things as well. And the people who are getting early access play of Clay Obscure Expedition 33. I will be getting it on the day of launch, which is tomorrow. Or those that are willing to grind through it are suffering through rivals. And of the streamers that I know, most of them are trapped streamers. So, the other Frost is free. He's basically slowly becoming a news journalist of his own regard. Chad Logic, he's just making content. He's doing the coverage of the content cop that he has done on Destiny, which is what I'm going to cover next, after we select this new winner. Nika, a Smite 2 streamer, who's on a professional team, he, just like the rest of the League of Legends streamers, they are trapped playing League of Legends. They can't play anything else. But for some people, like Lizard IRL, they're playing Last Epoch. And people like Lyric, they're playing Marathon. Of the people that are playing it, they're playing it and they're playing it to Expedition, right? And then of the people like Go Carnage, who are playing whatever comes across, Go Carnage, he's currently playing Blueprints right now. Like, the viewpoint of the, spread of material that is apparent, in 2025, there are a lot of good games and a lot of out there games that you're either discovering for the first time or you're waiting to play on release so that you have a clear schedule to play them. And for myself, I'm not somebody who necessarily cared all that much about Elder Scrolls in the first place. So that passes me right the fuck by. But you hit me up with any of the classical D&D CRPGs, such as Icewind Dale or Baldur's Gate, you are going to have somebody who's willing to play them to death. But in terms of playing them, if they don't really feel the tie to keep playing it again, or it feels like it has no real, what's the word I'm looking for? No real, replayability value, which they added to Baldur's Gate 3 with Honor Mode and with all the content you could do in Honor Mode. That is the basis of breaking the game. Which, in terms of everything... Oh, Buster, don't get me started on that. We'll talk about that. Well, actually, no. There's not really much to talk about. They can't find the source code for Icewind Dale 2. So they can't make a remaster of Icewind Dale 2. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why Beamdog hasn't made one. They can't find the source code for it. But anyways, it then comes down to the issue of breaking video games, right? How can't they find it? They lost it. It's been missing for years. They can't find it. They can't find it. I'm sorry, this is your first time learning, buddy. They can't find that shit. It is gone. They lost it. You'd rather have a Neverwinter remaster? They should have the source code. It's whether or not they can get Beamdog to make it. Beamdog is currently going through their Various Games moment, where they're just remaking the old classics. Maybe Neverwinter Night is next. I don't know. But anyways, the basic problem right now with video games, especially with the ones that are being played, especially with the issue happening around Path of Exile 1 and 2, it's like a split issue of, I don't like my time wasted, and I want to break the game. Now believe you me, I can appreciate watching people like Luality with her high five clips invalidating the video game playing by herself. It's some crazy stuff. It feels really good to play a class, to play a character, to play a build, to play a setup that gives you the ability to basically go infinite. But the problem that we have is that with the RPG genre, in terms of that of Exile 1, Exile 2, Torchlight, Torchlight 2, Torchlight Infinite, Last Epoch, any game that has a mode similar to that of an ARPG setup that is comparable to Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Diablo 2 in the form of Diablo Median, the mod, the Sin Wars on the multiplayer server, anything that was made by Brother Lazarus, plus or minus using the Plug Y mod, or even Diablo 2 Resurrected. Because Diablo 2 Resurrected actually is fun, and accomplishes the very thing we're talking about. The problem, the real contingent issue here, the real issue, and yeah, I tried Torchlight Infinite. I felt like it was way too much like a fucking mobile game. It had way too many parts of it. I actually sat there when I was playing through it on a test character during the winter event, and I was like, I don't think I want to put money on this game. Because it felt like it was trying to gamify me before I even put anything into it. Like, I could barely care to follow the goddamn story. And the ass and that companion, man. Before she had even been given her facial reveal, they're just like, ass shot, ass shot, ass shot. Where's my toy gun? Like, every single time, and every single fucking cutscene, it's like, partner, whatever will we do? Oh my god, oh, partner. Every time! Her character portrait was sending me! Every time! Of course, she had 2 guns. So it's like, we're gonna have to go find them. Meanwhile, you're trying to get me to fucking pay pennies on the dollar to get a copy of a goddamn Pal Spirit. Like, what the fuck? I ain't got this money for this shit, game! Just give me a spirit, please! Let me grind for the shit! But anyways, the core crux. 1 second. The core crux of the problem with the RPG genre. The core crux of the ARP genre is the desire to invalidate the video game. We all love breaking the game. A little bit of this is very much the issue around why people hated DLC for Elden Ring with the Mesmer DLC, Shadows of the Erd Tree. Because their perfect invalidate the build character was getting their ass reamed. Because they had made a perfect character. They're supposed to be able to do everything. At least in solo player. A build that can do anything in PvP, that's an entirely separate issue. I don't even want to get into that. Because, like, describing Elden Ring PvP is describing a problem with PvP and games like that anyways. Which is, like, dark and darker. Which, unfortunately, the nature of PvP in any video game where a person can take advantage of those who know nothing, as a person who knows even a little bit versus those who know everything, is just taking advantage of the noob. That's what it is. It's the same reason why I don't like PvP inside of RuneScape. It's the same reason I don't like PvP in general inside of a full loot PvP game. It's never equal treatment, and it's never equal knowledge, equal opportunity. It's people preying on other people because they have a squad and you don't. Or their squad is more talented than yours, and your squad only knows as much as they've learned in this copy. Because there was a test server where they basically broke the game, solved the game, invalidated the game, and now are abusing that knowledge against you. But, back to my point. They wanted to invalidate the game, right? They wanted their broken builds to be broken, and they wanted to laugh it up, yuck it up, and get profit from it. And yet, the functional immortality that players want to have in an ARPG, because I know there are some things that are just bad for this. So, Fate Resurrected had a remaster for all 4 Fate games, because the Fate games originally are fucking broken. Like, the way that they function originally, they are broken. They do not play as they're meant to. So they had made remasters for them so that they did function properly. And there's a little bit of some quirks in here and there that, for the most part, are not good, but they're functional, right? And yet, in every single case of an ARPG game, the goal that people want is they want to have the ability to invalidate the video game and not be punished for the fun that they want to have in their own time, whether they hacked their video game file or not, and being held to the standard of being expected to accept that starting over and not having that massive advantage or that massive playback is the problem. Do I like KFC or Popeyes? I like Church's chicken. Before my own chicken. What a weird question to enter into the chat room and ask. They wanted to hold on to the invalidation that came with it, right? They wanted to hold on to the invalidation of their build, and for some people, they'll play that standard build that is now considered non-ladder when the season resets forever, and that's fine. There's 100% a position for why they should be allowed to do that. It actually is a conversation that you could have where you can set different versions of a game state, where if you want to play an offline client, a Path of Exile, for example, you could play back in the version before different resets, right? Like, I have a mutual inside of Short Fat Otaku's Discord, who he swears by a Gore Drinker Legacy Fist build. And if that's something you want to do, the same way you could play an old version of Diablo 2 Median, and you could just have that content and have that gameplay loop, that's fine. Because for people like myself who are playing on the resets, and the people who are playing on standard because they don't want to play it with all the fancy junk that is inside of the new season, they're completely valid to play the build that they were playing last season and try to get it closer to perfect and then be satisfied with that and then do something else. The same way that I can try to create the strongest build I possibly can, tweak it with chase items to almost perfection or to as high as an optimal status it can get to based on what's in the game, and then log that as a file. This is not the same shirt that I wore yesterday. And actually, there are 2 shirts over there that I didn't wear the same as yesterday. That's strike 2. There is a world where this build that I've made for the Huntress, if the top end of this build is it can farm tier 15, but it cannot be able to do difficulty 4 for anything. Because getting through Zarkov was a challenge. I was about this close to dying. But I blame that on struggling Marcus! I blame that on struggling Marcus! Those that were there know why. But if the top end of that is it can do tier 15, and it can at least farm difficulty 1 to 2, then I'm happy about that. I'm going to lean into the camera when I say this to you. I'm giving you a single chance to stop trying to fish for a reaction. Be a human. You know how to act right. Be normal, please. If the best that it can be able to do is tier 15 and difficulty 2, then I'm happy with that. I write that information down into a path of building file. Then I take that path of building file and I then throw that into the closet. And then when the next season comes around again, ooh shit, I could be able to make a build file. And I pull out my old fucking Bleed Huntress and I see what we can do with it again. I'm more than satisfied. But for the people that are Exile 1 blasters, the way that they see it, my build has been completely changed. I have to change around 2 of my keystones and 3 of my fucking skills in order to get 30% more damage. Garbage! Garbage! Game ruined! Game is ruined! We will never be able to fix problems. We will never be able to solve that divide. So, like, some of them are just cooked. They're permanently fucking cooked. Permanently. They can never have a real interaction. They will never understand what people are trying to talk to them about. And that's okay. Like, I don't have to make content for them, and they don't necessarily have to make content for me. But if I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't. If I dislike how it's built, I bounce off of it. Never to the twain shall meet. And then we have no problem from there further. Period. For the people that see it and they say, Jonathan sucks, he's ruining the game, he's making content only for himself, you need to play the game, Jonathan, play the game! I don't know what to tell them either, because it's like, okay, what's the reaction they should have? Let's say that person is given an interview. Also, let's pick the next winner, before it slips my mind. Congratulations, Master Wolf, you've won! You put that person into... Yeah, Twitch is spamming ad breaks every 5 minutes. That is fucked up. I can't control that. The best that I can do is that I can tell it to reset and try to elongate it. But it just gives ads constantly. Thanks, YouTube! But, yeah, I can't even tell it to not run another ad for a second here. Here, let me try to snooze it. So it fucking doesn't spam another ad every 5 fucking minutes. You lock that person into an interview with Jonathan, right? They get as antagonistic as Ono Italics did. Or they get as antagonistic as Jung Roan. As antagonistic as, who else was doing it? There's Jung Roan, Tripolar Bear. I don't think DSLA ever got that antagonistic. Rage Bait Gaming and their reactions when the audience told them that they were making fucking slop content. Or any person that wants to be annoying as fuck and just be antagonistic in the Twitch chat. You put them into the call with Jonathan and Mark. Gotta have both Jonathan and Mark. This is important. Jonathan and Mark. No moderator. And Jonathan and Mark are the ones that control the broadcast and the questions. And they're just being laid in by a person who wants to go with the Jonathan is selfish, Jonathan is making the game for himself instead of making his shit for himself, though. Type reactions and type interaction. They hit him with the, you're not playing your own video game, you're clearly making the game bad, you're designing it for yourself, your game sucks, fuck you. They react with the same energy that I did, like to Mr. Where's his name? Why you cheating? Imagine they react in the same fucking way. Especially with the comment that Logan said the first time he walked in. Since both of you are new chatters to the channel. Imagine I didn't react the way that I did just before. And I instead reacted the way that any fucking chatter could. And I just banned them. That's the reaction that Jonathan can't have on any of those interviews. When he's answering questions from Zizrin, he can't tell that person in chat that's deciding to make it personal about him, saying that he doesn't understand what he's talking about, or simply they have no context, and just bounce them the fuck out of the room, because the adults are talking. He can't do that. He's the game designer. Now, I can do that, because I'm Carl. I don't work for Grinding Gear Games, but I might as well work for their marketing department, Because I come up with good ideas. And any of the good ideas that I have to communicate them well. Because we're responsible for how we communicate. And yet, in those interviews, the only ones that have been productive has been Ziz's interviews and the Broken Frames podcast. That is it. Every other meme that could be said about Jonathan being an asshole, Jonathan being rude, Jonathan being antagonistic, and then it just didn't have fucking rest. Reddit won't let him catch a break. He goes on with Co Carnage and his podcast members. They're throwing dad jokes every 5 minutes, getting 24 gallons to the keg. And people are like, oh my god, Jonathan's a human? I don't know how to say them either. I don't know how. You tell me! Because all of a second ago, he was a vampire. The second he brings up a change, oh my god, Jonathan goated. Then, when Jonathan tries to answer a question saying, well, our tactic is that we don't just change things off the bow. We try to change things based on what we can see, and I want to be able to see it so I understand it. Suddenly he's a monster, and Mark, save us. Mark, please, please save us. The fucking cum guzzling man? I mean, just attach your mouth to his cock, why don't you? So, that invalidation strength is like the problem. Because if we had a designer that's like, listen, we designed it this way because we understand that this is better. This is for the health of the game. No, we're not going to give you infinite damage, infinite defense, invulnerable, and do 50 billion a second. Because then the game doesn't matter. The goal and the gear up and the grind is what you get to do it, then we wouldn't have a problem. Those people would then say, well, I guess not for me, lol. Or those that are less scrupulous than most. They would interact with content in such a way where they would feel targeted, as they should, and then they would leave of their own volition. And then you wouldn't have to hear them complain about that anymore. Because a lot of that is gutter snipe opinions happening on the side. A lot of that happens with fucking Dark Souls alone. Which is why I said, let's not get into Dark Souls and that problem. But that's like the biggest contingency. Like, you need to have some ability to stabilize the back and forth. And then you need to have some ability to conversate and agree upon what you know is shit. And then work from there and move past it. Because what's the point about ranting about the same shit that's dog shit? We know it sucks. How can we fix how it sucks? So, when he brought up how Asmirian spirits aren't dropping the loot they're supposed to, because he knows they're supposed to be better. They have 300% higher rarity, and quantity, and quality, and they're dropping plus 2 extra slots, so they go over the problem with item quantity, and they're still dropping not great loot. I was trying to farm this Asmirian spirit, and all I got was superior blue! Ah! That's great, but let's fix the superior blue problem. Then, if it's still bad, then we can say Asmirian Spirit sucks. And then we can communicate that problem. And then solve the problem together, as a community. There's an old saying where content and culture should not just belong to those who should pay for it. Granted, even though you have to pay a $30 buy-in to be a part of the game, you shouldn't feel like you have to pay all of your off-duty time. Because you have to pay 20 hours to get through the campaign, assuming you're playing at a casual pace. Then you have to pay an extra 100 hours to grind the endgame. You shouldn't feel that your reward for suffering is that you finally get to thrive, but thriving is that you now clear maps in 10 minutes instead of 30 minutes. I mean, it's a significant improvement, but that doesn't feel good. Whereas in Path of Exile 1, if you were 100 hours in, you're already grinding uber uber. Like, you've made the baby your bitch. You stare Sirius in the face and it's like, suck my wiggly dick, bitch, I don't care. And to that element, for those people who want to feel broken, that has more to do with the satisfaction and dopamine loop. And the desire of put in for effort. And then, the consequence of that is that you get the inverse problem then. Oh, the game is too easy. I just built a build up and I threw fucking $55 at the problem. I built all my gear off the market. and now the game sucks. I'm gonna play something else that's not too easy. It's the same problem both ways. Satisfaction with your involvement is supposed to be important, but for some of them it is not. And then you got a bunch of noises in between. How do you fix that? Alright, Master Wolf. You have a choice between Silt or a key for Merchants of Rosewall. Which one would you like? How does it feel to be Carl in a world that doesn't recognize Carlism as superior? I don't know, man. Sometimes I don't have such an ego to think that my opinion all the time is the correct opinion. But I do think that it's really annoying that some people can't understand how hard it can be to truly appreciate how good it could be. Also, I didn't pin this inside this chat room. I didn't even know that they have the ability to pin shit in a chat room. Anyways. I'm not so egotistical. The first one is for an adventure game. Let me go get the fucking link for them again. 1 second. So, one alternate is Merchants of Rosewall. The other one is Silt. S-I-L-T. Silt is the underwater single-player adventure game. Puzzle, adventure, atmospheric, horror, dark. Sure pick. But anyways, to put a period on this conversation, how I personally feel, I feel like, just like I had to crash out just then on those two, I feel like there needs to be a certified crash out that is willing to say what everybody knows is right, but they feel that the rules of civility usually prevent us from doing so. Mainly so that people that otherwise would be able to defend themselves would be better able to run. Because there is a significant problem where those that cannot... You'll take Silt? Okay. I will DM it to you. Where those that cannot be able to advocate agency for themselves are removed from the ability to deal with how they would address concerns and problems. They are put in a position where they cannot advocate their own agency to keep control because they have been long since put in a position where civility disables them from having the ability to speak. Now let me double check this. Is your handle in the server Mr. Wolf 26 or is it _ Master Wolf? Because there is actually 2 Master Wolves. Oh, pinky still hurts. Fucking slammed this shit on the goddamn toilet like a day and a half ago and it's still fucking sore. Take your time, Master Wolf. But, the general decency, _ Master Wolf, okay. The general decency of the majority of people, let me know when you've used that code. The general majority of decency of people is going to be always at its maximum lowest because of the intention that anybody can play a game is not the same as everybody will like that game. So you end up getting a lot of tourists that don't truly appreciate the culture of an audience or truly appreciate the culture of a group. And they're constantly shit testing to see whether or not they can ratchet up their behavior higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. And not for the means of being a stickler or acting like an old man, but there's a certain level where the bullshit gets really fucking toxic. And you just want it to stop. Because, bro, I came here to play a video game. I did not come here to play politics with someone's emotion to get you to play a video game correctly. Or, I did not broadcast to have to be someone's fucking mommy. Or how did this person say it? OG locked the fuck in for that granny head. He playing no games. Just because I want to be able to fucking do something for my audience. Like, people don't want to have to do that in their work and want to minimize that as much as possible. So why the fuck would I want to have to do that in a video game every time I load into a new lobby? Bad enough for League of Legends. And the fact that they don't get permabanned. As in, they can never play the game again. Period. It's hardware banned on their computer. They're in a registry. They can't play anymore. Or at the minimum, their accounts and the accounts they have access to are banned for 10 years plus. It's already bad enough when it's in video games. Why the fuck would a person want to do that interaction personally? And why would they want to do that interaction in a place where they clearly are so far off removed from actual punishment systems that when a hacker cheats into their game, like that of Apex Legends, your account is at risk of getting banned if a cheater in the lobby is able to clear out and win the game, and because they're so bad at their detection system, your account can get targeted too. Then take in the perspective argumentation about games being to a position where they can be able to control your outcomes because you're playing on a team with them, and instead of punishing the person, they punish everyone as a group. What the fuck is that? Then expand that to the community and the player base that plays it. I feel bad. I feel bad a lot. But I don't have control over everybody. I only have control over myself and those that choose to play along with me and abide by my rules in my community. And it's not even necessarily my rules. It's just basically the rules we all agreed is acceptable. I tried not for a long time in my career to not pose a lot of rules. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I tried for a very long time to try to not impose a lot of rules in my audience so that my audience could at least feel like, hey, I'm not here to try and take your fun away. I'm trying to work with you so that we can have fun together. But for the most part, that's just not allowed. Like, somebody has to be, I guess you could say, the parent. Gotta be the bigger man. Gotta do the thing. Blah, 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 blah. We're about to be at the top of the hour, so in 5 minutes I'll start at 1. Try to set a lot of shit to try and make a lot of time to give people a chance to really appreciate and, like, get what's being done. But the hard lesson I've learned is that not everybody deserves to have a voice. No. Not everybody deserves to have a voice. I used to be the person that's like, no, I want to hear them out. No, fuck them. They deserve what they're getting. Fuck them. They wanted to get it and they wanted to behave a certain way, they would have acted right the first fucking time. Grown-ass adults don't need to be told how to behave. And at minimum, if it's their first time being involved, little keynote sign. Just a little bit of social pressure. And then, the excuse of autism, especially the allegations that we will never beat with autism simulators. No, there's no reason why a person can act like that. Because at that point, we deserve nothing. We would deserve nothing. And I would prefer having a community rather than not having a community. So, like, if I gotta put my foot down to make sure shit like that doesn't happen anymore, then it is what it is. You know? That might make me prickly, that might make me a bad guy, but you know what? Someone has to be the villain in the story. If they want to say that I'm the villain in the story, come be a hero, come do something about it. At the very minimum, I fight to protect what clearly is not broken and does not need to be fixed. And no amount of outside speech from people who have not been there means they deserve to have a right in deciding what culture truly is. Because just like culture should not only belong to those who are willing to pay for it, culture should not be given to those who are not willing to interact for it. Civility is the price of access. It always has been. If you want to be harsh and harmful with your words, and prickly with your actions, you cannot bruise my nose and ask me for a band-aid. There is no world where that is fair, meaningful, or acceptable. And at the same time, there is no reason why I should reject a person's opportunity to become a part of something because of some inherent belief that they have, or some congruency about themselves that they cannot change. And yet at the same time, let people attempt to poke fun at something that is inconsequential and put some kind of importance on me or them or themselves without it having been earned. Because it's all interconnected. Respect is a two-way street. It's something that you give and it's something that you receive. Even when people want to kick you in the teeth, you should be capable of protecting yourself in the shit that you're involved with. Carl, they are. Do something about it. Yapping is an action. Unfortunately, their yapping is ineffective. Their talking gets no action. Talking from people like myself gets them to, at least at the minimum, amongst the people where it's important, to fucking understand how important shit is. To then move forward to create better outcomes and better perspectives. It's a crazy world that we live in, and that crazy world requires people to understand how to try to mesh together. There is more things that bring us together than there are that tear us apart. And if people want to go out of their way to be obnoxious and useless, then there's nothing that can be done about it. And that's sad. However, it's to be expected. I think that it's all shit at the end of the day. That people are bored. And they need something to entertain themselves. To which edge, I bring you the Destiny Content Cop. Sponsored by Glitch Poachers. Alright, let's get into this shit. Top of the hour.
Since my last Destiny video, a lot has changed. We have a court document from Pixie's legal team alleging that he was deleting evidence, specifically messages with multiple women, who have claimed that he shared sex videos with them without the participants' consent. So he wasn't just sharing videos with Rose, he was sending it to other women who then told Pixie.
I mean, we all knew that though. That's not new news. And I believe the position which people like Glitch Poachers will now take after making that horrible fucking call-out post of a video is they will say, I guess he was going to make a hit piece where he was now going to flip on Destiny and expose Destiny. I wonder what the commentary community has to say about this.
Had a conversation with Anna, who claims Destiny sent her videos of girls that she'd never seen before.
So, I've been sent videos. I have no way of knowing if they were consensually, like, recorded or sent.
In my life.
That's crazy. I absolutely hate everything involved in the H3 iDubbbz Hassan drama, but I hope Ethan invites Sam Hyde on to do a real reply soon. Ethan Klein has the funniest opportunity to do something really funny, and I mean funnier than fucking DDTing Joe Henry at WrestleMania in his bit, which is to bring Sam Hyde in to discuss on what Ethan Klein has done, and for him to make an inverse content noob / content cop on his apology video or his call-out post. But I think Sam Hyde probably has moved on from it and is now focused on whatever he's doing right now with Fish Tank and $1 Million Extreme. It's a cutter, not a DDT. Thank you, Horde. I think that Sam Hyde would actually be best used not necessarily to bring him on for a reply, but to simply show back what kind of attitude that iDubbbz tried to create with his call-out post. Because the biggest problem is pretty much the attitude that iDubbbz went in with trying to attack Sam Hyde that he's done to Ethan Klein. So the best opportunity is to basically bring back around Jordan Peterson and then bring back around Sam Hyde, have them both in the same place at the same time, conversing, three-way conversation about what was done, and really put into perspective everything that was said and done to try and harm Ethan. So the targeting of his apology video, trying to get his apology rating taken down by the guy. Don't blow a gasket over. Trying to take down the apology that he got rating from the guy. Him crying over that apology, while at the same time saying, I've matured, I've grown empathy, I can't believe people are harassing my wife, as he then harasses Ethan's family as a whole, and endorses the people who are trying to talk against Ethan Klein, while also signal boosting and promoting and glazing himself, glazing the members that are harassing that group, the ones who are responsible for the leading of the harassment of that group. It'd be important to bring all of them together in the same place, to show them. The end of this is the best part, I swear to God. Okay. All of it together would be what he'd have to do if he was going to make a video where he involved them. That'd be my opinion. If he chooses to bring Sam Hyde involved to make a response like that, it would be based. It would be very based. It would be very cool, it would be very based. It'd be the same energy that he had talking back at Elon Musk and showing his intelligence. Especially with the opinion he had about Elon Musk and Ramaswamy and the shit that they were doing at the time he dropped that video on Twitter. But I don't know if it's actually worth it. It'd be funny. It'd be culturally relevant. But I don't know if it'd be the best thing that he should do. Because really, the non-stop bullshit back and forth of that situation, a lot of that is what makes a lot of this drama feel like nothing. It's what makes it feel like it's a non-stop nothing burger. They just don't take seriously what the fuck they're involved in. Like, Ethan's taking it seriously, but the people who are harassing him, they're not taking it seriously. It's childish level shit, and to signal boost them and give them more attention is actually a reward, when really what you need to do is bury them. If you bury them, then it's a punishment.
This video I made clear that if Destiny wanted to be taken seriously again, he'd have to own up to what he did. He's always preaching about accountability, but now when it's his time to finally own up, he doesn't. Instead, he tells me he's going to drop the manifesto to end all manifestos.
Okay, so this is in fact the Willie Mack Show backstab. Let's see how this works. As I can already see, one of the top comments is, Willie, I would have loved this video more if you had gathered all of Destiny's enemies together to do a Fortnite dance in the beginning.
I was not very confident as the evidence against him was already damning. He literally admitted fault. Aaron tells Destiny, you distributed it non-consensually. And Destiny replies, yeah, I know. I have damaged her severely. He tells Pixie, I'm so sorry, there's literally zero excuse. But he tries to recontextualize this in our interview.
When I sent that message to Pixie, I was like, I feel horrible. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm psychologically damaged you. Like, this is horrible, whatever. I do feel horrible. It has nothing to do with whether or not I consented to the video. I just feel horrible that something that I was involved in ended up leaking publicly. Like, even if she would have said, like, even if that wouldn't have been sent to anybody, if somebody would have, like, hacked my Google Drive, I would have said the exact same thing.
So was his manifesto good? Well, it seems to have persuaded much of his own community, with many of the top comments praising him. However, when you get down to the meat of the argument he's making, it doesn't change anything. I confront him about doxing, pedo allegations, as well as converse with people from his past.
Really, the problem at the end of the day with the Destiny stuff is very simple. Destiny is such an out there, on the shoulder, a front-facing content creator who's at the center of every controversy because of how many people exist in his orbit, that when it becomes very obvious that women in his orbit are having sex with him, he's recording it, then he's bragging about it, and he's sharing the pictures around with other people. You wouldn't say a backstab. I'm not saying a backstab because I believe it's a backstab. Or rather, I'm not saying it's the backstab because it's truthfully a backstab. I'm saying this is the point where he then drops video content that will be criticizing of him, so that those like glitch poachers that would frame it as a backstab, whether or not they think their video would be responsible in how he chose to frame it, would frame it as a backstab. I am not a lawyer. I am just a Carl. I am not a lawyer. I am just a Carl. If anything, he can be capable of criticizing him while still remaining his friend. But there are definitely going to be those people who are going to only be interested in this video for drama reasons, who are going to frame it as, yeah, the Destiny backstab. Willie Mack finally backstabbed him. You backstabbed him. That's all I'm saying.
This is the...
What was I saying before? Oh, yes. So, Destiny has women around him, and maybe even some guys, because he's bisexual, that he's having sex with them. I don't know if it's strictly pay for play, but it's very much a case of orbiting for clout. They stay in the orbit, they get attention, they get signal boosted, they build up content, they build up time around them, they get involved around them, they are brought into content, they're brought into involvement and networking, and this potentially has a chance of building up their content in their career. At worst, they be friendly. Yeah. So, for people like Sansol, who left the left, and then improved their standing inside of Destiny's orbit as they started showing up to events, they knew that by being relevant around him, they could get attention from them. How many of those people still are there after all this is dropped, and then how many came back after the posts had dropped? I have no idea. But you know. Yeah.
Destiny manifesto for these DMs about you saying like, hey, I wish this person, has this person been doxxed yet?
Everyone framing it as a backstab stupid because that's the new video was coming. Yeah, I can agree with that. If they're going all out trying to get drama off of this to say, yeah, get him, stab him in the front side, they're fucking goofy. Because again, just like with that situation, this Destiny situation is the same shit. Since Destiny's on the high end of a high level of maliciousness, and he has been, since how he's decided to cover everything, and how he's decided to act, to behave, and what he has chosen to try to censor and or hide from, and what he hasn't. Are we now doing the content top in Destiny? Yes, we are, Bolster.
Yeah, for Anna, that's bullshit. For just doing like Queeman, I kill him if I could. I should fucking house and do it. Bro.
And yeah, comments like he made about Queeman like that is the reason why I'm saying he's at his maximum bad faith at a lot of times. Like, Destiny's well enough to know when to speak and when not to speak. The way that he's speaking when he's slashing out and flipping out on Queeman. Queeman's doing some dumb shit too. But Destiny knows better. And he clearly has decided not to care. Like the back and forth in the content war, this wild ass fuck back and forth over the net, over the Pixie case. A woman's honor is indemnified by the fact that because Destiny is basically a fucking sex collector, where he collects women and their involvement by taking photos of them and videos of them at times where he should not have them. Instead, he decides to treat it like a never-ending content buffet, and he acts like the worst of Twitch streamers from the Twitch debate days.
Bro, I swear to God, if I quit streaming, I'm gonna go on an assassination mission, okay? People are disappearing one at a time, okay?
That's why this video is sponsored by Aura, and a topic where people...
Okay. That's just funny editing. That's just funny editing. Woo!
People's personal information is being maliciously shared and posted online. It's an important reminder that people like you and me are just as vulnerable. Data brokers have websites where anyone can buy anyone else's personal information for just a few bucks. So it's important that you take the time to protect yourself. I do using Aura. Aura identifies brokers on your behalf and automatically submits opt-out requests that would otherwise be impossible to keep up with on your own. Seriously, just Google your name. You will see your address, phone numbers, family members popping up on all of these white pages websites. But if you give Aura just a bit of your personal information, after a few weeks, all of that will start to be taken down. You'll get less spam emails, less spam calls on your phone. It is genuinely life-changing. And Aura will continuously monitor the dark web and alert you if your personal information was exposed. You won't leave the back door to your house open at night, so why do it online? Unless they give you up to 5 million.
He used the clip from... He used the clip from Amaranth's home invasion in his ad read. That's wild. That's fucking wild.
$1 million of identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. So stop the spam calls and protect yourself online by going to aura.com/WillieMac to start your 14-day free trial. Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this video. Destiny's manifesto spends a lot of time clarifying that he is the...
Did that say BD?
/WillieMac to start your 14-day free trial. Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this video.
Okay.
Destiny's manifesto spends a lot of time clarifying that he is the biggest victim of these leaks.
It's incredibly bizarre how many people are fixated on insisting that I'm not a victim in this when I was the primary target of the entire revenge porn hosting. While other people were undeniably harmed by these leaks, they were seen as collateral damage to the publisher of the material and the website providing hosting for it in the goal to attack me, whether it was through reputation, monetary harm, or just some other form of sadistic humiliation.
Nobody is denying that you are also a victim. Nobody is denying that the hacker is a bad guy. But the only reason there is collateral damage is you. If you didn't non-consensually share these girls' images, there would be nothing for the hacker to leak. I feel like he knows this. He's just trying to mitigate accountability in front of his audience. In Destiny's video, he does provide some background information on the hacker, who goes by the name Solo.
Solo messaged me sometime in the morning and said that he was unhappy with how the coverage of the leaks had been so far. He felt as though people weren't giving it enough attention, so he was going to leak more from my logs with Rose if I didn't allow him to come on my stream and speak with me. I don't exactly remember what the message was, as I just woken up, read it, and then responded briefly before going back to sleep. The next time I checked my messages with him, everything had been deleted.
Luckily, I have the messages. The messages are Solo demanding Destiny talk to him on stream, or else he's going to leak.
And then responded briefly before going back to sleep. The next time I checked my messages with him, everything had been deleted.
Luckily, I have the messages. The messages are...
Hey, Destiny, please read this fully and give me a response. Let's
Solo
talk on
demanding Destiny
stream.
talk to him on...
Whoever's yours, J-Stalks, Queemans, question mark, about the leaks, you can use this as your response to the leaks, or have people grill me in there, similar to what happened with Sunday and you yesterday. I don't mind. This whole thing has been so boring because of the omega levels of sweeping by J-Stalk, Chud, Queeman, so I feel this is the only way to get any value in this at this point. Otherwise, I will be leaking the full DMs, including all images and videos shared from you and Rose, and information that Rose had, plus full age and Twitter DMs, in which you were negligent in verifying the age, even after you joked about her looking so young that you would need ID to make sure that she was really
or else he's going to
18.
leak all the DMs and videos he...
Let me know if this works for you. I'm glad to leave in certain
shared with Rose.
things.
He also threatens to release Rose...
God damn it.
With him, everything had been deleted.
Luckily, I have the messages. The messages are so...
If you have the messages on screen, read the messages in full. Do not fucking clip through them like you're fucking I'm Alex.
demanding Destiny talk to him on stream, or else he's going to leak all the DMs and videos he shared with Rose.
Okay, fuck it. Anyways, she was underage while sending you the vast majority of that stuff, and when I heard you were pretty negligent about confirming your age, question mark, even asking for ID at one point on Twitter, then saying it was okay/joke.
Also threatens to release Rose's real age, saying you were negligent in verifying her age even after you joked about her looking so young that you...
Okay. I'm glad to leave certain things out of the conversation. If you'd like to tell me what you want to avoid, you may. I assume that the Lauren thing and more of the stuff that I've told you that hasn't leaked. Let's set this up. So, he attempted to blackmail Destiny into content platforming his hacker, Flash Leaker.
You would need her ID to make sure she was really even 18. The only other time I heard this allegation of Rose being potentially underage is when I interviewed Kelly Jean.
So he tweeted like a bit over a week ago that the Rose girl was an OnlyFans girl. She's not. She never had an OnlyFans. She was never on any platform that could have verified her identity.
Why is she known as like a Fansly OnlyFans e-girl?
She sold nudes via Twitter. So it's not that we're trying to say Destiny's a pedophile.
I feel like that is a very wishy-washy statement to go off of. If you're selling pictures of yourself on the internet, they're going to consider you an OF girl because you're doing what OF girls do. Don't sell nudes of yourself on the internet. Seems like a pretty easy strategy, but that's just me.
It's that we're saying Destiny is reckless.
I'm gonna be real, she does end up doing that. It's very much what she would imply. She'd list all this evidence for why Destiny should have been suspicious that she was underage.
Also, didn't bother to check someone's like age, right? It's like a...
Should she claim she was underage?
She said she was 19 to him. That is true. But she also said, or 18 or 19, I think she said in messages she was 18 and then turned 19 is
Hello, Jan.
most likely the case. She was also saying, she was saying to Destiny, I can't come see you because my parents wouldn't let me. So there was like a lot of like, within these messages sort of tone indicators that this is a very young person. So when someone says OnlyFans, they're spreading a piece of misinformation in his benefit. Because if she did do OnlyFans, he could say, well, this website, which is known for verifying people's identity and age, says she's 19. Therefore, it's reasonable to think that she's 19. In this case,
I personally feel like...
Okay, so here's my thing. If you sell pictures of yourself on the internet, then you start speaking sexually to a person, and then you hide behind the fragility and the maturity of a child when you're doing shit that a grown adult should be doing, I think I'm going to treat you like an adult. And I'm going to throw the book at you when it comes to dealing with any problem that falls out from behaving around you or interacting with you. Don't do dumb shit like that on the internet. And then, when other people that know the person or could defend them, who have more knowledge to know how to navigate those social pitfalls, try to advocate in your hand, do not then say, well, she did say that, but it's misinformation. She didn't sell it on OnlyFans. She only sold the porn on Twitter. Okay. Get in the fucking cell. You sold pornography. You want to play the game of saying that you're underage? Okay. You sold porn online, underage. You are now a creator of child porn. Get in the back of the van. We're taking you to jail. Weep, woo, weep, woo. Getting hungry. I'm about to start eating kimchi. But no, you can't play the game of I'm a child when it's convenient and because nobody can verify it, and I'm a grown adult that's willing to do porn on the internet. Everyone's responsible for how they chose to behave in the situation, and while Destiny deserves to have the book thrown at him, the book needs to be thrown at some of the other heads, because Amulmuna, you women need to learn some goddamn decency and shame.
Like, that is too convoluted of an argument. If she lied about her age, I'm probably not going to hold him accountable unless I see evidence that is very obvious that she's lying, or he asked for ID or some shit and she's going no.
So he does do that. He he makes a message saying,
Is that
do you
in the
have,
leak
I'll have to find the exact quotation of what when he mentions identity.
Kelly never proves this. She links me to the hacker telling Destiny she was underage, and Destiny replies saying she told him she was of age, selling not safe for work material.
When we started talking, she told me she was of age. The solo guy on Kiwi Farms says as much. I don't think she's underage. I don't think she was ever underage. Well, I mean, except for when she was underage, but before I talked to her.
When navigating Kiwi Farms, the hacker himself would clarify in a later post, to Rose's knowledge, Destiny did not know her real age. And even if he did not make it known to her. I don't believe Destiny is a pedophile. Now, apparently there are DMs jokingly asking for ID, commenting on how young she looks.
If I go to a club and I find someone underage, it doesn't matter that I ask for their age. If they turn out to be younger, you're still going to get prosecuted the same way. It's like the onus is on you. You can use that as a defense only to a point, especially if there are other reasons to believe this person could be underage, as there is in this case, or at least you are not sure.
Damn it, you'll have to decide if you can read my last comment, Carl. Automat flagged it, but it's relevant to the whole Destiny thing. 1 second. Take them straight to a wood chipper. Don't forget that Destiny once said in the stream... Hold on. I'll allow that. He said to a stream that even though he thought victims of child porn could give consent as adults, their victimization being used to keep pedos from offending. I'm not sure if I could be able to agree with Destiny's viewpoint there. Because a pedophile should be sent to jail, not allowed to be used as a way to stop them from reoffending. Because what happens when they get tired of their get out of jail string card, right? They say, I like this type, I don't like any other type. And then it stops working. What happens then? We just allow villains in society to just use people? It's crazy.
No, I don't think we can confirm their identity. So Rose's boyfriend says she was 17 at the time, and I don't know if she says she was 18 or 19 at the time of sending.
I get what you're
And yes, both would be highly illegal.
getting at. I need more before I'm comfortable going that far.
Yeah.
Kelly wasn't able to ever find me this message, so I asked Destiny about it. Did she ever engage with you or like show you like a site where maybe it did check for age verification at any point?
I'm trying to think of how much.
At some point,
no, well, the answer is yes. So like, she was like an active user of I think Tinder to find hookups and shit. And Tinder is an 18 or older app.
And Destiny sent me messages he had with Rose and her talking about using Tinder. I haven't used Tinder in like 8 years, so I don't know. Google says it verifies age. There needs to be more tangible evidence. Right now, the worst case scenario is that she might have lied to him. And that's the end of the good news for Destiny. Like, yes, congrats, you're not a pedophile, but the few extra wins he racks up during his manifesto are just so insignificant. You know, yes, Pixie did ask for a comical amount of money.
Her first demand letter to me was for a total apology, then at least $15 million in compensation. That.
Yes, people weaponizing your nudes against you is wrong.
Was now in an impossible position. A revenge point of me was still being blasted across the internet with family members, including my 13-year-old son, being spammed with explicit videos of me, sometimes even by popular social media personalities like Justin Minks. I guess it's because I'm a guy at school. I'm trying to get better, but the image of Destiny sucking that is ruining it. Based. And then this is just her casually, replying to tweets of mine. It's good. Getting some good Twitter engagement here. Not that anybody gives a fuck because she's a girl and I'm a guy, but you know, it's all good.
Sue her. Sue all of them. Hold them accountable. But why would this make me do the Pixie situation?
He has a point. This shit is considered a joke because he's a guy. And if he was a woman, or even a claim to be transgender, the reaction, especially not just in the average sense, but also the reaction from the left, they'd be all over this shit like white on goddamn rice. The unfair behavior is considered acceptable because Destiny falls into the position of acceptable target. He is a bad person, and people don't like him, and the left wing has no reason to protect him, because what do they get out of it? Therefore, if we attack Destiny, then we can all get some free clout off of it. It's not that big of a deal. And then if it blows back in our face later, we can say, listen, it's not that big a deal. Just consider how fucked up he is. True levels of bullshit. Also, the keyword is still Bazinga, by the way. There's a particular level of consideration and stupidity that goes into the shit. To what level you want to take it? You can take this all the way up to the position of Destiny's life was being impugned by a level of weaponization in the court of public opinion, where the only way for this to be truly treated fairly and ameliorated is for this issue to be elevated to the Supreme Court. And this now becomes a linchpin of YouTube and Twitch law, preventing this kind of harassment from happening on platforms again, and actually getting to the control of cybersecurity and dissemination of revenge porn on platforms. It's really not a good precedent that you want to set, because I would not want the Destiny law to be in effect. And the reason why I wouldn't want a Destiny law to be in effect is because it would then be weaponized to attack people at any time. Anytime a person breaks up in a relationship with a woman, if that woman wants to be contiguous and nasty as shit, she can plan a way to destroy man. Period. Women too. The shit that we just witnessed with I'm Alex, and the shit that we have witnessed with Destiny and his Orbiter circle, you could never have content houses. You could never have a group of content creators that are platformed around some content creator. Because all it takes is one. All it's ever taken is one accusation. Let alone a confirmed accusation, but one accusation to destroy someone permanently. It would not be fixed. It would not be changed. It would all go as far down as possible. They would do to every person what they did to Leafy's here. But without it just being, hey, he had an opinion, and then he was making fun of a person as a part of, like, the zeitgeist of what was happening in the culture. Your entire career blows up overnight because somebody decides to pull an I'm Alex Alice to you. And you can't defend yourself. Because if you're a guy, fuck you. The only way you get to have the ability to speak is if you're a woman. Or transgender. And that's it.
Any differently. What you're complaining about is what Pixie and everyone else you shared videos of has to go through now too. You chose to share videos of yourself with an e-girl. They didn't. You made that decision for them. He acts like this is a risk everybody signed up for, which is not true.
For people who are extremely concerned with their privacy or material possibly leaking, I generally just recommend that we don't record anything at all, as there's always some risk that stuff can leak.
What he's not acknowledging is the risk was him. I'm seeing Destiny in his DGG chat saying he's not going to sue the hacker anymore. I'm probably not going to push it any farther since it's just bad publicity for me now. And Pixie is forcing us both to waste tens of thousands of dollars fighting each other now. Lol W. So I'm supposed to care about the sob story with Minx and Kiwi Farms hosting his nudes when he doesn't even want to pursue the culprits anymore.
It's incredibly bizarre how many people are fixated on insisting that I'm not a victim in this when I was the primary target of the entire revenge porn posting. While other people were undeniably harmed by these leaks, they were seen as collateral damage to the publisher of the material and the website providing hosting for it in the goal to attack me, whether it was through reputation, monetary harm, or just some other form of sadistic humiliation.
You were the primary target, but the collateral damage is because of you. Destiny never acknowledges this. He has the money to do it all. He's mad at Pixie though because in her story he's not the victim. He's the bad guy. Now Pixie took him to court, and part of when you do that is you don't get an instant public facing apology. I understand that, but instead of staying quiet, Destiny claims he had implied consent because Pixie sent a video of herself with another guy before.
With that out of the way, conversations guessing as to whether or not any of the leaked material was consensually shared was a hot topic of discussion following the initial leaks. Pixie would send messages to people to tell them that she had never sent videos of other people to me before, and she portrayed herself in her Substack as though I was the first person ever suggested this to her, and I was the first person she ever recorded material with. I know that she's messaged people with stuff like this.
To me, her lying about the nature of their sexting would only make her a hypocrite. It doesn't make sharing other people's nudes without their consent okay. He doesn't.
It's bizarre. Because the problem is that if he tries to frame this, as I have the right to, because you showed me pictures of you sending shit to other guys before, I'm going to put this under the line of enthusiastic consent. Unless you ask them in the moment, can I record this? And then afterwards, when you want to send it, you then let them know, hey, this video that we took here in this moment, can I send this to this person? If you don't get a yes both times, you can't send it. This is probably the greatest moment of you need to go under the prison that Destiny could have ever said in his material, in his content, when he decided to read his manifesto in front of his stream to try and protect himself.
Doesn't even know if she didn't have consent.
Pixie was comfortable sending me videos of her and other identifiable men, with them even having saved the videos on their own phones. I took videos of some guy, can see you if you're interested. Sure, I'll send them to you when I get them. At no point in any of these conversations did Pixie ever mention having explicit consent from any of these other men to share these videos with me. I have no way of contacting them today to find out if she did. All this to say, consent was being reasonably understood by both sides of the situation.
What do you mean? How? He's assuming that she didn't have permission from this guy when he had no reason to believe that. And in what world does this give him consent to share her nudes? This makes no sense. This was the manifestos to end all manifestos. And it's literally debunked by his own logic in our interview. One of the leaks on Kiwi Farms was a blowjob recording that happened with a guy he met on Grindr. And the recording allegedly starts before he walks into the guy's apartment. And if you read the DM of Destiny sharing the video to Rose, he says, this is just the end. Again, audio scuffed because my phone was in my pocket, implying that the video was secretly recorded. Here is Destiny's defense.
Well, why would he have it in his pocket and not record the thing with the video? It must be because he's not letting the person know. He's secretly recording.
Yeah, sure. So let me preface this by saying the only reason that recording that you're talking about is leaked is because I think all the girls that started messaging afterwards were like, oh my god, this might be non-consensual, blah, blah, blah. I think that group of people started leaking shit to Kiwi Farms of hookups that nobody is alleging anything wrong has happened. So it's very fucking annoying, and that what you're talking about, like literally audio, that entire thing is now just public for no reason. So that is revenge porn of me posted that everybody's just spreading because it's fucking epic and hilarious, okay?
That makes sense to me. If the guy involved isn't claiming wrongdoing at this point, who cares? It's irrelevant.
That being said, generally with guys on Grindr, there are guys that I've spoken with and some people are like, hey, are you comfortable recording stuff? Do you want to do video? Most guys aren't comfortable with video, a couple have been, obviously, hence my fucking leaks. Some guys are like, okay, cool, you know, like audio's fine, I don't care as long as you can't identify it. That's why I don't even know how many of my things have been leaked at this point, but like it's pretty obvious the guy can like see my phone or he said like, oh, whatever. I think for that particular one, I think this recording was like 5 years or 4 years ago, so I don't remember. But for this particular guy, he had said, listen, if you want to record audio, that's fine, but like, don't pull your phone out, I don't want to see it. I'm like really paranoid about my face getting recorded. And I'm like, okay, I'll just probably start it before I come to the apartment. He's like, that's fine, just like don't pull your phone out, because that would like, it's like, he's just like paranoid about like me recording his face. So, like, okay, that was the hookup story for that dude. But it's really gay to talk about this because, well, one, it's actually gay, but then two, also, nobody's alleging like any wrongdoing for any of these hookups. So it's like really weird that because other people are literally leaking and spreading revenge for me, and they're having me like describe like this fucking how it works, so I know it's consensual. Like nobody's even making an allegation of this. Like I don't know if this is gonna turn into like every single like I don't know if people are gonna start leaking every single video I've ever recorded, and they're like, I need you to explain to me like what was the hookup? It's like nobody's making an allegation of this. Why the fuck are you talking about all my hookups? This is cringy, gross, and weird. But that's my that's for that. Yeah.
I mean, he has a point, but at the same time, there wouldn't be a problem if you were more discreet about your hookups. People wouldn't know that they're having sex with men and women all the time if you didn't brag about the fact that you were recording yourself with men and women. How many times on Fresh and Fit? How many times on whatever? How many times on every other throwaway conversation in the middle of your broadcast on your own channel or on somebody else's channel? How many times, Destiny, did you brag about the women you were with? How many times did you bring people on? How many times did you make it obvious that you were getting involved with them? Let alone the shit you had going on behind the scenes with fucking Lauren. How many times? This is on you! No, it doesn't make it acceptable those women decided to put you out on the spot with the revenge porn. No, that was unacceptable. It was fucking 100% unacceptable. 100% unacceptable. But, you did it yourself! You screwed you! Literally. You screwed you! Nobody would know about your kinks if you didn't project them. You gotta learn how to freak on the low. You can learn something from the black community. You can learn how to suck some dick and not tell somebody.
If he's not complaining about it, then how do we know?
Nobody else. Yes.
But that same logic entirely debunks Destiny's implied consent defense for Pixie, because that guy's not out here complaining. In fact, Pixie claims she had consent from him, actual consent to send those videos. She writes, this is false. This guy was my ex who consented to sharing. I was not recording random one-night stands. I'll be real, the DM she links don't really prove anything, but then a guy named Tom asks, the question is whether or not you had consent to share the videos. She clarifies, I had consent. I believe the courts will exonerate me. So Destiny's entire defense of calling Pixie a hypocrite is debunked by his own logic. It comes off as incredibly desperate. She says, Destiny, you are now using intimate details of my life against me. I need you to stop. You've already shared some of my most intimate moments for the world to see. Why are you forcing me to share more? Another defense Destiny alludes to in his response is that he was part of the scandalous videos, therefore that makes it okay to share. In a way, Pixie is kind of like the perfect victim.
It seems like she shared these with you. You shared them with a third party. That party got hacked. It all leaks.
By the way, I want to clarify a couple things. Hold on, just real quick. I never sent nudes that somebody sent me to somebody else. I've never done that before. It's really weird. I've only ever sent videos that I'm in. Now, sometimes those videos are with other people, but like in terms of me sending anything to another person, it's like it's because I'm in it, not because somebody else is in it. Just to be super clear on that. To some people, that doesn't matter. For other people, it's like a really big point because when that post was written for Pixie, it was written like he wanted to show my body off and blah blah blah. That's not true at all. She's not even naked in that video.
That doesn't make any difference to me. He violated the person's trust in sharing the intimate video in the first place. Him being part of it or not changes
Yeah, I know, Bloody.
nothing. It seems like the only reason he would bring this up is if he felt like there was some sort of legal distinction.
I talk about anything that's related, like specific.
I mean, under the legal distinction that he has to think of, I need it all. Under the legal distinction that he has to think of and he has to deal with, that legal distinction that he's dealing with actually keeps him from being able to be sued in the state of Miami. Because the statute applies for months way far before, or rather in this case after, legality would have had for the statute where it would have been relevant. Now, of course, a lot of this is because of people telling her to sue him, hoping that they get some type of result from it, and that amounting to nothing. But for the parts that they wanted to do, they effectively are throwing a Hail Mary, hoping they can get something out of him, if just social embarrassment from people seeing Destiny suck a dick. It's weird. Alright, and I'm back.
I'm going to ask the question, and then you say if it can be allowed in the video or not, because if not, I'm not trying to fuck anybody, okay? You very much clarified your part of these videos too. Guess what I'm wondering is, does that make a legal distinction? Is that why you clarified that?
There's two parts that are really important that I'm okay comfortable talking about. So for one part of the legal distinction here, and this is annoying because it applies legally and it applies morally, I think, and I guess it applies to the PR angle too. Like, I have never ever in my life tried to like shit on somebody by like sharing like a revenge porn thing of them.
You're talking about like the maliciousness of it, right?
Yeah, because some people say like, oh, I'm trying to like humiliate, you know, like I'm trying to humiliate. Like, no, never in my life have I done that. I would never do. Well, I mean, there was 14 years ago with the one blue tea girl. That was shitty behavior me for sure.
Blue tea was somebody that Destiny sexted and then shared their nudes with his buddies, at least according to Ryan Beard's video, an old forum post I could find online.
I just thought it would be funny to share this woman's private nudes with his friends and joke about how f***ing hideous her face is compared to her beautiful body. And he also insulted her because he thought she looked like Shrek. So he shared a woman's private nudes without consent for the purpose of degrading her. In response, Blue Tea hacked Destiny's Twitter and tweeted out pictures of his dick.
She didn't deserve any of that. That was me being a retard or whatever. Like, I agree with that. But like, I've never in my life, like, I'm never like sending videos or pictures like, oh yeah, this is gonna humiliate this person. Huh? Like, that's just insane. Okay, that claim is insane. Nothing that's leaked from my logs implies that. I've never had a conversation leaked that implies I would ever do that to somebody. Like, that's just wild. Yeah.
Just to be clear, these, because I have not seen the videos, just to be clear, there is videos of Pixies that were leaked. She was not aware that you shared these with Rose.
I can't speak to that. I will clarify one thing.
Fair enough.
It's video. It's one singular video.
The Blue Tea drama happened in 2012, and if he was caught sharing nudes then, and he was caught sharing nudes now, that means he was probably sharing nudes in all the years in between. In fact, right after the Pixie drama blew up in January, DMs from a girl named Hannah leaked showing Destiny seemingly still trying to share nudes, saying, oof, I guess now that some stuff is leaked, LMAO, if you want videos of me eating, I got them. She laughs and then says, haha, no, don't show me that. Those are super private. I can't imagine how it feels having something so private be public, even if you were poly. Now, this is crazy because behind the scenes, Pixie is saying he ruined her life and is posting her suicide note to him less than a month earlier. And if he was still doing this, that is psychotic behavior. Now, Destiny would claim that this was all just edgy jokes that took place when they were flirting. He deleted his DM, so it's hard to understand the full context.
This is like half on the record, off the record. I don't give a fuck. Figure out what you want to do.
Well, hold on.
A lot of dark humor, okay? I've made jokes about a lot of things that people come back and try to make me sound like a sociopath. Like me and my kid's mom used to be physically abusive towards each other. And some people will link clips of me talking about it 10 years ago. He said he used to choke out his ex.
Even if he went down to hold her to stop throwing shit instead of hitting her, I'm almost 100% sure everyone would be saying the same shit.
And this is the clip strip content that we saw from the Glitch Posters video. Where he's using this in context to call him a sociopath.
He had to leave her. He was going, yeah, of course. Dude, I wish I would film my shit with Rachel. I would have any offense because you guys probably think I'm a abuser too. Guaranteed. Because you better believe I had to choke her out a few times. That got crazy. Hell yeah, it did. And I guarantee you that everybody here probably think I'm a crazy physical abuser too. Sure.
And like, I'm joking when I say this shit. Or people say like, oh, Destiny's happy that his best friend committed suicide when he was 20 because he jokes about it. It's like, I do a lot of crazy shit. I joke about Rifle killing himself. There's also sad about it. So me and Hannah had been chatting maybe for on and off for like a year, had never been sexual ever, not even remotely sexual and anything ever. And then as of like, you have the dates on the messages, was it like 2 months ago or 3 months ago?
Yeah.
I think she makes a joke with about Merc. Oh, and she deleted all those messages very clever. But she makes a joke about Merc, and she's like, oh my god, I just saw that crazy girl Merc arguing with her. And then she's like, just so you know, I would never ever out any of your advances, LOL. And so when I see a message like, oh, that's a green light to flirt, I guess. And then I think our next conversation starts getting more flirty. And then she makes a reference to something about like videos or like, oh, like, or something sexual or whatever. And I think I make the joke, and I'm like, hey, listen, I really for videos of me. They're still up on Kiwi Farms, LOL. Which is true. But like, that was the extent of my message.
I can't prove anybody right or wrong here because they both deleted messages. And to be fair to him, he didn't send anything. But if she said yes to the offer, would he have? That's up to you to decide.
Would never, I don't want to, I'm not going to drag any of these people, okay? But I will say, like, I don't want to do any, I'm not going to do anything, but like, there are so many girls that send me messages. I'm not even sure, but like, there's so many girls that send me messages like this when everything was leaking, okay?
Hold on, you just sent me something? Let me take a look. Would find the leaked videos if, I'm sure if I looked, you know, for science. Damn, so you're still getting fucking hit up. Even
after you've been labeled an abusive piece of shit, they're still trying to get,
Yeah, but I'm just saying, just to give more context, like the environment is like everybody back here, not everybody, but like there's a lot of corny people, they say shit like this, whatever. It's whatever to me. But like if a message of mine got leaked like that, or I guess like that Hannah girl tried to, and it even showed up in Pixie's complaint, he's still offering women. It's like, no, bro, people are hitting me up and they're like flirting with me or whatever. I'm like, hey, listen, my shirt's on Kiwi Farms, LOL. Like that's not like a sincere offer to send anything. And like my shit's still publicly posted, so what the fuck do you want me to say? Like, yeah, but it's retarded. Like people take it way too seriously. Like, well, just as a quick example for that Hannah girl, right? This is a person I talked to for a year, no problems whatsoever. After she sends me that message, I find out like 2 days later she's also in Jessica's server, and then she starts spamming my DMs with her into that server. Like, well, after deleting some of hers, I'm like, what the fuck? Am I getting like set up by these like random women that I've never had a problem with in my entire life?
I don't know why any woman would trust Destiny enough to try and hook up with him still after all this, but that is happening. Now,
I think in that instance, there's like two angles to come from a potential third if you want to be malicious. Got curious people that really want to now put themselves in the limelight and get a chance to get involved in the shit too. And people who actually are unironically like, hey yo, I heard you got that dumb dick. And then the third one, which is malicious, which is, yes, they're trying to add on to the story. So they can then say, hey guys, here's another thing Destiny did. Because they want the story to go on, because they specifically want this to cost a lot for Destiny. Granted, they don't need help with that. Destiny's already crazy enough to fuck his own appearance. It's the same shit that was happening to Pirate Software. The parallels, pretty much, the only answer is the internet likes to harass people. When they believe the person deserves to be punished, they will jump in on the punishment because it's not about justice, it's about revenge. Boring level stuff.
Destiny deleting DMs is interesting because Pixie's legal team has cited him doing this as a way to try and cover up evidence. On January 21st, 2025, aware of the impending lawsuit and potential criminal investigation, Donald starts destroying evidence, including deleting messages between him and the plaintiff. Is this something you have done to try and hide or cover up anything?
What can I say publicly about this? This is what I'll say, okay? I have a right to delete any message that I want, ever, okay? Number one. Number two, if somebody wants to talk about records for a court case, so for instance, typically when you file a civil suit against somebody, you'll send them like a request for a preservation of evidence. That doesn't mean I can't delete my message on Discord. It just means that I need to make a backup or an archive of anything that I have deleted on Discord that's not available to other people to make sure I have my own records there so that I can send that if a request is made in Discovery. I have complied 100% with any preservation of evidence request that's been made, 100%. So,
did Sunday's video provoke you into deleting more messages?
It was either that or before, yeah, when people started to like paste like shit for me around, I started. No, actually, it was, I think, in December. I think I started running a redact across my whole fucking account. It took, like, a month or whatever to finish, but I, like, basically every message I sent before January 1st, I wiped from every fucking message, because I was like, I don't know, because my main concern, it wasn't actually even related to, like, Pixie or anything else, but my main concern was, one thing that I didn't think about, that I have to think about, when people interpreted this, I guess if you want, this could be on the record, I don't care. No, like, this could be on the record.
Everything you said so far regarding this, I'm assuming is on the record. Right.
Okay, when I sent that message to Pixie, I was like, I feel horrible. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm psychologically damaged. You're like, this is horrible, whatever. I do feel horrible. It has nothing to do with whether or not I consider this in the video. I feel horrible. It's something that I was involved in, ended up leaking publicly.
So he's saying he preserved the deleted DMs for the court case only, but he's also recontextualizing DMs of him admitting fault. If you remember, Destiny replied to Nick, I didn't admit to anything. Nick would reply with DMs of Destiny saying, yeah, I know, I have damaged her severely, seemingly acknowledging that he's the one responsible. He's now saying that this is not the case.
Like, even if she would have said, like, even if that wouldn't have been sent to anybody, if somebody would have, like, hacked my Google Drive, I would have said the exact same thing. Holy, I feel so horrible. I'm so sorry. This is, like, terrible. Like, I'm sorry. You didn't deserve this at all. Like, this is really bad. I'm so sorry. Like, it has nothing to do with whether or not I consent consensually. It just has to do with the fact that because of, like, whatever, my actions or whatever, like, at some point, like, shit got leaked. That being said, or go ahead. Well, I was gonna say, that being said, one thing that I just, and maybe this is just me being stupid, but one thing I never considered before was, regardless of if I'm vetting people appropriately or not for sending material, I never considered what if somebody else gets on somebody else's account. So after stuff started leaking, like, in November, or, like, I think in early December, I started to run a redact on everything, because now I'm thinking, well, fuck, what if, like, a boyfriend, a sister, a father, what if somebody dies and, like, a friend gets a hold of their account, and they log in and they see a bunch of exclusive material? I'm just gonna fucking wipe all my comments and everything, because I don't want to risk, like, other people's shit leaking, or my shit leaking as a result of that.
Did you...
That's a really retarded way of looking at that. What the fuck kind of argument does that make? Holy shit. Wow, that's crazy. Is there a meta way to use Runes of Ascendance for training? I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming that it's something to do with character progression. But that was a really autistic way for him to explain something. I'm going to try to mentally recreate that. So he started deleting his messages, not so that he could hide material, since he obeys every preservation of spoilage, but because he's worried about on the accounts for something like, say, Wreckful. What if I have messages with my friend? I delete my messages that I had with them because I don't want them to log into their account to preserve their stuff and come across a group of explicit material. Is that the argument? That's a really stupid fucking argument. That's extremely fucking stupid. It would make more sense if you thought, because he started to say, what if somebody logged into their account? What if I have a conversation with a person and they let somebody else log into your account, or they get hacked, and now these messages I had with this person get leaked as a result of them realizing the worth and value it has to ruin me or ruin that person socially. So, assuming that they had never been fucked with in that way, then you would just either not record the material, you would delete the material, or you would not worry about it. Because then if it's taken out of the incorrect context and they attempt to frame it as negative, you then explain the context of the posts and you demonstrate, hey, this person has hacked this person's account in order to find these images and these pictures and these messages, and these messages in context have their context removed. They are inadmissible. As if you want to go the legal route. The social route, you would just not fucking care. The only reason you would have to run redact across all your material and your content is because you don't want people to have clout off of your messages. You want to delete the ability for them to talk about anything that you have said to a person or could say to a person, remove the opportunity of clout from the material, and make it so that they cannot get something off of you or your friends or your family or what have you. That's it. That's the only thing it comes down to. It'd be fucking stupid as hell. That'd be stupid as fucking hell. If I had someone film sex, I would get anyone I can to hold him, watch him closely as he backs up not only the files that I let them and then format all of his devices. That's one way. It's used in crafting to turn a regular item into a unique item in the same item category. Ah, so it's basically an orb of chance, but guaranteed. I see. Interesting. Okay.
Delete anything and attempt to hide stuff for the court case?
No, I have digital copies of everything. Like Redact literally has an auto archive thing, and Discord allows you to archive all of your conversations before doing anything. So I complied with every court request that I've gotten. Yeah, the fuck.
I feel like I've asked this before, but if you can't be on the record, fair enough. Too. Sure. But I just want to reiterate since we brought it up again. Did Pixie ever know you were sharing stuff with Rose? That involved her. It's both of you, I understand, but that involved her as well.
Yeah. For claims that are like, these are like the hyper-specific claims that this court case is going to deal with, I can't, on advice of counsel, I can't talk about those things in particular.
Okay, fair enough then.
I will say that when we recorded stuff, I was either married to or I was engaged with Melina at the time. And so, I mean, at the very least, like, that's one person that I've been sharing stuff with that you would know, obviously, right? But
what is he on about? He's already said it. He's taking responsibility without taking responsibility. It's hilarious. If you're still defending Destiny over this Pixie stuff, why?
Like, this is really bad. I'm so sorry. Like, it has nothing to do with whether or not it's consensually. It just has to do with the fact that because of, like, whatever, my actions or whatever, like, at some point, like, shit got leaked.
I find it absurd that he's apologizing not for sharing the videos non-consensually, but for the hacker leaking them. Bro, the girls didn't want him shared in the first place. I can't get into it in the interview because he wanted all of that off the record. But it all comes back to this implied consent argument, which we've already determined is ridiculous. Now, I don't know what the result of their court case will be. If what he did was illegal, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know. But I do know that what he did was wrong, and that should be obvious to everyone.
I don't want to set the world on fire.
He didn't fuck up the spelling on this one.
Destiny was the content nuked by Ryan Beard, and I want to touch on the pattern of abuse he builds up in it. At some point, if you date enough...
yes, the Ryan Beard content nuke. That almost all of the left kept glazing to say, yes, yes, bury him, bury him, bury him, bury him.
Girls that are crazy, at some point do you feel like you are the only consistent factor there?
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, there's a lot of things about my life that's like super atypical that would draw those types of people and would induce that type of behavior as well. The issue with the video, like Ryan Beard's, it's Ryan Beard, right?
Have you watched it before we comment on it?
I watched it because I thought about like I want to do like a long-term response and go through like every single claim. The problem is that like one, you're working with a full like 15 years of me having one of the most public lives on the internet. So basically anything I've been involved in is going to be out there for better or for worse. Sometimes in the worst light possible. That being said, like I mean there are things that I've done that are just like legitimately bad. Like I shouldn't have done that. Like the Mia Rose stuff, that was bad. Like I admit that.
The Mia Rose drama was in 2011. Destiny got drunk on stream and sexually assaulted Mia.
If I was a real friend, I would make you. Okay, go, go. Oh my god.
Listen, I'm gonna apologize.
Yeah,
to you.
say sorry.
There's so much like there was a time when I got like it was probably one of the people say I'm like making justifications, but I'm not. Like it's bad. But I got like super wasted for like the first time in my life on a stream. I think when I was like 22. And I was like grabbing Mia Rose's boobs when we were streaming or whatever. We were doing a vacation thing in like Utah. It was bad. But I mean like I've talked to her since. Like I've apologized. I mean there's nothing else I can do. It's always like strange to me when people like Ryan will make videos and say like he needs to take accountability. And it's like this happened 13 years ago. Like I've apologized. I don't know what else you want me to say. I'm not like I think it's good behavior. Like obviously it was bad. Like I don't know what else to do about that.
It doesn't help that the way that he speaks, he's like doing a Rick giggle in between the statement with his ums and ahs. I can understand why he can think that, because the problem there is that he's going to be considered fucked over for behavior he's done in the past as a young adult, where he is now in his life, for his age. And they'll say, you have to take accountability! And he has to sit up to them and say, my guy, this was 13 years ago. Well, you still have to take accountability for it now, because if you think it's acceptable now, then you're... And it's like, listen, I've already taken accountability for it. Like, I already paid. I paid my detriment. I did my time. You cannot relitigate my problem. Fuck off. Which, of course, is what most of the internet wants to do. However, I can't even believe that's something that happened. And it happened on camera? On Twitch? Damn. It happened. I did nothing at the time. It was way before there was any info in my world about what was right or what was wrong. I thought I had put myself in that situation. But at the end of the day, he did assault me. He had apologized and we left it alone. You got groped and you grandma slapped him. You grandma slapped his hand and then slapped him on the backside. Like, if you don't stop touching me. Perhaps we should take advice from Lydia, and this is why you should not give people with strange hedonistic tendencies and a lack of self-control money, opportunity, access, and power. Perhaps we would all be safer if we just gave money to Carl. Then the worst that happens is that he spends it on alcohol and organic kimchi. Hashtag not sponsored.
Mia, as recently as 2022, has corroborated this, saying, at the end of the day, he assaulted me, he apologized, and we left it alone. And the point of Ryan doing this was to show that Destiny has always treated women poorly. His best example that he brought up was Anne of War. Anna was somebody who hooked up with Destiny, and then they'd get into a fight, she'd cry on stream.
Steven, you lied. You lied, and like you misrepresented so.
Oh God! He referenced the honor cycles. No!
So many things, Steven, and you know you did this. I mean, you've apologized to me in private, but you won't do it publicly. And
stop trying to act like it's so much of a
You're very irresponsible. It is, Steven. Don't pull this.
Destiny.
It's so hard to take these clips seriously when she has a fucking Discord overlay on her face, making her look like a fucking fox. Have I considered kimchi spam fried rice? I haven't. I'm gonna make sure to write that down, Dusky.
He would label her as a stalker, like he can't get away from her.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. If anybody else here has advice, hold on,
Steven.
I mean,
Are you saying you're being held hostage?
Yeah, I'm being held by undefeatable.
Give me Destiny money, power, and access? No, that sounds so come on. Come on! I'm only gonna do a little Holocaust. I'm joking. I wouldn't do a Holocaust. What I would do is I would do sinners. That's what I would do.
Opponent, right? You understand? She has nothing to lose. She can carry this out for the rest of her life, and there's nothing I can do about it.
But then in the meantime, he'd be sexting her.
He did stalk me.
Did she lock? Okay, then why are you sexting with her still?
We're cool. We've been cool for a year, Max.
Okay, so you acknowledge that you've been texting with her for a year.
Yeah, we've had on and off, sure. Max, can you acknowledge that I haven't said anything bad about her for a year? I said we've been fine. I've said that over.
The last time I talked to you about her, like 2 weeks ago or 16 days ago or something, you said that she locked you in the basement of her mind and it was a traumatic experience for you. Locked you in the
locked
basement
me
of her
in
mind.
the past. In the past, Max.
Oh, okay.
Why? Tell me, Max. Why hasn't Anna come forward with any of this information now? Can you tell me, or do you want me to tell everybody why?
I don't want to speak on her behalf.
Okay, I will. It's because she said she literally wants to remain friends with me.
And after seeing this, it makes me feel terrible for Anna, who was crying about this very thing for years.
I've told you multiple times, if you don't want to be friends with me, then stop it. Like, you don't do that. I've told you multiple times. Stop this narrative, Steven, of like, oh, stalker and stuff. You're the one fucking calling me princess.
Oh my goodness, thank you for the raid, Terry. Very kind of you.
What is that, huh?
Very kind of you.
If you look very closely, you can see some key characters that continue to be relevant for his drama today. Yet untold us, no one man can have that power. It wouldn't be one man! It'd be me and my woman. It'd be me and my woman. Together. Her knowledge of the internet would completely pass about any thing that I could think of doing. You'll post a recipe. Post in an Afro pic. That I could do. I'm not even joking. Even if I wanted to do something evil, I wouldn't be able to. Because one, my inherent nature won't let me. Because that's a lot of effort. And two, and this is the important takeaway, even if I tried to, she would just find a way to ruin it. Let's see here. Who's here in this clip?
Hello.
Number 2.
Hello, Terry. Welcome.
Okay, so Cherry's there. Mikey Stir is there. I forget this girl's name. I forget this guy's name. I don't think that's Jay Stock. Star is there, and Frogan is there.
This panel is insane. Everyone's here to just suck up clout from this poor girl's mental breakdown. Now, Destiny claims the reality of
Oh, wait. They turn the names back on.
Hello, Terry. Welcome.
This panel is insane. Everyone's here to just suck up clout from this poor girl's mental...
So, you had Anna, Infrared, Ink Bites, Jaw. I can't remember who Jaw was. His name's being covered. Stardust, fucking Zerka of all people, and Frogan, and Nadu. This was like, what? 2010? 2011? 2012? How long was the idol cycle? I want to say like 5-7 years. My front brain's saying 5, my back brain's saying 7. Where's the article? Where's the article? Not Ukrainian Anna. An of War? Really? The wiki.destiny.gg does not have Anna on it. Interesting. Let's see here. Chronological archive. 4 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 2 2 2 2. Apparently, from aristocracy to prime K's to black linen to clipstony to the Book of Twitch to Papa Politics to Pepe Politics to Just Chatting, Abba and Preach. No, 3 years ago. As old as...
Hello, everybody.
2021. Why did I think that was farther back? Anyways. Anybody who wants to torture themselves and look through an entire timeline of this interaction? Here it is. There you go. Yes, that Zerka. Zerka was everywhere, bro. Zerka was everywhere. Everywhere.
Breakdown. Now, Destiny claims the reality of this situation was different.
It's one of those things where, like, when you dive into the details, it becomes a lot kind of more murky and dumb. So, like, I think that the Anne of War story is interesting to look at. Like, people will make claims like, oh, like, he was sexting her and then he was calling her crazy at the same time. People will compress time spans of, like, months into single days, where it'll be like, yeah, we might have had, like, a sexual conversation, like, in November, and then in, like, December, she is, like, tweeting or screaming about me again on something that I can be like, I'm like, Jesus, this person's like, on Hinge, and we went back and forth like that, probably for, I don't know, man, maybe a year or something. Well, I don't know. Here, this is my take on this, okay? So if you want to push it after, maybe, I guess, but, like, this is my thing. Anne of War was, like, 30-something years old, 30 years old maybe, and I think I was 32 or 33. Like, we're both adults. Like, when people start applying terms like gaslight and crazy making and abuser, like, I think she had really unhinged behavior. She admits that she has OCD. She got medicated for it. It was better. Maybe there was, like, better ways I could handle the situation, for sure. Like, I think, especially in retrospect, even perspective, maybe there are better things I could have done. But it's like, it's two adults. The worst thing that ever happened here was, I don't even know what the worst thing is. I guess, like, she became, like, obsessively streaming about me, and then I said she was crazy online. Like, that's it. I don't know how people have found a way to make this, like, one of the most abusive situations in the universe. It's, like,
it's because it was happening on tape. And by the time in the cycle, if you go to the Anna cycle, about in the middle section after it hit Danabo, and then 3 years ago on a 1 million video on the front page of their take, this one is unlisted, mind you. 3 years ago, October 8th, 2021, 1 million views, Destiny versus Anna. This video, this one is unlisted. If you were to jump in right here, this is the moment where everybody became aware of the drama. 1 minute, 50 seconds. Bazinga. The exact moment... Yes, ABBA, I'm Dancing with Destiny's Wife, Atlas. Yes, ABBA, Zabba, Zoo, Atlas. We have a long since had RJ was right moment, along with me saying Carl was right. But, it was that point that became relevant for everybody to know about. That's pretty much the jumping off point, where people are like, Destiny triggered Anna, and Anna was looping. And every time there would be an Anna loop, it would go on for about a year, and then it'd get milked and farmed by the people who were deciding to put a shoulder on to cry about her and listen to her. And then they'd loop, and 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 loop. How am I stuck at 2K subs? Hold on now, brother. I'm not at 2K subs. I'm at like 2.45, like 2.4655. In fact, the current number is like, what, 2.54? I wouldn't say I'm stuck at this number. I'm just growing slowly. That's what happens when you're grassroots. I'm not paying for a cash injection, and I'm not sucking commie dick, so I'm going to grow slowly as people discover my channel. It is what it is. It's completely fine, NeoJ. Sometimes the world's not fair. Waiting for the Stardust Association to come in. Honestly, Stardust has been really good about this. She's been extremely good about this. She has been fair, she's been honest, she's been kind, she's been measured, she's been willing to say, hey guys, I know it's really, really tempting to be fucked up. 15 seconds left. Bazinga. She's been nice to say, hey guys, I know it's really fucked up if they attack us like this, but we shouldn't fall to their same tactics. She's been some of the few people that have been willing to say, hey, this is unacceptable, we're not doing this shit. She's been on it. And more importantly, considering the fact that she was in that call, the same way that Frogan was, she had the same breaking point, the same way that I and Shark03 as people had the same breaking point. While he and I do not share the same political opinion, he and I have a similar background on how we decided to go into content. I went to college and I learned about the love of a white woman. He went out into the world and decided, I'm going to be a leftist pig to get attention. And he became bad. Frogan decided, I'm going to become a fucking Hassan waiting room, and I'm going to get caught in relevance by being the Muslim friend people use for relevance. Stardust said, listen, you can make fun of my nose, you can make fun of me, you can make fun of my boyfriend. But listen, salt is salt, and cringe is cringe, and this is not salt or cringe. It's crazy. Like, she's taken the punches and she's rolled with them, which is half the reason why both myself and her were shouted out by Dev in his content when he had, like, his celebrational, like the last time he had he reached a milestone, which I think was 150K. She and Beck aren't dating anymore. Oh, that's sad to hear. Boo-womp. But yeah, she's good people. She's solid. What you just said reminds me of a Dylan Morani comedy bit. I saw a girl with a t-shirt that said Mongoloid porn in front of one and thought sounds like such a busy evening.
You're calling her a stalker, at the same time you're sexting her. I don't know if I want to say like abusive, but you can see the emotional confusion.
I understand what I'm saying, but like this is, and I'm so sorry, like I've been so gentle with all these online communities, but all of us are adults. We're 30+ years old, okay? Turn off the computer. Like this is, I think this is so unbelievably overblown. Like if you don't want to talk to me, you don't need me. They just stop broadcasting about me, stop talking about me constantly. Like that's it.
So I interviewed Anna, and she claims that he was sexting her and sending her mixed messages recently after she crashes out on stream.
Yeah, our fighting has honestly been like so on and off. Like it's been so.
Why do you guys keep fucking sexting in between fighting each other? What is with that whole thing?
It's really weird. I know it was very toxic.
I can't speak to that, bro. While I understand toxic coochie, y'all motherfuckers was at it like cats and fucking dogs. I don't know what it is about Destiny. I don't know what dumb dick he hits white women with, but Anna got this, and Invader V got this. And whatever dumb dick Destiny has makes white women go crazy and love the fact that they have fat asses. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I can't speak to that. Brogan is using her ethnic ties to hide behind. It's the same energy as ethnic unifier. Yes. Yes, Invader V. Destiny hooked up with Invader V. There's a very famous clip of her bragging about the fact that Destiny said she had a fat ass. And now that we let that wet turbid shit sit in the air, let's see who wins. Congratulations, player, you won. Unfortunately, the only thing left for you is copies of Merchants of Rosewall. I will send you a copy, and you let me know when you redeem it. I have 3 more copies to give before I start passing out the ones that I have to buy myself. Anywho.
So was there anything abusive going on there?
So I used to say that I considered his behavior against me to be abusive. Now I'm not really so sure I would call it abusive. I felt like it was. I definitely felt like it was. At the time, it felt very abusive to me. I would say that he definitely mistreated me, but I don't know if I would go as far as to call it abuse anymore.
Was there times where you guys were sexting and it was cool as he's talking just mad shit on
Yeah,
the
I
stream?
do. I'm pretty sure there were. I mean, definitely, I am pretty freaking sure that he still called me crazy and stuff when we were sexting. I'm pretty sure he would still be on stream because, like, we argued about. Because wait a minute, hold on, we argued about it. It's all like coming back to me now. I'm sorry.
No, I mean you're going back like what 2 or 3 years now.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, we would have because like we had fights about this, like, and him being like, oh well, you know, oh yeah, this one. Okay, wait, I'll send you one. Like him saying like he can't publicly defend me because he thinks it'll bring more drama or whatever. And
she sent me DMs of this.
I mean, that'd be correct. He can't publicly defend you because it makes him look bad. He can't be able to help you with your problems because him talking to you publicly would then encourage people to then bring back up and trigger an Anna cycle just to see you go off. So they would trigger the shit out of you on purpose to fuck with your head and to fuck with your involvement and make you feel crazy, despite the fact that they don't have to make you feel crazy, but they do it anyways, because fuck you. That level of behavior is not acceptable and not cool. Alright. I sent you that code, Bloody. Just tell me whenever you use it so I can mark it off.
Destiny saying, it's just me being defensive, referring to when he calls her a psycho stalker. Here's Destiny saying, yeah, well, I can't publicly defend you because then it's obvious we're talking again. If I get defensive, that's the assumption people will make. So I have to act like I don't know why you're in chat. So he was just totally fine with people thinking she was crazy as he's romantically involved with her. That would drive anyone insane.
Because it's obvious we're talking again, so he didn't want people to know that you guys were talking. But this is all the way in 2021. Did this go on for like 2 years?
Kind of.
This went on and off for 2 years?
Yeah, kind of.
Holy shit.
It's very much like a toxic relationship kind of thing.
It definitely was. It definitely, except you guys weren't, did you guys live in the same state or was it all over online?
It was all online pretty much. I mean, he came to visit me, but...
You guys are full on...
For free? Sexting and then dropping and airdropping the sex pics and then him visiting you to fucking collect on the booty? For free? Online? With no strings attached? Anna, you sly girl. Holy.
Zoomers, dude. You guys were Discord sexting before it was even a thing.
I know, basically.
When she went to leak her sex chat to prove that this was happening, Destiny would then threaten his DGG chat to leak her nudes. Tell Anna if she leaks my sexting, I might have some pics to share.
But I genuinely was kind of scared of him, and when he blocked me, I was really scared that he was gonna like leak my things.
What was the reasoning behind that?
It was because I was threatening to leak his sex. Because I was saying,
What is going on over there, man? What are you guys all doing? What are you guys all doing over there? I was there owning some shit.
Yeah, I know. So the reason why I was saying, like, you know, I'm gonna have to, like, leak our sexting if you don't stop saying that I'm stalking you, because we literally have been, like, sexting, and, like, you're saying I'm a stalker, and people are, like, harassing the shit out of me, and, like, doxing me, and, like, you know, so that's basically what the context was, and that I was saying, like, you know, I mean, I'm not gonna leak much, but I feel like I might have to leak some of our sexting or something to show people that, like, I'm not stalking you.
The equivalent of, you say that I'm stalking you, but what's this picture of my tongue deep inside your butthole? That makes sense, but you could also literally just, like, I don't know, pick better men? That feels weird to have to say. Pick men that are not going to basically treat you like you are something that they have to sneak up the back door.
Oh, this is what you're saying.
Yes, yeah.
The stuff Destiny was telling me of, oh, she just needs to be an adult and break it off, that sounds great on paper, and Anna to some degree acknowledges that. But you're also leading around while defaming her to thousands of people.
Call the situation like that I'm some manipulative, evil, abusive person. Maybe you could say I should have treated her like an actual child and said, no, don't do this anymore, and blah, blah, blah. But it's like, I mean, fuck, like, these are all adults, and the worst thing that's happening is, like, people shitting on each other online. Like, this is retarded, I think. The only reason why people...
It is far past shitting online. If she is hiding herself away for you, and then you are pretending like she doesn't exist, while at the same time you're sexting her off camera, off stream, and people are harassing her, stalking her, cyber stalking her, and shitting on her every time she has a chat room saying, stop stalking Destiny, leave him alone, you homebreaker, and you're then taking flights out to her, you're talking to her behind the scenes, you're going on dates with her behind the scenes, you're sexting with her behind the scenes, and then following up on the sexting and actually having sex. No, you're fucking with her head. No, you're fucking with her head, Destiny. No, Destiny, that's unacceptable. Some of the honest cycles were just simply, she wanted you to just talk about her and just explain shit. But no, Destiny. No, you hit her with some dumb dick, and you drove her mad because you kept acting like it wasn't happening.
Are trying to do this like Anna War situation where it is because...
And it's a little bit better that you don't have context for everything. It'll make you upset. And if you want to be upset, I can give you a link to Destiny.gg. And then you can read on his own wiki about people who are in his optic cycle.
I have this idea in mind of like, I'm like trying to lead her on privately in these crazy ways, and I'm like publicly lambasting her at the same time, and I'm playing this, I think Lab and Mr. Girl coined this concept of like, I get off on this sadistic abuse of women or whatever.
Yeah,
but like, that's not it. It's like, yeah, but it's like, if you like, there's like tons of relationships, friendships, like friends with benefits, whatever, situations where like people kind of like yo-yo back and forth at the end, like they shit on each other, they get back together, shit, whatever. It's like, it happens. It's not, who cares? Like,
okay,
none of this is that big of a deal. It's all like fucking retarded. Like, this is stupid. Like, I don't know, it's just dumb.
The answer of who cares is your chats and your audiences and your followers and your stragglers and your clout sharkers. A lot of them. And these are the people, like Destiny, that the public want to follow. Yes, NeoJ! Because the problem is that to have context means you'd have to watch... Let's look at this fucking video list again. How many are on this list? How many was on this list? This is over 200 hours of content. Just to learn about Anna Volans. It's not worth it.
And then people say like that thing of like, you're sexting and calling her like an abuser at the same time. Like, not really. There's like weeks plus between these events, because for like a whole like 6-month period, there was a time where like me and Anna were like friendly, and then she would go public, and then like, she would go on her stream and she'd be like, I think that Steven is lying about me. And then we'd talk a little bit, and then we'd be friendly again. And then after like a few weeks, she'd be like, I think Steven lied about me. And it's just like, but it's her getting triggered by things in chat like over and over and over again. And people knew they could trigger her, so they keep doing it. And then like, we did that pattern for like 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, then that was the Anna cycle. She'd see something, chat would set her off, they'd fuck with her, they'd have fun fucking with her, it would torture everybody involved in the cycle and in the orbit that was watching, and it would make content unwatchable because it would just be this drama in the middle of the material, multiple times over. So people trying to force a reaction out of the content creator, and doing so against a person who clearly is in mental anguish and cannot handle it. And nobody wants to tell them to stop streaming, or can get them to stop streaming. So the shit happens. People run to Destiny, Mr. Streamer, Anna Volans is crashing out again. And then there's another panel where Destiny has to sit there with people monetizing his drama, his involvement, his engagement, and none of them doing anything at all to just say, listen, you're here for the drama, that's all you care about, leave me the fuck alone, leave me out of it. 15 minutes. Bazinga.
It was fucking retarded.
But if she's
yeah.
crying and at the same time you're sexting her.
I don't know if that ever happened at the same time. What do you mean by same time? These are like weeks. These incidences are happening like weeks
hard.
apart.
I don't know. I'm getting caught up a bit in this interview. Whether it's days or weeks doesn't matter. He's sexting her, telling her to deal with the slander, and then when she goes to post proof, he's threatening her with her nudes. Some of the time periods between them sexting and fighting was only 2 days. Anna wouldn't call the relationship abusive in her interview. She says that it was toxic and that Destiny was right in the sense that she couldn't just move on. I love when people can self-reflect and take blame. Destiny doesn't do that with Anna. It seems like Destiny has a lot of scorned lovers that he then labels as crazy, but when talking to people outside of Anna, it just comes off as a bit silly to me. I talked to Lav, who straight up admits to spreading around revenge porn of Destiny on Discord.
I think it's funny that like the most disgusting guy online who like has tried to make my life a living hell for 2 years has like a disgustingness and it's leaked everywhere, right? So I was even like, you know, don't get.
I'm being forced to run a 3-minute ad to try and save 90 minutes of time. We'll see you back in a few seconds. Everything is degeneracy. I have no choice because I ran out of snoozes. So I have to run a 3-minute ad so it doesn't just do an automatic 1 minute 30-second ad.
Get caught leaking it, like, but obviously it's advantageous if it gets leaked. Like, obviously I want bad things to happen to this guy. And then I made a screenshot of the screenshot, or sorry, I made the screenshot that Nico Sam sent me, like a grab of just the top of his foreskin, so that you couldn't tell if it was like, you couldn't tell what the picture was. My profile picture in a private Discord server. Now, there's like debate about like how private a Discord server is, right? It had maybe 20 active users, and none of them were like DGGers. It wasn't like a DGGer offshoot server. It was like, and I never said that it was like, I mean, my friends knew that it was Destiny because I told them that it was, but it wasn't like widely known that I was like leaking this, right? Nico Sam had told me.
So, they knew that it was his cock, but I wasn't telling people. They didn't know that I was leaking their cock, except for the people in the inner circle, who would then say, hey, what is that picture that she has in her shit? Oh, that's Destiny's dick, but don't tell anybody. Shh. Lav, you're so stupid. Lav, you're so fucking stupid.
The Baby Peach had sent it to several people, and that the sex tape was already leaked. So I just didn't. I did not think that like this was something that like he didn't want going around.
No, he probably loves that you shared that. Just call it implied consent. He wrote to me how Destiny would make her send her feet pics to get airtime on his stream, how he made her out to be crazy and called her mid-jupe. I've heard from multiple sources this live story. The only one sent. He wrote to me how Destiny would make her send her feet pics to get airtime on his stream, how he made her out to be crazy and called her mid-jupe.
That's crazy. I was an OnlyFans girl who found him through the YouTube algorithm. I told him that I hated OnlyFans and I wanted to pivot. He offered to take me under his wing. He became increasingly sexual. I sent him feet pics for airtime, basically. Then we met up and I wouldn't sleep with him. I wouldn't let him sleep with me. And I told another content creator I wasn't into it and got back to him and he went crazy on me online. Then I said I felt uncomfortable that I had slept with or tried to sleep with all his female orbiters and would make them fight each other, and I thought that his allegation was crazy. It was true. And it started a whole bunch of rumors and said that I was manipulated and directed people to my QE farms and followed me on every political panel for over a year. He made up crazy lies about me and my ex and called me bed. What borrow phrase do I want to use for that? I can't think of one. Mid-fiddler coochie. Let's go there. Mid-fiddler coochie. After my conversation saying that I wasn't into him was leaked, which was being used to denigrate me for years. He completely harassed me for the reason, I believe, of not wanting to sleep with him. I've not gone quietly, and the supposed obsession has gotten worse and worse because I'm like one of the only girls who hasn't let him intimidate me off the internet, and I fight back, which then fuels him and his audience more to hate me because of how evil I am. I've been pretty uninvolved these days. Showed up a couple of times to be like, lol, I told you he was a creep, and that's it. Sorry I spoke all of this to my friends so they could write it while I do my hair, so it might not make sense. She's a hoe, she's a hoe, she's a hoe, she's a hoe.
I've heard from multiple sources this live story. The only one on the record was Destiny, though. But he tells pretty much the same story, and it's hard for me to tell if this is a story of abuse or just two scorned ex-lovers. Kelly Jean is somebody that I've talked to, and she was very upset because you, in statements I asked about in my first video, you kind of like brought her in with Lav as somebody who was part of a Discord that shared your nudes. And now Kelly claims she wasn't ever part of this Discord, but Lav has very much admitted that she did engage with revenge porn of you. It is undeniable because she has bragged about it many times on camera. Even when I messaged Lav on my own, she was very upfront about it. Kelly says she wasn't. And
Kelly might have said she wasn't, but she knew about it for sure. She knew about all of it. And she remained friends with Lav and continued each other throughout all of it. But, you know, just saying.
So I asked Kelly about this.
Wasn't in the Discord, so I don't.
Yeah, you're saying you weren't a part of any of that.
No, not even slightly. And the first time Destiny has alleged this was about 2 weeks ago, around the same time that he messaged you by the looks of it.
He followed up with him clarifying what he said about you, and he sort of changed his statement to be more of a guilt by association thing, claiming that you hung out with Lav a lot, who absolutely maliciously did do this.
So that's not true. The only place that I ever interacted with her is in Gisticle's Discord.
So you're not really friends with Lav, he's grouping you in unfairly?
No, I'm not. What I did say publicly quite a few times, and even recently probably, is I think Lav is great content, right? So I'll say like I miss Lav, or I want Lav to be around because she's funny, and she's not boring. But that has no indication on our closeness or friendship, right? Even if I was, like, what difference does...
Translation. She's really fun to use for material, but I don't fucking like her. She's not my friend. I'm monetizing her.
Does that make? A lot of people are friends with Lav on Discord, including like a bunch of other orbiters, and like, who cares? It's like...
Well, I think the point he's trying to make is just some hypocrisy note, because there is a video that I see that is uploaded by a channel called Ryle Kitten House, where it's Lav bragging about sharing Destiny's penis around. Kelly never truly responded to me pointing out the hypocrisy of it. She just says Lav was banned and unbanned, and it became content.
I know that she got banned from Gisticle's Discord, and then there was like a rule in place. She came back, but it was under like the preface of you're not allowed to talk about this banned topic. And then, yeah, I think this is also on Ryle's YouTube. I don't know if you've seen it, but she was in like a bunch of calls like towards like the early part of last year where it did get brought up, and then they had this debate back and forth about whether his dick is ugly or not.
I have not watched that. This is such weirdo territory. Like, what's my take supposed to be? Lav's a hypocrite? Is Kelly supposed to be more mad at Lav? Am I supposed to say, Destiny, how dare you call Lav mid-Jew pussy? Did you call Lav mid-Jew pussy?
Yeah, I did. Fuck yeah, I did.
Okay.
I actually killed herself.
Is there a thing where Lav wouldn't sleep with you, so you decided to start like a crusade against her where you talk shit about her and are negative towards her?
No.
Is that a yes?
No.
Okay, but then he tells their story of them hooking up and they're falling out, which I end up hearing from like 3 other people. I just don't think any of this is that important.
And we just like chatted a bit on Instagram, and then eventually we chatted a bit on text. I don't think it was ever really sexual. We just like chatted with. I think at some point we make plans to like hang out in real life, with the implication being where so we get to a point to where she wants to go to a hotel and hang out. I'm like, okay, fine. And then I'm kind of tired. I don't know. She's like, oh, let's go to a gas station. We get a Red Bull. It's cool.
Please don't audibly do that. That shit is fucking annoying.
Whatever. It's like, okay, whatever. Go to a gas station. I got Red Bull. Whatever. Eventually we go to a hotel room. I'm like, just because, as you know, like obviously none of that affects this. Like I don't care about any of that or whatever. Just in case, like I want to clear the air there. And then she messages me back jokingly, and she's like, oh, I thought I had to fuck you to come on. Ha ha ha. And I was like, okay, whatever. So like we had that conversation. But
oh my fucking god, stop it. It's not funny.
She says later on with Mr. Girl, she's like, the only reason Steven sent me that message was so that it seemed like it was okay while he was secretly manipulating me.
That's just been their thing for like 3 years, and that's like the abridged version of our time together.
When I told Destiny, if you have one crazy ex, that means you have a crazy ex, but if all your exes are crazy, that means you're the problem, he responded with, yeah, I know it seems like all of my exes, but I banged so many women, in reality it's actually a tiny percentage. What it feels like you are implying at times is like, look, I've hooked up with a ton of girls, and most of them there is no problem at all. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, is there like a... Dude, this is so... that I'm even asking this. Is there... What is the percentage of girls, I guess is what I'm asking right now, that are fucking butthurt as opposed to go on, fine, they're like, yeah, I'll go with Destiny, no big deal. I'm laughing because it's a ridiculous question, but it's genuinely his defense.
I get the question he's asking. Destiny, what percentage of OnlyFans, Instagram influencers, and influencer culture women that you interact with, how many of them are actually fucking crazy, and how many of them are just unhappy with you and have a disagreement? The number's like maybe 35%. If we're being honest, the number is 35%. Because the number is 35%, you break that number down, and you're like, okay, the more that you have on this side, how many of these women are responsible for your unhappiness? And how many of these women that do hate your fucking guts, that are content creators, that you did fuck, that you did have interactions with, how many of these women are involved because they want to get content off your torture and suffering, and how many are just bringing up the litigation because there was no other time for them to litigate the problems they had with you, and now they've chosen to do so? It's a dumb question because I don't care. It's a dumb question for him because it's ridiculous. Because, if anything, Destiny wouldn't have these problems if Destiny had better dating and or out interpersonal marriage interactions and responses, right? Because apparently, as we all know, Destiny fucks his female friends. He fucks his friends. And because he does, he doesn't have a single example of like a bro. He doesn't have a single example of a tomboy that is in his shit, is friends with him, is associated with him, rides or dies for him, and is like, active like, hey, come on, bro, I need a little bit of that dick. You know what I mean? There's no copy of any female orbiter or any female associate of his that is just there and hanging out and just calm and normal. Because you can't say that it's his co-host, or rather his former co-host, because Bridges no longer has him on it, right? That new episode that features Empty Signifier and that other guy, he would have never gone on if Destiny had been involved with it. So we know that it's not Kyla, and Kyla herself is basically one step removed from a fucking orbiter herself, where she's female Destiny, but she knows how to be more controlled and careful with her words. There's no woman that is at the level of access of Not So Erudite that is still there. All of them are gone. And as far as Star to be concerned, Stardust is probably just cool with him. And it's not anything where it's quid pro quo. Like, she's just there because she knows a lot. And she's involved in that orbit. She's not orbiting it. She's like a satellite. She exists off to herself now, and she's focused on her own content.
Obviously, those girls are never going to complain. We aren't ever going to know Destiny hooked up with them.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like 1 to 2%. I don't know, like that's. But every single person that has problems with me.
So you're hooking up with that many girls, though, is what you're saying. You're all the time.
Listen, okay. The past year and a half, I've slowed down considerably. Okay.
Because of the Vyvanse?
Yeah, kind of. People like present it as like some weird thing that like, oh, I took Vyvanse to kill my sex drive. It wasn't that. It's just that I took it. I'm like way more focused on work.
I guess that makes sense. If the numbers are truly that high, forget if anyone's crazy. I'm passing the ball to other content creators on that. I just want to focus on the allegations. The allegations from Cherry about Destiny secretly recording her had some doubts behind them because nobody had seen the recording. He claims he had consent to record. She said she didn't. We need the courts to figure that part out. So I asked Cherry if I could get a copy of the police report she filed because that would at least prove that something exists. She said no because she didn't want to risk getting doxxed. But now we don't need that because the recording was recently posted to Kiwi Farm. Kelly Jean sent it to me and it opens up with Destiny starting the recording, putting the phone somewhere, and then sitting next to her on the bed. Does not sound like she would be aware of this, but I guess we don't know for sure. Now during our interview, he kept the Cherry stuff off the record, but this recording came out afterwards, and when I asked him about it, he gave me a response, but never a straight answer on whether or not he had consent to recording, saying no, WTF, we were in my apartment the entire time. She was literally staying over. I asked, is there a reason why you would be recording in your pocket with Cherry? He responds, I never was, LOL, the phone was sitting on the bed or on the nightstand. That doesn't answer anything. Do you have consent or not? We're just gonna have to wait and see if the police report turns into anything, because he won't say, which, you know, fair enough. I did find it interesting, though, that when I asked Anna if she ever received nudes of other girls, she said yes. Have you ever been sent videos of him and other people where they didn't consent to the videos?
So, I've been sent videos. I have no way of knowing if they were consensually, like, recorded or sent.
Can you say who was in them?
Sorry?
Can you say who was in them?
I didn't know the people.
Oh, okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
I saw faces, but, like, I didn't know who they were.
Yeah, you have no idea who it is.
Yeah, and so, like, when the stuff came out, I was kind of like, oh shit, uh-oh. That means that, what if they, like, didn't consent to that being sent? Yeah. So that was a little disturbing, of course, to realize. Yeah, and, I mean, I came out, like, kind of supporting Pixie and like, and Cherry, of course.
Were any of those girls, well, I guess you wouldn't know if it's Pixie or not, right? I don't know if the...
I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think I got anything about, like, from any of Pixie's stuff, basically, or Cherry's stuff, because, like I said, I didn't know who they were.
And that just makes me wonder, was this actual consent or more of that implied consent? When Destiny was going through the ad run, he told people to go talk about it on her Kiwi Farm. Her Kiwi Farms thread also hosted her docs. And Ryan Beard made the point that sending people to her Kiwi Farms is effectively just spreading her docs.
And he encouraged them to...
I mean, it is. It's no effectively. It is. If you use your platform to tell people about something that otherwise would have not been known, 59 seconds, Bazinga, that otherwise would not have been known had you not mentioned to them, you are in fact spreading the information around with the intention that it get more popular, so that people look it up and start talking about it. It's the same shit that is happening right now with Alyssa Mercanti trial. She keeps trying to litigate her issues and her problems with other content creators in her fucking legalese by using lawfare to harass those people at distance to involve them with Jeff Tarzia. And Smash JT is not doing himself favors or anyone else favors by choosing to act like a fucking Spurglord who decides to then fall for the very optics trap that it creates by behaving like a fucking idiot. By turning on random people, turning on content creators, outing it with other content creators, and acting the same way that Destiny would in these situations. 10 seconds. Bazinga.
post in her thread.
Oh, okay. Also, heads up. This is my only non-media blackout time, okay? This is my only non-media blackout time where media goes, okay? Somebody on Kiwi Forums has made a thread of Anna. So if you are obsessed with Anna and you want to talk about her all the time, you, chatter, you can actually go to Kiwi Farms and you can go and post all you want, read all you want, go there, post about it, talk about it. People put a lot of effort into categorizing and archiving everything. There you go, okay?
And in the thread about Anna that Destiny encouraged his fans to go message, they doxed Anna. In response to this, Anna texted Destiny, "You literally ruined my f***ing life. You just doxed me on your stream. F you put me in danger." And Destiny responded to this by saying, "You're doing it to yourself and you're going to keep doing it to yourself."
And recently, Destiny has also called for the dox of some of his biggest detractors. He asked his Queenman's full dox public yet. At another time, he was calling for J-stalks.
It's how many people around this person can we harass or can we dox or swat or whatever, and like that's just the goal for all of it. It's pretty cringe, it's pretty gross. I expect the behavior from Kiwi Farms. It is what it is. Like I said, communities like that will always exist, but it's really gross when people like Gisticle, whose information I hope I can find soon, are like trying to amplify or put a magnifying glass on info over there and then have it spread to the other world. That's just wild to me.
So the problem with this angle and this optic from him, I'm pressing the button again, is that he is allowing himself, congratulations Regular, you win, he is allowing himself to create a dynamic where we treat Kiwi Farms as the other world and anything else that exists outside of the regular 5 parts of the internet that exist. I guess 4 parts now, because is Kiwi Farms still considered off the ClearNet, despite the fact that it's on the ClearNet, but it's just behind new levels of protection that he's now paying for himself out of the pocket, and because 4chan's still down. These 4 corners of the internet that's considered the real internet, and then the federated internet and Kiwi Farms, if you treat them like they're the other world, and people crossed over from the other world to bring back forbidden knowledge that shouldn't be given to people there, you're acting like the biggest fucking gaylord I can imagine. 100% the biggest fucking gaylord. It's so irrelevant, and it's so dog shit, and it's not important. Because it's stupid. Because it's like, oh no, it doesn't exist unless we have to, make clout off of it. We gotta talk about and or bring up material that comes from them. And if it's relevant, then we use it. But when it's not relevant, no, that's the sunken place. We don't talk about what happens there. Don't bring that up. Don't mention it. It's not that important. Except when it is. It's always important. Except when it isn't. Except when it is. It's a bunch of bullshit. You're going back and forth, picking and choosing what's acceptable and what's not. You just need to decide if this is good or it is not. It is in fact not. This is not good stuff. This is the cringe shit that nobody wants to be involved in. I don't know where struggle is, so I'll just have to mark that as used after I pass it out to him. Like, it's cringe shit. The constant back and forth of deciding to poison the well and then saying, no, you can't poison the well, only I can poison the well. Fuck it. It's just a fucking drama posting website. That's all it is. It's a drama posting website. They are addicted to drama. They love the drama. And because they love the drama, they decide, oh yeah, I'm going to give me some good juicy drama off of this today. I'm going to go read the fucking forums and I'm going to go read a post about this person I'm making this content with so I can have a better hit piece or I can have a better informational video. So I can just say all the parts that are relevant towards the downcome and the upcome and the downfall and the turn and the ingoodning and the inshitning. It's useless. It's fucking useless.
Asked Destiny about it, and this is what he said. People accusing you of doxing, right? Because you're referring to Kiwi Farms. Ryan did this with Anna, and then J-Stalk is doing this. Queeman is sort of doing this where there's DMs about you saying like, hey, I wish this person, has this person been doxed yet?
Yeah, for Anna, that's bullshit. For just like Queeman, I kill him with my gun. I shoot my house into it. But not for Anna, no.
We'll get back to the death threat in a minute. I just want to address Anna's point of view. And it's you saying like, you doxed me on your stream because your dox was on Kiwi Farms, allegedly. Is that true?
Yes, yeah.
You ruined my life, right? So do you think what he did there was him maliciously doxing you?
I think it was malicious because, again, we were having a fight. It was over. I don't remember what the hell it was over.
Yeah, one in a dozen, huh? Between you two.
Yeah. So the source of our... well, first, yeah, I do think it was malicious because he was pretty angry with me at that time. And, yeah, he basically said, go to her Kiwi Farms page, specifically page 4 or whatever, which was where...
Doesn't he have an account on Kiwi Farms? I'm pretty sure he does. If he uses it, and if it's not thread banned from certain sections or certain parts of the forums, I don't fucking know. I have my account there, and there's no person who's giving me shit. The most recent time in which I used it was on going through the Dansburst thread, where I talked about the fact that it reached my side of the internet. If he has one, considering that it's a different moderation staff and a different era of content creators that are engaging with it now, the behavior cycle is more than likely different. So it's a question of whether or not those content creators push for him to be banned, or if any site moderator, or site admin, or site thread moderator that operates in the particular sections, the one that would belong to internet content creators and internet drama, thinking that it's worthy for him to not have access to it, and banning his account from access. But considering the uptick of users that started going to QE Farms as a drama outpost, treating it as if it was Doxbin, I don't even think they'd have the ability to register an account for the website unless they turn registries back on again. So, like, anybody could have an account. If he doesn't have access to his old account, he could always make a new one. It really comes down to the culture, in my opinion, Lydia. And, like, the culture of beauty parlor is not the culture of, like, I don't know, lol cows. Or to look at the chat specifically, to look at the website specifically. For the example of Dave Rivera, which is to say airbagged, the section that is dedicated for lolcows is not the section that's dedicated for Community Watch, International Click, Animal Control, Baldover's Collapse, which is a temporary board, just for Nick Rekieta and the end stage collapse of his goings-on. Ethan Ralph, Shawnee Chu, Grift Wars, Internet Famous, Internet Tough Guys, Dark Side Phil, or Stink Ditch. The culture of each is going to be different. Because right now, as I can see them, the most active threads right now, Kanye, 4chan, Anissa Joma, and iDubbbz, collectively, together, their thread was combined into a singular form. Whatever the fuck Ruben Sim derangement syndrome is, and Elder Scrolls. Those are the most active top 5 threads right now on the website as a whole. Outside of that, inside of Baldover's Collapse, new information requests for Bodycam, which was started by Noel yesterday. Something about Fallen Shadow, Shandor, Sayadu, Shadow X Eclipse, Kildesu, for whoever the hell that is, and then another thread about tranny self-reports. The majority of the content that's going to be on the website, whoever's involved in it and is engaging in it is going to be up to their own specifics. Because there's different kinds of drama that's happening now. And I don't think they do the front page push of internet happenings. They just let people who are actually aware of what's happening be described and go on. Like, at the same time, on this page here, on the submissions, I can see a sentencing for Nick Rekieta for 30 days, 5 years probation, right next to, on Friday at 7 p.m., the 4-hour-long sexually explicit conversation that Keemstar had with a former production assistant. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Where my docs was, and yeah, so I was very upset. I think he did.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not sure. Either way, I felt like, oh my god, this is basically doxing me.
Don't spoil people about that. We're not going to talk about what Kanye did. That's for another stream.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Because he told people to go there and talk about me and stuff like that, make accounts, things like that, and yeah, I felt like
he obviously, when I asked him about this, framed it in a not a malicious way, but whether he's naming the page number or not, which is obviously he's framing it as not malicious, but if your docs is on there and everything, well,
yeah, I mean,
it comes off that way. It feels that way, and I would interpret it that way myself.
Yeah, especially since we were literally still sexting at that time.
According to alleged text messages only 2 days before. And it's not just me who interprets it that way. Destiny interprets it that way. J-Stalk and Queeman sending people to his Kiwi farms is why he wants them dead.
I'd kill him if I could. I'd show the fucking house and do it.
I shared that clip of the interview at the end of my I'm Alex video. And this is how Destiny justified it when he was asked about it on stream.
If you were like obsessively posting and directing people towards doxes of me, my family members, and all this shit, I have no care in the world for you. I will never have any care in the world for you. And I will gladly and fully admit that. I don't know what you want me to say.
That's the exact same reason Anna was upset with you, but you called her a liar. I'll play his justification anyway. He says like, hey, this ruined my life or whatever. Steven ruined my life.
She's lying when she said that. That's bullshit. But what happened was, again, the pattern with Anna was, if anybody would bring up anything about her that she felt was wrong, she had to go live and correct the record. And the frustrating thing for me, and I'm sure you've seen this happening right now, is what people will do is people will pretend that they're not getting info off of Kiwi Farms, but what they do is they get info right off Kiwi Farms and then they chat about it in Discord or they talk about it in my chat. So I was getting frustrated and I told my chat, I was like, listen, if you guys want to talk about it, go get Kiwi Farms, whatever, get the fuck out of my chat, don't talk about it there.
That
Now
was
people
not an effort
like,
to dox her is what you're saying.
yeah, no, what the fuck? Like, why would I even want to do that? Like, what am I, want to kill her? Like, that's, I do want somebody to kill Jistical though, or Loud, or Mr. Girl, or Queeman.
I'm out.
Those people can all die, but not Anna, no.
Since you do want these fucking people to die and they fucking suck or whatever, according to you. I mean, I think they're fucking annoying too. When you're saying these things, it is with malicious intent. You just genuinely don't care. Like, fuck them.
Yeah, not for Anna. That wasn't
Not
for
for
Anna.
Anna.
People were already going to her thread and they were bringing stuff from her thread into my chat. And I was like, listen, if you want to talk about it, like, it's not like her thread was unknown and then I all of a sudden publicized it. It was that people were going to that thread and then talking about it in my chat. Like, listen, go to your thread. Don't talk about it in my chat. Because if you say it in my chat, she's going to see it and then she's going to want to correct the record on it. And I don't want to be part of this bullshit. It's driving me crazy, yeah.
But with J-Stalk and Queeman.
The reason why I hate these people is because they're taking part in this thing. Bro, I swear to God, if I quit streaming, I'm gonna fucking go on an assassination mission, okay? People are gonna start disappearing one at a time, okay? The thing that it's disgusting to me is that because they don't get a rise out of me and they don't get a reaction out of me, they start targeting every single person around me. Blouse, if you go onto my Kiwi Farms thread and you look at, there's like 15 different stock puppet accounts that are all this guy. He is saying it explicitly. He will say, I am doxing this girl because she's still with Destiny. I'm doxing this person because he's nice to Destiny. They did it with Tom. Did you ever see? I sent a screenshot where they did it with Tom. Where they're like, oh, why is Tom saying this? Does anybody have
Tom?
No, Tom is in
Tomfoolery?
Tomfoolery. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not.
Okay,
I don't know
tweeted one critical question one time about like that rape narrative about me or the crazy narrative. This Stranger Me guy, that's Stranger Me is a blab. Like, look at that response because he tweeted one thing where he was asking a question, right? And then look at what his response is. That guy, that Stranger Me guy, that's blab. He's doxed like 20 people in my life. Yes, he doxed Zoe and Jacob. They know it. I got DMs from Zoe where her and Jacob quit the whole internet because they were so terrified of him. He's doxed my girlfriend. Probably like in the past like 20 pages, he'll like redox her like every few weeks when he's bored.
Bro,
he's
this
supposed to
guy's
dox my
saying
family.
bullying is a competition for biggest footsie retard. Come on, dog.
Yes, but he's saying that because you won't come out and post a video like unequivocally calling me like a mass. This is what they do. So whatever like you're working on right now is a waste of time because if you post this, you're gonna have Hassan's community, you're gonna have his own blanket. That's fine, but you say that now, but it'll turn into them going after you, and then they'll try to dox you or your girlfriend, or they'll go after your family, or they'll go after friends of yours, or they'll go after other people in the commentary community until they make videos about you. Like this is like the pattern. It is so fucking irritating. That's why people like Jistical and Queeman, if I could, I would put their balls in a vice and crush them, and then slice them off, and then feed it to them, and then slice them and kill them. Okay, them because they're amplifying all this shit and they're knowingly playing a part of it. They know what's going on, but like Callie Jean, dude, I can send you like 50 like. There's so many albums of them just constantly talking shit about me, talking about my dick, talking about my girlfriend, talking about my kid, like.
So, to save us the yapping of Destiny, the thing that I talk about, that I say that I don't want to be involved in, the constant relitigation, and more importantly, the cockroach shit sniping. Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep attacking this person, and I'm gonna pretend that I'm not doing it, but I'm gonna keep doing it anyway so I can get a reaction out of him. And if I don't get a reaction out of him, let's put in frame of me. If they don't get a reaction out of Carl, they attack Horror. They don't get a reaction out of Horror, they're going to attack Bloodia. They don't get a reaction out of Bloodia, they attack Struggler. They don't get a reaction out of Struggler, they attack ex-friends. They attack ex-lovers. Which, I don't have any ex-lovers. They attack ex-business partners. They attack people I've been associated with. They attack people I've been involved with. Why do you think whenever I mention those people that I have dealt with before and have addressed before, with them desperately doing this in the fucking reads, I put the shit on screen? In the sense of mentioning Shark03 earlier, or before on other streams, especially when he's been the center of content, talking about how it was handled with people like Vito Guswalti. Because those are the people who did the exact thing I'm describing. They act like fucking cockroaches, trying to dredge up drama, or dirt, or blackmail, and trying to use it to increase their buzz at the cost of attacking you personally. And he hates it when it's happening to him. But he was more than happy to do it to other people when he was going back and forth with them toxically. Because immaturity, or what other some shit. And yeah, that is annoying as fuck. Because they know what they're doing is being done specifically for attention. It's what's happening right now to Ethan Klein. They are expecting him to allow cockroaches to climb over him and eat him alive. And if he reacts poorly, or he reacts at all, whether it be to the anti-semi squad, whether the way that he reacted to the little person and Mika's rhetoric, if he responds in a way that is having a spine, he's a monster and should lay down and be stripped of his power and forced to take it. And just like they will do to Ethan Klein, they are doing the same shit to Destiny. But where people could try to make an argument and say, well, you know, Ethan's a father, he's also changed, he's also become better. Whatever they can use to outright just say, you know, this is wrong and we shouldn't be supporting it. What they would use to defend or to attack the position to protect Ethan Klein, they're like, oh no, fuck Destiny, he's an evil monster, and he said this, and this. It's so fun to spread misinformation. Yeah, that can make a person upset and angry. But unfortunately, like I said earlier, severity and anguish and antagonism with his words is the cost he pays for access. Destiny acts like a jackass, so nobody is willing to jump in to protect him. But there's a line where we should be able to say, you know, this is some bullshit, and I don't want to be a part of this. Or, I can write down the sins and tragedies, but I'm not looking to get in on the fucking parade. The internet's dumb as fuck for this, because unfortunately people play this position all the time. It's what I call playing the pole position. Moving forward.
Constantly, it never ends. It's never ending. Constantly talking about me. Constantly talking about my girlfriend. And half the talking about stuff that they're like getting off of like Kiwi farms, they're just discussing it like in their servers.
Poor Hannah gets no grace for going through the exact problem that Destiny's complaining about. As far as the messages Destiny sent me, yeah, people are talking about him a lot. I'm sure it's annoying, but so what? This is how the internet works. I hate doxing on the internet. It's the worst part of Kiwi farms because doxing is when online hate becomes offline hate. It starts affecting people's real life, allowing unhinged individuals to then swat them. People have died from this, but he's being completely unsympathetic towards Anna, who had the same complaints about him, and now he wants to be the doxer. Breaking. It's Saturday. I'm in the middle of editing, but I've just been made aware of Destiny addressing this exact argument I make, and I think it's important to let you hear.
Destiny's mad because people are linking to his Kiwi farms. Destiny's mad about that, but he linked to Anna's Kiwi farms, right? Well, if you look at the two differences in context here, it's not even remotely the same. There was a Kiwi farms thread that was posted, and everybody kept basically doing what Just Feel servers do. They would link it in my chat, like, oh my god, you say this, you say that. And I think I said something on stream to the effect of, listen, if you want to talk about her, go to our campfire and talk about her. Don't do it here. I don't want to see this here. This isn't going to be talked about here. Get out. Okay? That was my statement on it. They're trying to pretend like that statement is the same as the 50 extra discords and the room that, Just Feel has, where they explicitly talk about all of my stuff on there over and over and over again, and they're linking to it and they're referencing it and talking about it constantly. It's clearly not the same thing. Like, if Just Feel or any of those side servers made the same statement about me that I made about and I would be totally fine with that. If they were like, listen guys, we're not going to talk about their personal shit anymore. If you want to talk about it, or like their docs or whatever, if you want to talk about it, then go to Caf and talk about it. I'd be totally fine with that.
But here's the difference. Anna's story isn't breaking from Kiwi Farms, it's breaking from Anna's and Destiny's stream. Meanwhile, the sources from the Destiny drama come from Kiwi Farms. They kind of have to reference it to some degree. I mean, would any reasonable person say that I doxed Keffels because I referenced her Kiwi Farms? Absolutely not. I'm not.
No, and it's probably the dumbest part, because this is the reason why you can't treat Kiwi Farms like it's some fucking backwards evil dimension where only the biggest evil Nazis go to. It's a drama posting website. You went to a drama posting website and you want to reference a drama posting website in reference to what people are getting it from. So when the person references the material that is provable as this is something that's real, it is not a lie, it is not fake, this is not something that we stole from, this is not something that we made up, you did this shit, and they then say, well, because you proved me a liar using posts that would otherwise only belong to Nazis, you must in fact be a Nazi. The correct reaction to that is to say, Nick, fuck you. And then continuing to deal with whatever argument you were dealing with. So in the case of Keffels, Clara Sorrenti wants to convince people that they were a victim of Destiny because of the Bob Quinn posting shit over Otsukanoko Pharmacy and trying to get people to buy DIY HRT. No. And by referencing Kiwi Farms, therefore you must be a monster that just wants to see her die. No! I think she's a fucking liar that shouldn't have been stealing money from her audience. It's because she wanted to get $100,000 to go on vacation and live in Ireland to get away from the ex that they were living in the apartment of in Canada. Simple. Easy. Done. Boom. No further necessation. None whatsoever. It's very gay. It's very gay and it's very dumb. And it's very autistic. It requires so much involvement in the backlogs that there's almost little to no reason to care. Because who fucking cares? Next round. The keyword continues to be Bazinga Chat. It's the dumbest shit. It's the biggest dog shit. It's the biggest dog shit and it doesn't fucking matter for anything. Because then it's just a bunch of people fucking yapping. And never shutting up. Desperate to say, no, you're lying. No, you're lying. No, you're lying. No, you're lying. Throw it in a goddamn thread. Leave it and be done with it. Let God sort it out. If they care that goddamn much. Excuse me, real second. I need to make a phone call. Or at least I'm going to attempt to make a phone call. Jesus Christ, look at that fucking divot. Look at that shit, chat. Look at that shit. What is that? What is that? Alright. Be right back. I have returned. Star says hi.
I'm not set on this opinion. It's probably a case-by-case basis, and I don't know everything Jay Stalk or Queeman have said, so I could probably be persuaded depending on the circumstances. Let me know what you guys think.
Queeman's being a jackass, and Jay Stalk is monetizing all of the biggest villains inside Destiny's life and career in order to be able to ruin him and antagonize him at a distance and laugh at him anytime he tries to react to anything they do and see if they can be able to poke him with a stick and see how he twitches. That's it. That's it. That's the tea. That's the drama. It's gay. It's extremely lame. Because instead of just bullying him by attacking him directly, they are instead litigating their problems on live streams to then make money as they then have conversations with each other. Remember when Lemon Lav said we bring her on, or excuse me, when Kelly Jean would say to people like Lav, well, I bring them on because they're interesting, they're funny for content. Hours long streams of them bringing on people and involving them in the drama of how they're harassing him because they would rather do that than just not. Not stalk him, not harass him, not fuck with him, not annoy him. None of that. Just, we're going to make money off of him, and we're going to act like we don't know what we're doing. We're going to say that it's our fault, except it's not, and we're going to hold him at blame because why didn't you do what we said? Why didn't you behave the way that we told you to? Because you didn't act this way, we're going to treat you like that, and never the twain shall meet, and we'll never feel a single bit of shame when we do so. Type shit. Every time. All the time. Frequently.
Destiny sent me a message implying they wanted to use these doxes to sue JStalk and Queeman. I guess that's better than posting them publicly.
You said JStalk has greenlit everything coming from Kiwi Farms, which includes doxes of everyone around you. And they're now proceeding to harass you. You said you have a girlfriend, right? I mean, I know you probably want to keep that private, maybe. I don't know, people know you.
Well, it's not, because it's everybody points to Kiwi Farms where they're doxing her constantly, so. And Kelly Jean is also like bringing up things on Kiwi Farms about her, and she's posting about those things. It might even be one of the albums I sent you in like Just Fuel's Discord, and everybody knows it's coming from Kiwi Farms.
But in this message specifically to me, you said, if I'm after any information regarding JStalk, that's for my own purposes. Are you going to sue JStalk? Or are you looking into that option?
I'd like to keep that option. It would be nice to have that option.
Okay. It's either that or he's actually going to murder them. One or the other.
Oh, I did troll the shit out of the DDoS kid. That's a guy, that's one of the people, like, legitimately, like, I was so, you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house to kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most f***ed up shit in my entire life. I was so f***ing close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of. Oh my god. Oh my god, I was so close to this dress. I had fucking streets mapped out and you have no idea. That's when I first started getting interest in like owning a weapon. I got permits to own a gun and everything.
Toast to the bad guy, the bad bitches, the bad times will pass by.
These are just some other things from my journey that I found interesting. Denims threw herself in is one of the victims who was secretly recorded.
Like he has so many victims and he has done this same shtick over and over and over again, where he reaches out, or other women reach out to him who are 18 or 19 or 20, and he does the same song and dance where he tries to use and abuse them and then discard them when it's no longer relevant or useful for him. Unfortunately, I made the mistake of not having had sex with him. And after that point, he decided to just do a full smear campaign on me and threatened to leak non-sexual, in this case, I feel like it's important to recognize that, illegal recordings of me. We had a conversation and he recorded it in California, which is a two-party consent state, which you cannot record people without their consent. Since that moment, I basically didn't talk about him at all because, like I said, he is a black hole. He's a cynical piece of shit black hole whose only goal is to sexually abuse women.
I saw this and was like, man, Destiny must have really victimized her in some way if she's talking like this. So I asked Destiny, and he says that Denim stayed in his apartment for 2 days banging a dude without his knowledge.
However, one weird thing happened where 2 days before TwitchCon ends, okay, Denims, all right, she said that she had to catch a ride back to LA early, and only one guy could give her a ride back, okay? Are you following me?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, to be polite, and because I'm mindful of, like, I don't want some girl getting, like, trapped and raped or whatever, I told them, I was like, okay, yeah, no problem, that's fine or whatever. However, like, if you need to, like, use my apartment because you need, like, a place to stay, so you're not, like, trapped with some random dude or whatever, like, here's how you get into my apartment, just so you know. She's like, okay, thanks. 2 days later, me, Melina, I think Katerino or whatever, we end up, like, driving back to LA, pull into my apartment, it's in Glendale, go upstairs, open my apartment door, and then in my loft, up pops Denim's head and the guy. And I realized that Denims and the guy had just spent the last 2 days in my fucking apartment with my computer on, like, and all my shit. I'm like, what the f? This was incredibly weird to me. I don't know why she thought I would have been okay with that. It was so dramatic. I sat up both times like, listen, okay, this is all too much, too dramatic, too weird. Like, I don't want anything to do with either of you guys. This is like crazy shit. This has gotten like way too wacky. They both acknowledged that they had both been like unhinged and crazy, and they understood and blah blah blah. And then after that, like we like all kind of went our separate ways. Now, I did record that conversation because the big fear I had, and this happened 2 days later, Denims goes online with her new guy friend, and she's like, Steven kicked me out because I wouldn't fuck him.
And that's pretty much what she's claiming now. So when Destiny offered me the recording, I took it, I listened to it, and he's right. She's just lying about the whole thing.
Was not allowed to be in the apartment?
Fuck no.
Really?
Fuck no.
Why was I not told that he was not allowed to be in the apartment?
Because I wouldn't assume he would bring a stranger into my apartment without asking me. When I volunteered to drive you back, I don't know how you feel 100% because you don't talk about any of this stuff, which is fine. So like, if you're like in an awkward situation, right? I'm trying to be a good guy and give you a way out, like, hey, well, my apartment is open if you want to go in. So that gives you the ability to either say like, oh no, it's okay, I'll go in. Or, okay, thanks for offering, I'll go to your apartment. That wasn't like bring into my apartment for him to have free reign in here for a day. Okay. Holy shit. That is so f***ing weird. And not only that, but you couldn't even lie about it correctly. You told 3 different lies to different people. You told Melina, I would never and I got into.
I never said that.
You did. I looked at the text. You did.
OMFG, no.
Yes. So okay, OMFG, no. So I come home and you're both still here. Why? Why would you put me in this weird spot where I have to come home and see an incredibly creepy f***ing guy that is such a weird position in my community that's been trying to get me to stop fucking my ex-girlfriend because he's trying so hard to f*** her, is now f***ing somebody else in my bed, dragging his f***ing hairy balls across my f***ing blankets, okay? Oh my god. And so we leave for an hour. It's like, holy shit, Rich. We leave for an hour and come back and you're both still here. Oh god. I don't know if he's like, I need to get like a few more logs or pictures off of Destiny's computer. Holy I don't think I've ever had somebody me that hard where I've tried to like offer somebody something in my entire life. I don't think I've ever been like so burned on something before. Holy shit.
Destiny kicks her out of the house, and before she goes, she says, I thought it was okay because I thought this weirdo guy changed for the better, completely missing the point for why he didn't like her there.
At this point, I'm like, I thought I was a pretty good judge of characters. Now I'm like, am I a really bad judge of character? Has he changed since the last time he's been in your community? Is everything that I've been told fake or something? And it's really fuck with me because generally speaking, I have a relatively good read on people. So I don't know, just
relatively good. See, remember what I said earlier? Just take a clip of this shit and then send that. Good content. I forgot that happened. Oh my god. I haven't even restarted the timer. Holy shit, I forgot, dude. Dude, I fucking forgot. I forgot that she lied about trying to bring a guy over to his place. Oh, these people are nasty, dude. These people are nasty. They're so nasty. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, fucking Christ. Imagine being a big content creator and somebody you know that's at your place as a favor comes and fucks a dude in your bed. And it's a guy that is a fucking creep in your audience. And they're dragging in nasty shit all over your fucking apartment with free reign of your place, logging into your accounts, logging into your privacy and shit. See, that'd be an example. Okay. Remember when Destiny said, I'm going to delete things because I'm worried about people logging into my account or logging to the account of a friend of something and doing something with the logs? Because of what's happened to him in the past in a situation like this, this is one of the many situations that would justify the reason why Dan Saltman's redact.io would be used to remove his logs. This is a justifiable situation example of exactly the reason why Destiny feels the way he feels, and why somebody who knows the content that has happened to him and of his character and of those attacking him and those of his backstory, like myself, would then say, okay, I can see the reason why they would do this, and still be able to say, yeah, but I wouldn't be in that situation because I wouldn't let that crazy shit happen to me. Wouldn't let it happen to me, though. And it's literally fucking disgusting. Because the amount of energy it takes for that to be a thing to happen requires a really fucked up dialectic to be involved. And to that dimension, in those ways, it is some shit that is wild as hell. That I don't know how you would be able to not let this happen anymore. Other than becoming a fucking insane person. And saying, yeah, I can't let these kinds of people in my house anymore. Because I'll just be fucking up the place all the time. For whatever reason. Being reminded about this is nasty. Because I remember when I was there in the chat room when I discovered this as it was being discussed. Annoyed. Annoyed does not get across how bad it is. Annoyed. Annoyed. I am annoyed. Annoyed. Disgusted and annoyed. Never trust a Twitch communist in your flat. Not even once, dude. I have a question. Has this happen to him and he filmed himself doing sex? Yes, Yan. That's the disassociation that a lot of people find very frustrating. As apparently that also is very interesting from Willie Mack himself. That is fucking nasty, dude. Oh my god, it's so fucking nasty.
Venom's trying to throw herself in with these victims is so disgusting. She sees all these alleged victims and she goes, I want to be one of them. Let me hide behind California law so he can't prove me wrong. It had nothing to do with hooking up with Destiny. She lies with a smile. I also want to address one particular guy who's determined that I can't upload this video until I respond to him. Well, I worked hard on this video, so I better get to it. It's called Willie Mack, PR for a Predator. He's mad at interviewing Destiny.
He's there! Yep!
I can't upload this video until I respond to him. Well, I worked hard on this video, so I better get to it. It's called
You shut around your mouth, Glitch Approaches! Here it comes! Open your mouth! It's a cock sandwich!
Willie Mack, PR for a Predator. He's mad at me for interviewing Destiny as if I'm somehow giving Destiny clout.
So Willie Mack is choosing to platform a violent psychopathic criminal who wants other creators doxxed and murdered and is laughing about it on Twitter. These two are so unlikable, referring to the people Destiny doxxed and wants dead, even when they're being threatened with their dox. Notice how he doesn't mention the death threats. I can't help but notice how big off losers they are. Lol.
He wants me to pearl clutch over Destiny's violent remarks, where in the tweet I'm quoting, Queenman is making violent remarks towards another Twitter account who simply posted my content.
Seriously, so this guy's like a pathetic, cocksucking hack loser, right? He needs to be like absolutely kicked into the dirt.
I think he just hates Hassan. But
this guy needs to be stomped into the fucking dirt. This guy.
If you want to say that.
Filth.
These guys say violent things just like Destiny. They were huge fans of him up until recently. I don't feel like anyone's in any actual danger, but if they feel like they are, they should thank me for giving them the warning and call the cops. He says I'm downplaying Destiny's crimes for predicting that his career won't end over this.
You're totally right, but I've never seen someone's career end over some shit like this.
There's Willie Mack downplaying Destiny's crimes, who gets interrupted by Nicholas Diorio, commentary's top janitor. Diorio downplays Willie's downplaying of Destiny's crimes, then makes sure that optically they're shitting on Destiny hard enough.
Destiny's videos are getting hundreds of thousands of views. He streamed live to over 30,000 people. Why is me being factually correct about how this will affect his career downplaying what he did? I think the bigger problem is when people like this guy quit what Destiny did to Jeffrey Epstein.
Especially when we're talking about a guy with the nickname Epstein.
Or when J-Stock says Destiny has created a rape machine.
I think one of the big, a massive talking point here is the infinite rape machine, okay? How does the infinite rape machine work?
You guys make what...
Yep. Because those are the streams that Destiny's talking about. Those are the never-ending shitfests that J-Stock and the rest of them would host. Where they would just talk ineffably and then say, bro, you can't tell me not to talk about it. I'm talking about the real shit that's happening. You don't care about the victims, bro? Yes. 100%. Open the mouth up wide, Glitch Poachers! Take that cock sandwich!
What Destiny actually did wrong seemed not that bad, because Destiny didn't rape anybody, he didn't traffic anyone, he broke people's trust who were intimate with him so he could sext a 19-year-old e-girl, leading to these people's images being forever cemented online. Their employers, their kids, their family members can be harassed forever now. That should be enough to hold him to the fire. But the minute you make it about rape, people go, huh, he raped someone? Oh no, he didn't. He sent nudes. Oh, well then, who cares? You also risk getting sued for calling it rape, but that's just me sweeping, I guess. Common sense is sweeping. He says I shouldn't reach out to Destiny for comment.
Reaching out for comment can be helpful sometimes. However, it is not the ultimate journalistic tool, especially when we're talking about a guy with the nickname Epstein. You shouldn't reach out to Destiny for interview on his crimes for the same reason you shouldn't platform and befriend someone like Mr. Girl. It doesn't really matter if you speak out against touching kids and violence if you befriend and platform people who advocate for such things. You are giving them an opportunity to downplay and normalize their behavior, maybe even make it look cool.
I am investigating a story, reaching out to people to get more information, again, is common sense. If I didn't do that, I'd be no better than President Sunday and Beckett, who didn't reach out to Pixie. Sunday proceeded to slander her horribly because he fundamentally misunderstood the story. Both wound up getting their video cited in her court document. Quote, the video include screenshots of private messages of Pixie discussing the situation with friends, and claims that Pixie took hush money, only cares about money, and doesn't care about the other victims of the defendant. All of this is false. That's why it's important to reach out. You saying that I'm irresponsibly platforming Destiny is ridiculous because this video isn't even out yet. You don't even know how it's gonna end up. You know who's not mad at me? Any of the victims or Pixie. I've been talking to her side as well. I'm going to have an on-the-record conversation with her and her legal team in the future. There are people that are so obsessively mad at Destiny, they'd rather me not do a good job when making a video. It's very odd to me.
I'm going to go through a few other clips and then start asking Willie some pointed questions. Knowing the commentary community, they will never be answered.
Well, it's your
Open up, open wide! Here it comes! Here it comes, Glitch Roaches!
Lucky day.
1. How much and what kind of input did Destiny have on Willie Mack's video on Destiny? Has Destiny had input on Willie Mack's other videos?
Destiny has no input on anything I do. Do you think he likes that I'm dragging out this career-defining drama another month? I showed up on one podcast and people think I'm an industry plant. I don't know how to battle this level of delusion.
2. In the initial video, were there parts of the conversation between Destiny and Willie that were left out in an attempt to hide Destiny's influence on the video, particularly in regards to President Sunday and Beckett?
Destiny never brought up President Sunday or Beckett when we talked. Pixie's side did because President Sunday slandered her, and Beckett leaking her document with her intentions to sue before it was ready gave Destiny notice to delete evidence.
How much do I want to bet that Glitch Poacher switches to, well, you didn't respond how I wanted? I bet $10. I don't know how much money I'm going to have once I buy Claire Obscure and I finish buying the rest of these things. Because I'm spending money right now to buy horror dinner for her break. But I bet that he will claim, well, see, now I win anyways, because I got you to answer and react to me. So, that's clear enough. You're still coping. Now, open up that mouth and take that cock sandwich, Glitch Poachers. Open that mouth and take that cock sandwich. Open it wide. Make sure you get it all in there and then swallow it.
This is all in her court papers. I knew about this beforehand because I reached out to Pixie and she told me. Crazy how that works.
Has Willie Mack ever received any funding or payment from Destiny, Dan Saltman, or anyone else associated with OmniLiberal Studios? That's Destiny's media company.
Not a single dollar. Again, why would he pay me to make him look bad? These people are so stupid.
4. Since Nicholas DiOrio has given Dan Saltman optical advice.
But I spoke to him and I'm like, listen, the problem with you and Erudite is you guys knew for months, so you've come to terms with this and you've engaged with it. That's not what the public wants to hear a day after they find out. When you start the initial statement being like, guys, rehabilitation is the answer, before anybody gets their licks in, people are gonna fucking hate you.
And considering some of the other behind-the-scenes conversations that the commentary community has had with Dan Saltman regarding his lawfare against Twitch, among other details alluding to collusion, can Willie Mack speak to the collusion between the commentary community, Ethan Klein, Destiny, Dan Saltman, and OmniLiberal Studios?
I'm guessing this guy also thinks a cabal of Jews secretly run the world, because that's the same logic. I've never even spoken to Ethan. I think Nick talked to Destiny once on a panel. Does this mean I can never go on someone else's podcast or show again because the person ever gets in a scandal? That means I'm best friends with them? You're all way too parasocial.
5. How much has the commentary community, people like Nicholas DiOrio, talked about avoiding backlash from Destiny's community, or being fearful of Destiny's community, or something along those lines? Can Willie elaborate on that hidden influence of fear within his community?
Look what happened with Chud Logic and Lauren Southern. He had Melina coming to him and telling him these things directly, and he was put in a position where he could either eat shit and be hated by that community and lose a huge percentage of his audience, to the point where I had to pick up the other half of the slack and like help him out, right, to keep him afloat, or he could just leak those messages and be justified immediately, and it would start like a huge conflict. And I guess he did the right thing by loyalty.
This guy is completely taking Nick out of context. Nick is giving the sound advice to not go forward with the story unless the victim is willing to go public as well. Is he really saying he disagrees with that? This YouTuber is bad faith or has an IQ in the single digits. This fan fiction is out of control. I've never had a conversation about being afraid of Destiny. Destiny doesn't even have 1 million subscribers. I talk about bigger, more combative people all the time. Realistically, what is there to be scared of? We make YouTube videos. It's not that serious.
It's time that we get an understanding of just how much coordination, fear, and middle school shenanigans go into making it seem like someone like Willie Mack is a journalist, like Destiny is a real political pundit, like DiOrio is a media expert. They're not.
Other people call me a journalist because I aim for the incredibly low bar of reaching out, which you don't even want me to do. Destiny is a political pundit. What do you think a political pundit is? All it means is someone who talks about politics with authority. And I've never heard anyone refer to Nick as a media expert. I don't even know what a media expert means.
If Willie Mack doesn't answer these questions, and I'm betting he won't, then I would advise everyone to disregard his coverage of Destiny. He is too close to him to be reliable.
Well, there you go. I answered them, you absolute schizophrenic. This is all unhinged. It's like when J-Stock was asking me why I didn't cover Cherry in my video.
I don't think you worked very hard on this video. And like, for example, you didn't really include much of the Cherry stuff, which is required, which is what really shook this whole situation up.
When I point out that I did include the Cherry stuff, he says I missed important tweets, so I asked him to link me them.
She tells you explicitly, apparently, that
she didn't tell me explicitly anything.
What I posted publicly is all I would have to contribute. So she's basically saying, go, like, if there's anything you want from me, I will post it publicly. And she had.
And I did look at her tweets. All right, link me her tweet right now. That's with all the information.
I don't know if there's like an archival tweet for this, but there were tweets about it, right?
So in other words, they were doing the exact same thing to him on J-Stalk streams that Glitch Posters tried to put in video format. So you were acting like absolute fucking degenerates, trying to play the game of, well, actually, you missed something, and we need you to do it the way that we want you to. All of you, cock sandwich, open wide. Every single last one of you, cock sandwich, right now. Cock sandwich. Cock sandwich. Cock sandwich. Cock sandwich. Eat the cock sandwich. Cock sandwich. Cock sandwich. Right now. Cock sandwich.
You can't can you find it now?
He couldn't link me a tweet because I didn't miss anything. He then says I should have reached out to him about Cherry.
There are a ton of people around Cherry who could have given you information. Me specifically, I was like,
I don't know who the fucking people are, man.
Why would I go to a secondhand source about Cherry's allegations? That's literally how Sunday screwed up his video. But then I realized J-Stock only had this opinion because he didn't watch my video.
Like, I didn't like prepare that in any way. And like I said, I didn't even watch the full video yet. I did my like click through, like my little quick skimming.
Cherry then.
So, none of you guys watched the content and the material in question because you were desperate to control the actual access to the material, so that people had to go to you to get the full story. So, Glitch Poachers did the exact same thing that J-Stock did on the original part of all the material, which was, guys, I don't know, but you're gonna have to watch my stream to find out. Yeah. Cock sandwich. That's the only reply. Cock sandwich. Cock sandwich. Cock sandwich. Big dick. Big cock sandwich in the throat. Right there.
And crashed out against J-Stock after this with these insane tweets. I think J-Stock, Destiny, and every other person in my life is trying to get me to kill myself. I think when J-Stock told me I'm Reckful and he's Dr. K and he promises to be my friend for 2 years no matter what, because he often blocks me if I disagree with him or don't do what he wants me to do. He means for me to depend on him, so I eventually kill myself like Reckful did. Wow, J-Stock, you seem like you're doing great work over there. The reality is, this isn't a career-ending drama, but it is defined. Every time his name comes up, people will bring up this situation, and they are correct in doing so. You can't demand accountability of people where week after week you demand it of all these Republicans, but then in your own personal life, you're just excusing your actions with implied consent, which is just an excuse to share nudes of other people. It's caused real harm to Pixie that he has in the past acknowledged. So I want to wrap up with, do I think Destiny has a pattern of abuse? Well, he sexually assaulted a woman on stream, apologized, and years later slandered Anna on stream while sexting her. She doesn't describe it as abuse, but I still think it's pretty bad. Dan, Destiny's co-host, advocated for his wife to leave him.
I'll say this also. I think Steven was a really shitty husband to Melina, okay? I'm coming out here saying it right now. I don't think Steve would deny it either, but it's not good the way that he was. Like, I talked with Melina a lot of times, and she was crying and miserable and everything else, and Steve would say, what do you want me to say? I'm selfish, motherfucker. That's why I'm in the relationship that I'm in. He was like, you know, what should I do? Should I leave? And I'll tell you this, I never was like, I was never like, no, you should stay and make things out. I told her multiple times, like, listen, if you feel like this is an abusive relationship, get the fuck out of there.
So I don't think I'm sold on it being a pattern of abuse because they're different things, and we really don't know the details with Melina. But if other people think this all proves a pattern, I'm not going to argue with them. The clear pattern to me is that Destiny is always sharing nudes, whether it's blue tea or threatening Anna with hers or sharing Pixie's, Stacia's, Melina's, Cherry's. Anna claims that she received other girls' nudes that she didn't know. Was this also without consent? We'll probably never find out. He has to apologize at some point, hopefully when the trial is over. It's like Sneeko calling out people for being heartless while he says Hitler did nothing wrong, or him calling OnlyFans girls harassed and hanging out with them all the time. It may seem like an extreme example, but Destiny has victims and Sneeko doesn't. Contemplate that. As far as people just watching Destiny for his politics, I think that's fine. Turns out there's a lot of hypocrites in the political space. At the end of the day, I'm not here to be anyone's friend or enemy. I'm here to get a laugh, shed light on a story, and do a good job. So subscribe to the channel, and be sure to check out Aura. Shout out to the homies over on Patreon, Crimson Glass, Ritter, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drain Kovacs, Necro Valley, The Confusing Opinion.
So, in terms of everything, there's not a single thing I think he missed. It's not his job to give an oversight of every single bit of the dramas that were involved with people and get into the fucking knee-dirt details, but that's pretty much everything. I don't think there's a single thing left out, and including the cock sandwich, I'm not mad. Perfect. Almost perfect. Almost perfect. Now let me try to order my woman's food right now. I clipped you like 6 times, one being right now. The stuff you say is absolutely hilarious. The comedian does his job, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Although I don't know how funny cock sandwich can really be 6 times over. But look, I don't know what else. What can I say except get fucked, bro? They knew what they were doing. They were playing a dangerous game. They wanted to fuck around. They're finding out in real time. And they're not being allowed to get away with it. So they're being forced to take accountability. And they cannot push the accountability off on somebody else. They have to eat shit. If I was them, I'd be mad as hell. But you know. No matter what you put on them, or you tell them, the way that they'll act is pretty much up to interpretation on whether or not they truly understand consequences. If they understand consequences and they feel bad about it, they'll take accountability. If they don't feel bad about it, they won't take accountability. Yes, baby. Oh, it's her calling me to make sure that I'm ordering what she wanted right now. But yeah, there's not a single thing that he missed in terms of like any of the details he needed to get right about the story. Cover the fact that it's happening, cover the fact that people are trying to cover up the story, cover the fact that people are trying to control the details of this story, that they're manipulating it behind the scenes, that they're trying to have eyes averted from what they're actually doing, and put back on, no, don't look at us manipulating the story, look at the fact that Destiny's Epstein, come on guys, Epstein, remember, he's Epstein. And it's like, no, get fucked. Like, you can't play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and then pretend that you are not involved when you 100% are. It's unacceptable. Bizarre, crazy, wild, stupid. Why do you think you get away with this? At least how I think. Now, give me 1 second as I try to finish this. And I'll read back to what you guys say. Karma being is just a beautiful thing to see in real time. It's not just about the understanding consequences, it's about being able to understand second and third order consequences, not just first order magnitude consequences. Knowing that your actions will lead to. 100%. Because there's always the side of where I don't know what's going to happen. I just reported on the story. I'm not responsible for what happens out of the fallout. Omega lol. And then you use that as a way to get out over saying that for yourself. Then you get involved with the story and you say, bro, I'm not responsible for the dumb shit that happens to you guys, Omega lol. And then that reaches out to, oh my god, Destiny attacked us and doxed us and then got control of these issues, and he says the exact same thing in return. Like, bro, all you did was attack me. I'm not responsible for the shit that's affecting you, Omega lol. No matter how you look at it, that is very much the angle that he gets to take. Because what's good for the goose is what's good for the gander. If it's not good for the goose and it's not good for the gander, why get involved with it and do it yourselves while that's happening? That doesn't sound smart and or right. That doesn't sound relevant and or smart. But that's the angle they wanted to take. They decided to take that angle, they decided to take that behavior, and they acted like this shit was fucking sweet. Which to me is funny as hell. Oh, fucking Lord. Hold on, I have to call her back. I'm not repeating that. But yeah. Fucking the first order, second order, and third order magnitudes of all the fucking shit that they're involved with, they don't take any accountability for the shit that they're deep in. They don't understand. They don't care. They don't want to care. They just want to say, hey bro, this is a crazy thing that happened. And then when somebody asks them, wow, that's crazy, how did that happen? They then say, look over there! And then act like this shit's fucking sweet. Like, I don't know how to say that's fucking heartless, but it's heartless. Because it's the same shit that's being done to Ethan Klein. Oh my guys, look over here. Giardia. His kids, CPS. Isn't it so funny? His kids are getting taken away by CPS. CPS. Giardia. CPS. Giardia. Hey, don't you guys think it's fucked up that you're harassing a man and his family because you decided that he's an acceptable target? What are you a glazer? Bros glazing? Glazer bros, internet police, glazer. Something happens to him because of them. What the fuck do you want to have happen? The correct reaction should be, okay, you think this is cute, so I'm gonna do what you're doing to me to you. And then the back and forth. And then people are like, oh my god, yes, me, I can't believe you did that. You're already in the shit. And it's like, no. They tried to fucking execute me. And all I did was give them a little bit of the same heat back. So, when I say cock sandwich, Glitch Poachers opened up his mouth, tried to prognosticate things, and I said this the same day that we watched it, tried to prognosticate things that were not responsibilities of him, were not responsibilities of Willie Mack, was not responsibilities of connections that he had with Willie Mack, and acted as though the only reason that he would then turn on Destiny is because, oh, that's the knife turn. And ultimately, the same way it can apply to myself, it can apply to somebody in chat, it can apply to Ethan Klein, it can apply to Destiny, it can apply to Willie Mack. Somehow, this group of people deciding that they're going to talk shit about you, attack you, antagonize you, your audience, your friends, your community, suddenly they're not responsible for the blowback that they get for consequences of their words. That's obviously fucking crazy, yes baby. I forgot to turn the microphone back on. No matter how it fucking happens, it is ridiculous double standard where the people who are the biggest aggressors are given all of the good faith and all of the benefit of the doubt, and the target of the antagonization is always a villain, no matter how they react. So if they don't react, oh, he doesn't care, he just loves it, he's killing people. If I do react, and I react with the slightest of salt, the slightest of pushback, the slightest of correction. If I decide to be the biggest bully, and I decide everyone's getting caught in the fireworks. Oh my god, see, we always knew who was wrong. There's no correct answer. The only answer is get the fuck out. So, the correct answer from Willie Mack is full antagonism, full hatred, full blast, cock sandwich. He opened his big fat mouth. Big Glitch Poachers didn't need to make accusations of him. He made accusations of him. He eats shit. This is the correct balance. Because at that point, it's just back and forth talking over the net. Nobody is harmed by this interaction. I mean, yes, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't type situation. Now, I believe that there are correct ways to react in this situation. Because it then depends on who is deserving of what reaction and what apology. So, if something was to happen, I would have responsibility to the people that I need to apologize to. I apologize to them in private. If somebody then decides to hack my account, attack my account, or push for information that they then gain to then air my business out and try to air out my business to get antagonization to happen towards me, then my responsibility becomes, here's what I need to address in private. Hey, I know that somebody decided to put this out there. My job is now to correct the record, since this person has decided to incorrectly fuck the record. Any amount of information that I have to then put out there, I have to put out there because that person decided to bring it out of me. And now, I take my umbrage with them to them. I do it either privately, or if the accusation and the action was done loud, I take it loud. meaning I go public, and I put them on blast for what they did, correcting the record on every single little thing that they fucking said and did, so that they are not allowed to run away from the accountability from that. So, Ethan Klein's response was to do that on his broadcast, on his show. He did it the exact moment that the shit was published. The way that Hassan Piker runs away from fucking content nukes, trying to get other people in his audience and his waiting rooms to litigate his problems for him so that he can watch the content through them and give him good press, his reaction on that the day he watched the show was, we're going to react to this live, and this is the standard that needs to be set. Somebody talks shit about you, you run the fucking gambit, and you run the jewels. Then, he addressed the separate issue on the back of that and said, hey, if you want to get into the nitty-gritty details, here's the broadcast where I did that and addressed these concerns. And aired out what the fuck he had to air it out. And he took everybody out. Same thing here from Willie Mack. Glitch Poachers opened his mouth. Willie Mack said, bet, did whatever job he was going to do, linked up the content, and his fucking sponsor for his content in the way that he did. It's so funny that he chose to use that clip from Amaranth, but that's probably not a standard we should set, since that was technically supposed to be a horrifying moment in her life. Never mind the fact, the drama that goes in there because of what we now know from those clips. He addresses the content, he addresses his concerns, he airs out his content, and then he says, and to you, you bitch ass motherfucker, and gives him a cock sandwich. It's perfect. No notes. I'm not licking my fingers. No notes. No notes. That's what's supposed to happen. You talk shit, you get hit. The people who are responsible. Not people who are innocent victims, who are tangential. So, no need to attack victims. They get involved into the hit, because they are involved with the drama. They should have a say in how their material is used. No attacking people who are tangential, who have no relevance to any topic that can be concerned. You just use, no, it's not gonna be a new catchphrase. No, cock sandwich is not a new catchphrase. That's just what it's called. I forget the name of the film, but there's a specific film that I'm referencing when I say that. You bring in the people who are responsible, no tangentials, only the people involved, none of the people out on the outside. You keep them concise and descript. You take the examples of what's being said, and you make them eat their words. Like, it's like they took their pants down. Oh, wait, no. I think I remember. I think it's the Jay and Silent Bob movie. My brain says that it's a Jay and Silent Bob movie. Anyways, they try to pull their pants down. They try to pants you. Then you pull your pants down, and you whip your thing out. And it's like, well, it ain't gonna eat itself. And you make them eat their words. This is how it's supposed to be. This is how any drama content is supposed to be. I'm pressing the buttons. Congratulations, Alex, you won. I'm gonna send this directly to you. And I'm gonna mark it off as used. I'm satisfied that turned out to be a great piece of content. Yeah, you won. You're the next winner of a code. You acted surprised. Why are you acting surprised? We'll send this code to you directly, through the server of all places. There you go. Am I a car list yet? Let me check, DOJ. You're inside the server, aren't you? What's your Discord name? Because you've been here in the YouTube chat for over a week. I don't know if you're inside the server. It's just NeoJ. Neo. It's not pulling your name up inside the server. How about J? I have drawn with J2. Are you sure there's another name? Is there not another name that you use for Discord? Does he still have to win the last timer? And put another 15 minutes on the clock. Countdown. Keyword is still Bazinga. What else do I have in my docket? I'm pretty sure I have something else on my docket as well. Let me look back at any rivals. I'm not seeing NeoJ as part of the names that were on the new arrivals list. If it's under a different name, you're gonna have to tell me. Okay, so you are on the server. So yeah, you would definitely still be inside and you would still get reward. Since I can't keep track of whose name is what, I would suggest putting a nickname of your stream name and your inside of your Discord name, or vice versa. Because I have one code left from the dare drop, and then I start giving out my personal codes that I'm going to be purchasing. What else do we have here? What else do I have here? Doom, 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 doom. There's the Capitalism video, which I don't think I want to get into right now. The art creator community drama, which we're definitely going to be doing for versus chats. Because we haven't had one this week, and we're definitely going to have one tomorrow. I think, at the very minimum, I'd like to make sure that, it hasn't all just been Ratchet and Clank and Clear Obscure. And there's apparently a video from Master of the TDS. What is this? Exclusively, Sweet Baby Inc. has been caught admitting they pressured devs until they gave in. Not consulting, not collaborating, narrative blackmails. Gamers are right. This is a clip they didn't want you to see. Link below. Okay, we're definitely looking into this.
You've heard
Gothic Therapy. And fixing this.
the sound bites.
Go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
And if I can't sell them on, hey, don't do that, I can instill fear by suggesting that once it gets past us, someone else will take them down for this.
For years, Kim Belair and Sweet Baby Inc. called it branding. Cheeky, disruptive, harmless, right? But today, we're done pretending. Because now, we have the receipts. A leaked clip from a real internal discussion where Sweet Baby Inc. didn't advise, they pushed. Again and again. Until the studio broke. This isn't narrative design, it's narrative domination. And this time, no spin can save them. Hello, hello, hello. What is going on, everybody? It is Master of the TDS, and I'm joined by my lovely wife,
Riding Raven.
Welcome back to the channel.
Before we jump in, make sure to like, subscribe.
Well, at least that explains the reason why they look like that. Based.
And hit
This must be his wife's channel then.
the bell, because when we say you'll want to be here for the next one, we mean it.
Today's leak isn't theory. It isn't out of context.
It's their joint channel. Well, okay, that's cool.
This is Sweet Baby Inc. admitting on camera that they wore a game studio down on purpose. You know the quotes. Terrify your marketing team.
Why is this? She already admitted this in front of the GDC panel. Why is this news? Oh, it's because the versions that she's given inside of a panel, that's just industry speak. That's people taking our words out of context. You can't prove that we do that behind the scenes. Like, she said this in GDC panel. There's the times that she said this during the AC Sisterhood panels. There's the time she did this during the single Incision FX view, which is one that I researched for myself. There's the clips that have been farmed by Kirsch, there's the clips that have been farmed by Asmongold, and the reason why it's relevant is because none of this can be spun. This is an internal leak from them talking to a company. So there is no clip like that of Yaponomics where you can have some fucking black guy sit up there and say, you don't know what they're talking about. This clip doesn't exist. They don't talk about what's being said. You don't know it all. And by that I mean Yaponomics from featuring this fucking guy. Did I not title it Yap? I know I did. I have to scroll for it the hard way. There we go. It was people who'd be yapping.
You that there.
So, when this lovely buck-toothed individual came out of the ether to be the figure that would be used to contextualize and say, you don't know what's being said. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You don't know it all. This is just content that's being used by people. This dumb talking point will no longer matter. Because it's not coming from a clip, it's not coming from Asmongold, it's not coming from Kirsch, since they decided they want to use the angle of gamer supports and gamer supplements as calling her a alt-right Nazi. It doesn't involve any of that. It's directly from the mouth of the company. That's why it's important. That's why it's news. This is now, oh, this is something that you've done to the companies. You were lying. We knew you were lying. You were proud about it. And now we have you for it. And you can't use any spin. He just said that. But that's why it's important. Because this is coming from an internal leak, which we haven't even heard yet because you're asking the details. You cannot use any spin from an article like they did with this guy. You cannot use any spin that they tried to do for this interview that came from Inclusion FX, which is something that I researched myself that multiple people had to discover by looking really, really hard to find it. You can't be able to spin it based on the way that a person's comment, which has now since been deleted because Kubernetes Rambo is fucking stupid, had chosen to do so. You cannot be able to spin it based on the behavior and the talking points and the words of people like Kim Belair. These things are something that you have to take accountability for, that you cannot get away from, because you can't lie about it anymore. That's why. This is the 4K ray-traced footage moment where it's in 4K. This is not a clip, this is not a bit, this is not a talking point you can dismiss, even though, for people like myself, we have it down by the archive. This is a moment where, oh, we know exactly where it came from. Because, hey, I can show you the Now You Can See Me clip all I want. I can show you the inclusion clip all I want. I can even show you the examples back when it was being claimed beforehand with comments that are coming from the company itself. That doesn't matter. It's plenty of shit that you could get from Grant Cagle Roberts at their time of Kill the Justice League. That doesn't matter. The narrative has moved, and as such, you need to use the tool and the weaponry as desired, which is shit that's happening right now. Something that can be demonstrated that they can't fake right now. I think my phone's fingerprint scanner broke. Facial scan. It's $10 more. I owe her money. But yeah, they can't evade this now. So let's hear this clip.
Team instill fear. People said it was just Kim being spicy.
But this time, it's not Kim. It's Cameron Wild, Sweet Baby's narrative designer.
Ah, yes. 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 Mr. Why Am I Here? Yes. Mr. Nose Ring from the Dane Gebs of Coverstream. Oh, yes, sir.
His ally, Kim's employee, and the same person who once said, I'm here to burn it all down. Totally normal, healthy consulting energy, right?
But this time, it's not branding. It's not cheeky. In this leaked clip, Cameron admits to hammering a studio again and again and again until they cave.
Not persuaded, not enlightened, broken.
This isn't narrative guidance. This is brute force submission. And once you hear it, you'll
Are we somewhat healing the gaming sphere by revealing things like this? Absolutely. It cleans up the talking points, it removes grifters from the narrative, and it allows people to punch through the holding pattern of not being able to correct for them. Because now with this game tool, people can be able to effectively have conversations and communicate, and they can be able to exclude grifters that would otherwise confound the arguments and justify their own self-existence to be removed from the dynamics. At the very minimum, it allows people in the industry to decide, oh wait, these niggas don't care about our shit, they just want to be able to control us. Which is good. The closer you can bring the customer to the product and the developer who's making it, the better.
realize this isn't an exception. It's the playbook.
Roll the clip.
And definitely there have been moments. I can think of one in particular. Don't need to get into the specifics of the game, but it was a situation where the identity of the characters was fairly important that we get it right. And in this situation, we actually had to have a more heart-to-heart, really foundational conversation about these are some of the experiences that you are necessarily going to invoke, or some of the messages that you are going to invoke, some of the implications you are going to invoke, regardless of whether you want to or not. It's not a question of like, are you doing it well, or are you doing it badly? It's just, it's there. And so here are the options for how that could go. And this was a pretty, I would say, like unique situation where they were willing to take days out of their time to talk with us about it. And I think in that situation, it was, as a marginalized person, I felt making myself very vulnerable, and being brutally honest of just like, hey, I think what you're doing is not cool. And then being met with a less than optimal response to that, and then having to say it again.
A less than optimal response. Let the clip play out, Carl.
Of just like, hey, I think what you're doing is not cool. And then being met with a less than optimal response to that, and then having to say it again, and then again and again. What I would take out of that, what I have taken out of that in hindsight, is know where your personal and professional limit is. Choose your battles. Decide as much as you can which hills you're willing to die on, and which, maybe you would rather not. I think that really will serve you well, and get very specific about your priorities. Be willing to let certain things go, maybe, but that comes with experience. That's not something that I knew in the moment. I think in hindsight, I will say I wish I had been a little less vulnerable, and so that is a very valuable piece of information that I now have about myself.
Let's break this down. That wasn't
Okay. I have an easy comparison before Master Julius says what he's about to say. There is a documentary series about the Goofy movie. And there is a breakdown that the voice actors behind the film and the technicians and the ADR director gave about when they had to convince Katzenberg, or whoever it was that was responsible at the time as an executive, that the idea that they wanted to do, which is they wanted Goofy to speak with just a normal suburban dad accent and not as goofy, was something that they needed to do. And it kept the voice actor for Goofy up at night a lot. And that the way that they convinced them, which is to convince Katzenberg that they shouldn't do that, was to just do what they were asking for and hope to convince him by showing him how it was a bad idea. Versus harassing a developer as a consultancy firm, and then when they gave you less than an optimal response, dying on a hill to justify the viewpoint in question until they gave you what you wanted. Now, let's assume that whatever the clip is relating to, it's not South of Midnight. Alright? Let's assume that it's not South of Midnight, or whatever game they consulted on, whatever character the race was relative to that they had to do it, and they needed to pull a Kim Belair is not that. And now, in this dimension, rather than the alternate dimension, let's pretend that it is. What if the reason why that game's narrative is bad is because of this fucking person's idea and attitude based on how he wanted to try and tell the company what to do? What if the reason why every single complaint that I have, that we collectively had, that Alex had to offer me to play Ratchet and Clank is because this person decided the less than optimal answer that they gave about their story is responsible for the shit that made the garbage that became the majority of the content of South of Midnight? Boy, this is the biggest bomb. This is the biggest bomb. They are so, you are fucked for this clip getting out. I would like to know how it got leaked, personally. I'd also like to know why they're talking about this on a record. Who are they talking to? Where did this come from? Who gave the interview? I would die to know. But you can't hide behind that. They literally wouldn't know. Nobody knows what they do behind the scenes, because they do know. They push with suggestions, and when they get less than optimal answers, they keep pushing until they get what they want. So many questions. So many questions, chat.
Hyperbole. That wasn't a joke. That wasn't taken out of context.
That was Cameron Wild describing how they kept pressing a studio again and again and again until the studio gave up.
They didn't collaborate. They didn't find middle ground. The studio just surrendered.
They even said the first response was less than optimal. So instead of respecting that, they went harder.
And when pushing didn't work fast enough, they got emotional. Not to connect, but to guilt. To manipulate.
Then Cameron said, I wish I had been less vulnerable. Not because they went too far, but because they resent needing to.
They didn't want dialogue, they wanted obedience, and they were pissed it took effort to get it.
And then came the kicker. People need to be willing to let things go. But they weren't talking about themselves, they were talking about the devs.
So let's call this what it is. Sweet Baby Inc. says they're collaborators. But when studios push back, they pressure, they push, and they break you down.
And now they've admitted it. In their own words, no spin, no plausible deniability.
So the next time Sweet Baby Inc. smiles at the camera and says,
I'm the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc., which, contrary to popular belief, is not a DEI company, but a narrative development company.
Remember this moment.
Because what they call help was emotional pressure. It was brute force narrative control.
I think a better clip to use when you have that is that when they smile at the camera and they do things like, we are the ones destroying your games. You should have somebody ready to be like, hell yeah you are, and then you play this clip from Cameron. That's what you should do. That's a better and more effective clip.
It was breaking down the developers until they gave in.
This confirms everything we've warned you about. The fear, the manipulation, the coercive tactics, and the industry silence that lets it thrive.
But not anymore. You've heard it. They can't walk it back. And they can't pretend we imagined it.
So share it, clip it, blow it up.
Because the louder this gets, the harder it becomes for them to hide behind that smile.
And if you work in games, ask yourself, are you telling your story, or are they?
Sweet Baby doesn't do what gamers think it does?
Well, now, that's verifiably false.
And then being met with a less than optimal response to...
The part that I don't like is the eye roll of... He had to think about what he was going to say. He had to think about the choice of words he was going to use to describe it, and the combination he decided on and settled for was less than optimal. So yes, Sweet Baby Inc. is nothing more than a bully company, like most of them. Mm-hmm.
To that, and then having to say it again, and then again.
Attention, citizen, your allegory for racism is less than optimal. The beatings will continue until the optimal racism allegory is made. Goodbye, citizen.
And then again. And then having to say it again, and then again and again.
Well, you heard it, man. Blow the clip up, chat. It is inside of Cast Ideas. 100%. Watch it everywhere you can. I'm gonna retweet it on Twitter, and just make sure you can be able to find it. Lordy, 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 lordy. You tweet this. Boop, 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 boop. 100% needs to be seen by every single person who hasn't seen it already. That sucks for them, bro. That sucks for them. Man, it's so bad that they're reaping what they're sowing, but that's not my fucking problem. We have a new CEO of Discord, everyone. Jason Citron steps down as the CEO of Discord with former vice chairman of Activision Blizzard, Humam Saknini, set to be the new CEO. Thank you, Master Wolf. Who knows what the hell that means? Perhaps they'll do something about all of the child minors being exposed to sexual content. Perhaps that's a thing that they'll get right on top of. The sexual content, not the children. Bad joke, I know. Yeah, so this is what happens if Neil Druckmann owns a game company? No, what happens if Neil Druckmann owns a game company is Naughty Dog in its current year. He steals the work of writer Amy Hennig. He gets her fired from the company and tries to dismiss her in shame. Claims the work that she did on The Last of Us Part 1 for himself. And then takes his 2013 keynote speech where he says we need to make a better protagonist. We need to make better protagonists for people to like, especially female protagonists. And he designs a horrible character in the form of Ellie and Abigail. And then he chooses to do the same thing again with Intergalactic. And then removes the history of the company and all the content they made to only make the memory of the company's work, the parts that's relevant to them, the movie games. Basically starting from Uncharted and everything else, Thanos didn't happen. So that means erasing Crash Bandicoot, erasing Jak and Daxter, erasing any title they had a hand in that was a collaborative work between any other studio like Crystal Dynamics or otherwise. Just all of it gone. The only thing that lasts, the only thing that's there is the movie games that they made and those characters, and that's it. That's what happens if Neil Druckmann owns a game company. And whatever the fuck happens to Naughty Dog as he continues to produce and create and then eventually release Intergalactic, it's gonna continue to be dog shit. That's what happens if you put Neil Druckmann in charge of a game company. He ruins female protagonists for the entire industry, and they all follow his lead, and then when he tells them, oh wow, I didn't know what I was doing at all, they say, what the fuck, we trusted you. How the fuck did you fuck us like this? And they continue being fucked. I mean, I think that if the story was always going to be a two-parter, that naming it part 2 means that this is the front half and then this is the back half. So that in order for you to understand the context of part 2, you have to play part 1. But realistically, what is his true legacy is reselling the same game only 4 times. Technically 5, if you include the complete edition. I mean, look over at Bethesda. Look at how many times they've resold fucking Skyrim, dude. Yes, baby. Okay. Okay. It's okay. I love you too. No, you can shut up. You can shut up. yeah, whatever way gets you here faster. Let's see here. You're on Manchester right now, which means you're at the street at Sonic. If you go through the backwoods, it's going to take you through the neighborhoods, and the neighborhoods don't have an inlet that lets out. If you remember that intersection in front of Taco Bell, that's... Okay. Ow. I was getting the mic. She had more she had to say. It does not look like any person entered into this rotation. I'm going to put another 15 minutes on the clock. As I have it on unique winners, so people who have already won cannot win another key. At least for this round. Keyword is still Bazinga. You don't like how everyone is going gung-ho over the Oblivion remaster? It's new game fever. That's all it is. That's my opinion about people who are currently wild about it. It's a new game, or technically a new-to-you game. So they're going to play the new game. They're going to glaze the new game. It's the same first early adopter cycle for clout that enters into the zeitgeist every time there's new SEO domination and new content to be played and to be considered with other people playing it. It's completely normal. It's too expensive, in my opinion, and too rich for my blood. I don't care about it. And at the same time, it's for those that they didn't play the original Oblivion, so they're getting to replay the new remastered and see whatever new content is available because of the remaster. Which means them making goog fucked up faces of characters. Since people are choosing to make them look like fucking monsters. It's gonna be a meme. And it's already a meme since people have used it to make JD Vance faces. It's safer to make a re-release and to make a remaster and update an old game and use the clout and the relevance of that old game's good player base to activate new people to buy a new product and then get them involved in next product to then get them excited for next product. Itchy. What else do I have? I can see that you guys have been ranting about Assassin's Creed. And I can see that there's the post about the local furry that ruined the relationship over fictional drawings. I'm pretty sure I've already covered this. And I can see Saffronet's been talking about the Hawkeye initiative. I think that's all the drama that I have knowledge up to this point that's been posted for me to talk about. At least to my knowledge. Let me double check the rest of the posts. I've already talked about that on Sunday about the swimsuit issue. DMC is old news. There is the Hassan Diddy meme that keeps going around. Hassan Piker apparently did go to a Diddy party, and he started acting after the fact that he didn't understand what the fuck was happening. To look at the quote directly. The Hassan and Diddy meme keeps taking crazy turns. Apparently Hassan did go to a Diddy party. Check out his terrible acting performance when a chatter called him out. Oh my god, I just did realize, holy fuck, my mind is just unlocked. I thought it was weird as fuck.
Oh my god! I did! I went to a Coachella after party! Oh my god! Oh, that's right! I just realized! Yo! I remember... Holy fuck, my mind just unlocked. I thought it was weird as fuck! Oh, Kaya. Kaya is literally fucking lowering the TV. Dude! That chatter is not wrong! This is literally... This is... Oh my god. Oh my god. That's crazy. It's not even me humoring an online schizo. No, this is real. That's right. We went to a fucking after party. It was like... I think it was like me and Will. And we were on legal substances. And I remember sitting in the back in a tent, and they were beaming footage in the top of the tent, and it was like the first ever reveal of a fucking AI footage. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Because it was like a little girl and a little boy, and they were opening up a Christmas present, and I thought it was strange as fuck. I literally said Alex Jones might be right, which is ironic because I thought it was the bad vibes then. What do you mean? Like, I don't know what they fucking clipped in that clip, but I very clearly was talking about how I thought it was a bizarre moment. You revealed this information yourself. It was not uncovered somewhere. I know. What the fuck, bruh? Stop talking. Stop talking or explaining it. Fully, dog. No one knows what you're saying. We'll cover this tomorrow.
I don't know what to say that. I can say that Hassan Piker does not know how to act for shit. I can say, based on what he's reading here, he wanted to shit on the person, but because he knew what was being said, even though he banned them anyways, actually. You can see at the bottom of the clip there, the text in red, that all of his posts were deleted because he was then banned. But then he acted after the fact saying, oh my god, oh my god! He didn't even hit the right pitch. He did basically the, oh my god! Oh my god! I can't believe it! Type shit. So, he tried to cope himself out of a chatter's response that had him dead to rights, that he tried to play off. And it wasn't good for him. So he comes off like the biggest fucking liar trying to get out of his shit. And as for the AC drama shit, there's the gay Danganronpa drama, Make Your Heroes Comic Cop, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Where is the first ACC stuff? Or is this the same clip? Where is it? Where is it? This is here. Is this the same thing? Where's the clip? This. Well, I guess she had to repost it. Anyways. iMessages. 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos of context of ACC horror stuff. Now, I know that she said that she was around her way, so I'm going to go check and see if Charlotte's gotten here yet, and I'm going to be right back. Never mind, she's about to call me. Yes, baby. She's about to turn onto the street, so I need to go see her. Go into the thread. 2 shorter videos. The first 2 are context. Okay. I need to go talk to her, and I'll be right back, and we will do that. But I still have one more key of Merchants of Roseball that I need to give away before I can start giving away anything else. I need to shave again. Maybe my chin is just extra fucking itchy. I don't know. Alright, I'll be right back. Is it a Steam key? Yes, all the ones that I've had are Steam keys. Fortunately for these ones, the rewards that they were giving out were Steam keys this time. None of them were like forms that needed to be filled out with the promise of a physical collector's copy of anything. What keys were these? These keys that are being given away, like the one that I just gave you, are for Merchants of Rosewall. Earlier winners already took the Imp of the Sun key and the Silk key. You haven't been sleeping much because of the job hunt? I believe that. I knew you had to be asleep. Your key's already sitting inside your thing. Alright, I need to go outside. That was loud as fuck. Alright. Big host needs to leave.
Hello, everyone. This is really awkward. I want to preface by saying that I know this feels like a very weird and out of place video for me of all people to be making, and this is definitely not at all how I wanted to be returning to the platform, and it would honestly be a lot easier if I just quietly moved on. However, after consulting some friends and having time to finally breathe and reflect, I feel like if I didn't come forward with what I know, I'd be doing a disservice to the fans and friends of this person, especially with how they have continued on with their behavior both privately and publicly for nearly 3 years in my experience. I also need to give a big trigger warning, as this video is going to be touching on the topics of general mental health struggles, sexual assault, suicide, and CP. I understand that that's probably very alarming.
Oh, lovely. Voldemorting, my favorite!
And if it's something that you don't feel that you can handle right now or at all, please don't feel pressured to stay. So today's video, as the title says, is about a person who goes by Fagos, who has been on the platform under that name since 2016. A lot of you probably know them from their own videos or appearing around our mutuals online, but in case you don't know, Fagos is a content creator who's been around for a while and established an online presence as well as a lot of connections, which quite frankly is extremely worrying to me. If you're able, I ask that you please bear through everything I'm going to get into, as you'll see this very quickly outgrows the scope of someone just being a bad friend. Obviously, in addition to my own testimony, I'm going to be showing whatever evidence I can of what I'm talking about. Obviously, since some of this stuff happened in VCs, I cannot show literally everything that's happened, but I will be showing all the evidence that I have. I know some people aren't always looking at the videos they have on, so I'm going to be playing this sound effect whenever I put something on screen. So with that, I'm just going to get into everything, basically. I want to prep.
Okay, it's 0-0 again, and there's no new entries. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the key away, and I'm going to just randomly pass it out at some point in the future. Then, when I step away for dinner and I come back for dinner, that is when I'll do the second part of my giveaway. Congratulations to all 5 of our winners. Technically, it's more than 5. Yeah, more than 5.
Preface by saying that I know that Fagos is a person who needs serious help, not from us, but professional mental health. And I understand the possible problematic implications of warning people to stay away from someone very clearly suffering from mental health issues, because I agree in terms of principle that someone suffering from mental illness is not something to be ashamed of or a reason to shun. I would never cut off a friend because of that, and I wouldn't have a lot of the friends that I do now if that were the case. However, I've had to learn that letting someone use their mental illness to hurt others under guilt forgiveness is wrong, especially when the person shows no willingness to change for the better. And one of the long-standing issues that's been causing so many problems is not only their absolute refusal to seek out professional help, but their extreme unwillingness to put in any of the work that they can without therapy or the help of a psychiatrist. Some of my friends have expressed a worry about how they'll react to me coming forward because they have a tendency to react to things very destructively. I'll be honest, I have my own worries about that too, but personally, I'm done catering to this man instead of the people that they've hurt. I've been doing that for almost 3 years now, and in that time I've grown up a lot, especially this year, and this is me making the decision to finally say enough. I wanted to get this out a lot sooner than I am, but if I'm just being 100%, writing the script and having to relive everything in such detail has been one of the most difficult things I've done recently. I want to start off by talking about how things were before they got really bad, to show that it already wasn't great, and also to show some patterns that we'll see continue on so you can know how long some of this stuff has lasted. Firstly, one of the biggest issues I've come to realize is that Fagos has an extremely hard time respecting the boundaries that other people place. Problems really started to arise in early 2019. Allow me to preface this by saying that Fagos, at the time and until very recently, was friends with me and my friend Kylie, otherwise known as Clown Teeth, and who previously was known as Icy Hazard. And a lot of the stories I'm going to tell revolve around our experiences with Fagos and how they have treated us. So, early 2019, Kylie was dealing with a very traumatic, long-lasting, and difficult to manage situation regarding romantic relationships. I'm not going to get into specifics of what she was dealing with because that's her story to tell, but Kylie asked me and Fagos to help with the situation and reaching a resolution with some of the people involved in her situation. However, over the course of planning things and making the necessary connections, Fagos had several moments that made us think he was not a good candidate for being a mediator in anything. The straw that broke the camel's back was when Fagos would not let up on an argument with me in a group chat regarding whether or not it was okay to spread rumors about someone being into incest of child characters in meme form. I was of the opinion that it wasn't, and they thought it was perfectly fine and harmless. After it was okay to spread rumors about someone being into incest of child characters in meme form, I was of the opinion that it wasn't, and they thought it was perfectly fine and harmless.
How does that conversation even fucking come up? What?
After arguing an obnoxiously long time and not getting anywhere, I cut the argument off for the day and the group chat was deleted, but Fagos decided to start things back up again in my DMs the next morning, and when the same thing was happening, I told them to stop or I was going to block them. They didn't, and so I did. So Fagos went to Kylie and ejected themselves from helping her simply because I reinforced the boundary that I set pretty clear, and then tried to spin it in a way that made it sound like I was down their throat in the situation, when you can see I was very calm when challenging ideas as awful as the reckless libel is okay because there's worse accusations that could have been made, and I wasn't even the one who started up the debate again, but fine. After having to be told by Kylie to drop it because I guess me reinforcing my boundaries twice wasn't enough, They decided that they wanted back in, but Kylie decided that they were complicating things too much with their rash decision making and wanted to cut off their involvement, which Fagos continued to push even after, which understandably frustrated Kylie. This wasn't even the first time that Fagos had specifically pushed a boundary regarding being asked not to get involved with a situation. There was another situation in March of the same year involving a lot of Kylie's friends that needed to be handled quickly because it was getting out of hand and a bunch of people were getting involved not even knowing what was happening. And people were threatening to take very minute squabbles public. And she asked me to be there just while she tried to contain the situation. And I don't know what it is with this hero complex stuff, but Fagos decided this situation that had nothing to do with them was actually all about them and really just showed that nobody cared about them because they weren't invited to help contain the situation. And looking back, honestly displayed some of the most guilt-trippy behavior I've ever seen. Actually all about them and really just showed that nobody.
Why does this person care so fucking much about being a mitigator of this content?
Cared about them because they weren't invited to help contain the situation, and looking back, honestly displayed some of the most guilt-trippy behavior I've ever seen. Even during the time of this later situation, I even tried to help Fagos realize some of the manipulative behavior they were displaying that was making things really difficult to push through. And of course that didn't go well, because Fagos was so obsessed with their intentions while completely ignoring the actual effect that they were having on a thing that was supposed to be helping Kylie with a situation that was, again, very traumatic to her. Once again, I understand that mental health struggles can push you to do some questionable things. I literally gave them the suicide hotline because they were freaking me out like this when, reminder, I was only 16 years old and knew they needed someone to talk to that wasn't a fucking minor. Some questionable things. I literally gave them the suicide hotline because they were freaking me out like this when, reminder, I was only 16 years old.
Because I was only 16 years old on the internet asking people to help me on how to ameliorate drama issues in my circle. Why y'all having drama issues at 16? Bye, Boster. Why y'all having drama issues at 16, dude?
And knew they needed someone to talk to that wasn't a fucking minor on the internet. But as you'll see, it gets worse. Unfortunately, all of my advice seemingly fell on deaf ears because when Fagos asked why Kylie had been so distant, Kylie basically said that they didn't feel comfortable talking with them after all the trouble they were causing, especially with the guilt tripping over not being allowed to help, which was honestly becoming a pattern at this point. And instead of respecting that decision and just apologizing, in response to Kylie simply saying they were uncomfortable with the manipulation, Fagos went on a diatribe about how they didn't want to guilt trip her in between guilt tripping. Fagos
Honestly, I never wanted to guilt trip you in any kind of way. By that point in time, I was actually solely focused on giving you the help you need to go there in any way to help, because I genuinely want the best for you. Had a few bumps after a couple weeks, both IRL and online, and on that point, my mental health took a blow. Not a big one, but big enough to make a dent in my whole psyche. I don't know if I'm guilt tripping you by now by saying this, but I really want to make sure I'm not guilt trippy by saying any of this. Therapy speech should have never been revealed to people. I'm skimming through this, and I've read the word guilt tripping at least 9 times. 5 to 9 times in this post. Therapy language should have never been revealed to the younger generations. The second that it was, bing bop boom 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 bop pow, everybody suddenly has an opinion and desperately has to air it out.
Kylie was playing favorites and talked about how crushed they felt to see Kylie choose me over him, as if we weren't just trying to get through a stressful situation that they were actively inhibiting the resolution of. And worst of all, right after saying for the millionth time that they aren't trying to bait forgiveness by trying to make her feel bad for them, they immediately say that they're not going to grow or get better if the people they affected aren't going to stop being mad at them for what they did, which is S-tier guilt tripping, and honestly makes everything they said about not trying to guilt trip completely void. Like, stop. Let me just pause to say this. You are never responsible for another person's growth or well-being, and putting the responsibility of that on another person in order to get forgiveness.
You said something that was wrong there, lady. Well, I'm gonna let you finish, but you said something that was wrong there.
For the hurt you cause is blatant manipulation. And I wish that I understood this back when Fagos started perpetuating this idea back when I was just 16, because I fell for it. If someone tries to guilt compassion from you, they're not being genuine, run. From this, I hope you can see how you learn very quickly that dealing with Fagos, even when you're being as calm and as nice as possible, is extremely difficult. Not if you're letting them have their way, but if you reinforce any boundary or confront them about any harm they've done in any way, it's never an easy situation. This is kind of where this particular series of events ends, but I want you to keep in mind a lot of the behavior displayed by Fagos as we're moving forward. 16, because I fell for it. If someone tries to guilt compassion from you, blatant manipulation. And I wish that I understood the person's growth or well-being, and honestly makes everything they said about not trying to guilt trip completely void. Like, stop. Let me just pause to say this. You are never responsible for another person's growth or well-being, and
half true. If honesty, compassion, understanding, and maturity are 3 of some of the keys necessary to adventure forth in life and make differences for themselves and for others, should you wish to keep them involved in your life, while you are not responsible for their own personal journey, you have a hand in what you cause and what you're involved in. Now, whatever he has gone with him that makes him engage the way that he's engaged the two of you, that is his cross to bear, not yours. That is correct. However,
honestly makes everything they said about not trying to guilt trip completely void. Like, stop. Let me just pause to say this. You are never responsible for another person's growth or well-being, and putting the responsibility of that on another person in order to get forgiveness for the hurt you caused is blatant manipulation. And
if you have a part in the accountability in something that you attempted to involve them in, which you guys did, that is on every single person who put them in that position of authority. If you hand the devil a sword, you're responsible for what they do with that sword. And unfortunately, you set him off by choosing to get him involved in something he should have never been near, like anywhere nearby. And in your defense, how could you know? But also in your defense, how couldn't you have known? So, how could you have known? You were 16. But at the same time, how couldn't you have known that this person acts like this? Did you never have any instance where you acted in any capacity with this person over anything else, where this kind of behavior presented itself? Again, pray tell, how the fuck do you get onto a conversation where you're talking about, is it okay to say that a person is clearly a pedophile through the form of a meme? How did you even get there? How did the conversation even start? What do you even have to say? Who opens a conversation like that? Did you start there? Did the conversation work itself up there? There's details that are missing here, dude. Now I need to go to the bathroom. It's a real chair stream. I really am a song biker. Pray for me, chat, as I go on this long journey to void my bowels. I will be back in a few short moments. I return from my horroring trip. So, how does a 16-year-old get involved with a group of people that assumptively are also the same age? And if they're not, why are grown adults going to children for advice? about how to deal with a situation that somebody else is having, and never before have you noticed that this person acts this way. When it comes to the compartmentalization of their mental ego, to check that ego so that it can help somebody else. How did this never come up until this exact moment? That's weird.
And I wish that I understood this back when Figo started perpetuating this idea back when I was just 16, because I fell for it. If someone tries to guilt compassion from you, they're not being genuine, run.
If people are relying on your compassion to use guilt, sympathy, and shame, then yes, it can be a use of somebody using the dark triad to control you, whether you want to call them a narcissist or not. However,
I understood this back when Figo started perpetuating this idea back when I was just 16, because I fell for it. If someone tries to guilt compassion from you, they're not being genuine, run. From this...
If you could have been able to act differently, and your framework in every situation is that it must be a guilt trip. It's not just an adult or a person who's defined their boundaries, demonstrating that they do not want to have a particular type of conversation, and that person continues to harm your boundaries as such, then yes, that person is probably violating your boundaries, and you're within your right to not connect with them, talk with them, deal with them, associate with them, interact with them, however you wish. However, in this context, all of this happens because you all chose to keep interacting with them. Whether because it was because you wanted to give them a chance or not. The second that they showed that they couldn't handle it, you should have never let them be involved in it. Or you should have made sure to test whether or not they could handle being involved in the detail. So you ended up with the situation you caused. Those are things that you caused for yourself. That's them being immature. And while you're not responsible for their path to growth, you don't have to be on it. You are responsible for causing this. Because you were not careful with who you wanted to involve in your personal business. Maybe don't air out your personal businesses in your Discord chats amongst other children and get help from an adult. Moving on.
I hope you can see how you learn very quickly that dealing with Figos, even when you're being as calm and as nice as possible, is extremely difficult. Not if you're letting them have their way, but if you reinforce any boundary or confront them about any harm they've done in any way, it's never an easy situation. This is kind of where this particular series of events ends, but I want you to keep in mind a lot of the behavior displayed by Figos as we're moving forward. So now comes the time when I have to talk about what made everything a lot worse and get into a story that's extremely dark. And honestly, looking back, it still doesn't even feel real. I'm gonna try and tell this as matter-of-factly as possible, just so I can get through it, so I'm sorry if I sound emotionless while going through things. So back in mid-2019, a random Twitter profile appeared accusing Fagos of multiple crimes, including sending illicit pictures to minor under the age of consent, being sexual with their ex, who I'm not going to name here, there's no reason to, while she was under the age of consent, and sexually assaulting 2 girls in a bedroom. It tagged quite a few people, so Kylie B, otherwise known as Ponder's Rocket, and I decided to look into things and reach out to Fagos to see exactly what was happening. After a bit of looking into things, we recognized the doc showed screenshots of Fagos' conversation with their ex from the perspective of their Discord account, which led us to realize that they'd been hacked. Some of you may remember in 2019 there was a situation which prompted Fagos to have to create a new Discord profile. This was that situation. After getting Fagos' new account into the group, we eventually found out that someone that Fagos used to know in real life, who we'll call Jay, had broken into their house and took an old phone of theirs in order to get access to their accounts and fabricate evidence of them sending porn to a minor under the age of consent, because the messages came literally right before the exposed doc was made and were, again, taken from Fagos' perspective. Jay was not the story's account, however. That person was just an accomplice who was helping in the effort to ruin their reputation. By the end of one of the days pretty early on, I had actually gotten into DMs with the story's account in which they literally ratted out on themselves and Jay for breaking the law and both fabricating evidence as well as stealing their phone. Things quieted down publicly after that specific night, but the situation actually continued through November of that year. Prior to November though, Jay ran away from their home and was put under a missing persons report, and they were found later, arrested for burglary, but before she really served any time in jail, we found out that she actually committed suicide, and none of us knew how to process that. At that point, all of us just stopped talking about the situation entirely because, like, what was there even to say at that point? However, in November, another individual who was a friend of Fagos and Jay came forward with a pastebin that was basically just a list of testimonies about various wrongdoings that Fagos had allegedly committed, and nothing else happened after that. However, something that is absolutely crucial to why I no longer talk to Fagos and want to make this video is that there's no easy way to say this next part. As I said, another allegation made in the doc, as well as the pastebin later on, was one of Jay alleging that Fagos sexually assaulted her while making another girl, who we'll call A, watch after trapping them both in a room with them. A was said to have later committed suicide, and the pastebin stipulates that Fagos was mentioned in the note, or at the very least the abuse was. Some may think that seems implausible because
How? Why? What in the fucking school days?
they think justice would have come of it, but I believe that's an ignorant view to take on the matter, as the sentencing rate for silence is extremely low in both the US and in Canada, where Fagos is from, made even worse by the fact that the victims, J and A, were said to have been trans women who the law is already incredibly unkind to.
Well, we got that answer.
And I brought this up to them to ask to clarify if this was just another lie or if they could expand upon what was being talked about, and I'll never forget how they responded in the call, because to this day it sends such a chill up my spine. Fagos said, "I was hoping you guys wouldn't ask about that," and admitted to being drunk and not only locking both girls in the room with them and groping Jay, who was drunk and couldn't consent, while the other girl was sober and had to sit and watch, but they also admitted to keeping both girls silent on the matter. Fagos also admitted the acts at a later date when the other individual came forward with the situation in the form of the paste bin. The assault happened in 2015, which, mind you, is when Fagos became a legal adult. Both the Google Doc and the paste bin contain half-truths, like mentioning that Jay killed herself but not mentioning that she was in jail at the time with no contact to anyone, and the doc, as far as I'm aware, does straight up lie with fabricated evidence of a fake offense regarding sending illicit photos to a child. But the fact of the matter is that Fagos admitted to the assault and trying to keep both girls quiet about what they did. They're a sex offender who clearly permanently altered these girls' lives for the worst. And this is something that Fagos has tried to keep me silent on ever since, both in VCs and in text, which, mind you, isn't a trend that started because of this. This is something that Fagos has done to me as far back as early 2019. Whenever we would have an altercation or anything, if I was in a shared space on Discord, like in a server or anything, they would find where I was and join, staying completely silent just to make sure I wasn't saying anything. And better yet, after I dropped them and started warning some of my friends, I found out that they also did this to another person who was even younger than me, back when they were a minor. And the fact that they listed the exact type of behavior that I experienced without me even telling them that was something Fagos did freaked me out. As far as this situation in particular goes, nothing really came of it, and I'll get into why later, but for now we need to move on to a situation that really showed how things got worse after this. Going to fast forward to a pretty egregious series of events that took—
How does it get worse then? He's kept two trans girls in a separate room and drunkenly had sex with one of them under the influence, and the other one horrifically watched. How did it get worse than that? What could you have possibly done?
Took place early this year, just to keep things moving and kind of relevant to what we just talked about. Some of you may remember a big situation kicking off in the beginning of the year involving Call Me Carson, Stay With Me, in which he exchanged nudes with a minor, which getting nudes from a minor is illegal. I bring this up because Fagos was projecting their
We will never get away from 1719. Oh my god, we will never get away from 1719.
previous relationship in which their partner was a minor when they started dating and was basically going crazy thinking that the two situations were one and the same. So that honestly made me really wary. It was also around this point that I really started to question Fagos' past and how it made me feel, as I'd grown up a lot and became a legal adult myself and had also been sexually harassed by guys online while I was a minor still, actually. It's not as uncommon as we'd like to think it is, especially for more femme-presenting people like myself. So it had me thinking, but I wasn't sure how to go about taking action on any of my feelings, and I didn't want to confront Fagos in a time when they were so mentally unwell. I did, however, confide in Kylie about my feelings while we talked about the situation, since she was the only other person who knew exactly what had happened that I could talk to on the daily. Fast forward another month, and Fagos irresponsibly made what at the time appeared to be a suicide tweet. Having his phone number, Kylie was able to reach them and get them to clear up what had happened. I'll have their explanation up on the screen right now. They were understandably upset with the panic caused, and I basically just said, yeah, I understand that. I've been keeping my distance, which, as you know, we had discussed prior. This time, however, Kylie decided to confront Fagos about the situation herself, which is something I also wanted to do once I had the time. I bet we can all see where this is going. Kylie confronted them and asked if they had done anything sexual with their ex while she was a minor, and Fagos straight up lied and said no, which we have evidence to prove against. I'm not going to show that because this isn't about her, nor was it illegal because she was the age of consent. Point is, they lied. So I already lost trust from Fagos because of that, but decided I would deal with everything when I got home from an out-of-state vacation I was on. However, I didn't get the chance to do that, even though Kylie told them I wanted to talk to them about my suspicions when I had the time, to which Fagos told Kylie that they knew I was wary of them, which, yeah, we know. So literally the night I got home, before I even had the chance to come out and lay exactly what my concerns were to them, Fagos decided to take it upon themselves to message me both while I was asleep and when I had just woken up the next morning about how they didn't appreciate me being concerned about their past, and how it was shrewd and underhanded of me to confide in Kylie with that during a moment of frustration with her. So it's again with this pattern of thinking that there's some weird battle between us for Kylie, as though I'm trying to get her to choose one or the other by putting a wrench in their friendship. And before you say that this isn't enough for me to come to that conclusion, this was something that they continued to perpetuate in the following month that they refused to drop it to Kylie. Fagos, she's allowed to have friends, and better yet, she's allowed to have friends who don't vibe with you. I just had chosen to discuss with her how I was feeling because you had been making sure I wasn't telling anyone about your past. Although I'm sure you would have rather me just forgotten about it entirely and never brought it up again or think about it in any way that brings consequences to you, right? I know my response here seems aggressive and I seem angry, and that's because I was frustrated because I already couldn't deal with confronting Fagos about anything, even if I was incredibly calm, without some shit happening. And it's like now I can't even find the time to confront them without them spamming my DMs and ascribing intent to me first. You'll see I had to reinforce the fact that I was not open to conversation at that moment because I specifically sent this to them to stop because they just kept typing. They obliged, but if we've learned anything from their 2019 antics, who do they go to when I reinforce boundaries with them? Kylie. And holy shit, she got the absolute brunt of it.
Okay. So you have a person that all of you should have already cut out of your lives, that you somehow either kept in your social group, either because you didn't know how to get rid of them, or you didn't want to tell them to fuck off. They were a sexual assaulter of 2 trans women. In the case of a physical assault, and the other of I guess optical assault? I don't know how that works. In the world that I live in, assault is something that happens to you. It's not something that you witness. But I guess a sexual assault of the body and sexual assault of the soul? Chicken noodle right for the soul. Now selling now at Barnes & Nobles. Get it while the pie is still hot. I don't know, bro. You keep this person in your friend group. They clearly have a problem with boundaries. They keep crossing your boundaries. And they keep trying to control your involvement with other people in your friend group and having them as confidants, while trying to pressure you about not talking about their past and their history. Is that it?
For the following month, Fagos was essentially in full manipulation mode. They were pissed that I was refusing to talk to them about my suspicions after the way they came at me upset me. And it's here that we can see a lot of the same behaviors that they showed in 2019. There was a lot of pressure on Kylie from Fagos to stay, as not only did Fagos repeatedly express fear that Kylie was going to leave them, to which they later literally told her that she was their only friend, but there was a return of them complaining that when friends cut them off for being toxic or
Okay, so he was a friend of a friend. He didn't keep him in a friend group. Okay. Why didn't those friends cut him off after how he behaved?
they lose the ability to grow as a person. So we're back at putting the responsibility of getting better on other people, on top of everything else they were feeding Kylie, just because I wouldn't talk to them and justify my wariness. Beyond that, they insinuated that I hurt them by even being wary or having suspicions to begin with, and that I was making assumptions and talking shit, which I didn't do. They literally made assumptions about me when they decided they didn't.
Now hold on now, ma'am. Were you not gossiping about him in his personal life? This is something that you caused when you started. With good intention. I would put this on the friend group that didn't immediately get rid of him, despite considering that he was a friend of a friend. That's what I think should happen there. Let me throw this away in the kitchen. There's a lot of things here that can be simplified by just throw him out of the friend group. Be right back. Okay. Certainly this develops into something that's really bad.
I want to wait to hear what my actual concerns were and continue to perpetuate them to Kylie. I don't understand how you can be out here claiming that I'm the one with ulterior motives by voicing my concerns about you to a mutual friend when you're the only one here pushing that narrative, manipulating the situation to be like I came after you for no reason, and insinuate that we need to let you, the sex offender, back in order for you to grow as a person, and how we should really be empathetic and consider how you feel when deciding to be wary about your history of sexual misconduct so that we don't hurt you. You're lucky you never served jail time for that. Hell, you're lucky you're not even on a sex offender registry, which you should be. I don't understand how you can even find the gall to say you're not a manipulative person at this point. Like, I'm not manipulative, but also, God, I'm not going to get anywhere if you choose to stay mad at me because I can't do anything to get better without my friends. And also, you're my only friend. But again, I'm not manipulative. I honestly can't tell at this point if Fagos is just lying about not knowing what they're doing, or if they've actually deluded themselves into believing that only their intent matters when evaluating what type of person they are and how they treat others. This, on top of how they can just say they're not a predator with such confidence when they're actively trying to keep someone who knows about them being a sex offender silent and is manipulating the other person who does into feeling bad for them. Something else confusing to me is how they were both mad that I chose not to come to them about my concerns and wouldn't talk to them about it, but also got frustrated with Kylie for bringing up her concerns about the exact same thing. That's because I believe what Fagos really wanted is for us to not say anything at all about it ever again and go about life as if we just forgot everything. That's why the second we started reevaluating how we felt about their past as a sex offender and other possibilities of sexual misconduct as something that we were just sweeping under the rug and ignoring, they viewed ever coming to us for help and telling us about it as a mistake. There's no version of reality in Fagos' mind that is moral or just that involves them receiving any consequences for literally sexually assaulting two girls, or hell, even receiving consequences for the other awful shit they did, and I think I've made that abundantly clear by now. Some of you know that I started streaming this year, which was something that I've wanted to do since I started my channel, and I was extremely happy when I was finally able to. However, what none of you know is that I started streaming in the middle of this situation, so of course I couldn't even have that for me, because since I was using my time for myself to do something that I enjoyed instead of letting them disrespect my boundaries so I could try and justify why I was wary of a self-admitted sex offender, I couldn't even stream without Fagos going on a tirade to Kylie, who was also just trying to literally enjoy times with her friend, me, without them, about how unfair it was that they couldn't be there amongst 1,000 other things. Fagos, you're not entitled to my time or friendship or Kylie's just because you think we're responsible for you getting better. I don't understand how someone can be so gross. This type of behavior lasted for around a month, like I said, and it was just extremely tiring, especially for Kylie, who experienced the brunt of it a lot of the time. And I'll just be honest, it got to the point where, and I'm not proud of this, but I was honestly a bee's dick away from straight up blackmailing them with what they were trying to keep me silent on because we were so tired. It's hard to convey just how much I hated going to bed during these times and knowing that there was a pretty good chance, especially if I dared to do anything public for myself, that I would wake up the next day.
Don't put this on me. Horror found this.
Have to see my friend dealing with this grown-ass man, not be able to handle the consequences of their actions, and have to remind her constantly that it wasn't her fault and that she didn't have to listen to them. All this because I was wary about possible sexual misconduct of a sex offender because they were projecting their past relationship onto a case of sexual misconduct, and I chose to confide in the only friend I could at the time because a sex offender had been keeping me silent the whole time. What the fuck? And obviously I wasn't going to not listen to her because A, we were and still are really close friends. They had us believing that we had no one else to turn to about any of this. Actually, that's not entirely true. They allowed Kylie to talk to an IRL friend about me being sus about the nudes, as in someone who didn't have an online platform or connections with our mutuals. That's the reason I believe they let her do that. And that's why after that first day, they really started to see my wariness as a threat and started freaking out. I believe that 100%. And actually, I also did confide in a friend about everything because he was the only friend I had that didn't really have an online platform, already didn't like Fagos, and wasn't the type of person to come out and say anything. He's cool.
Did he also consider about blackmailing him? Because apparently you did.
We watched the entirety of Legend of Korra together for my first time while this was all happening, and it was a really nice distraction and cleanse from all the batshittery that Fagos was putting me and Kylie through. If you're watching this, friendo, I love you, and thank you so much for being there during that time. You.
Okay, that's a weird thing to put in the middle of your content where you're exposing a predator. This motherfucker he was sexually assaulting and raping. He was just raping everybody. Everybody who had an open hole. Any hole was a goal. But Aiden, my bestie, I remember when you and me was catching fireflies under the moonlight. I never forget those passionate, hot summer nights. I'm not gonna lie, Horror, it's making it really hard to take this seriously, but I'm trying.
Who helped me feel a little less insane and in a chokehold. And also, I'm sorry that I haven't gotten back to your DMs. Eventually, Kylie was able—
It's because they're children. Who is it? Stop giving your kids access to the internet! God damn it! Please! Stop it! Stop giving them access to the internet. Stop it. Supervise your children.
able to emotionally convince them that I wasn't going to ruin their life, essentially. And thankfully, from that point forward, they finally dropped everything. Of course, we still had our awareness regarding what they did to the girls and how we should handle it, but we were so tired and worn down from a month of this that we just decided to stomach how we felt and leave it so that we could catch a breather. This is how I knew I wasn't crazy for being afraid about confronting Fagos about anything, because we both noticed and knew that they were a loose cannon, which is something that they even admitted to in the past. And I know we're not crazy, because looking back now, after cutting them off and having time to reflect without having them around or feeling any pressure to think about them in a certain way, it's exactly how they were.
We both knew that if we thought about how we felt about them in the past and decided to leave them because of it, we'd be forced to have to explain everything to mutuals and relive everything repeatedly. We're currently going through that again, thanks to our mutuals who have been receptive to us at this time. Leaving a controlling, manipulative person is never easy. I'd argue it's actually extremely easy. You cut them off and you don't have to think about it anymore. And then, if you want to, you can be as aggressive and as lethal as you want with your words. It's extremely easy. Problem is, what makes it hard is when the person actually has qualities about them that make it hard to forgive, forget, or move away and move past them having it in your life. The qualities of that is what makes it difficult. Considering you all are kids, and you're going through this shit like you're grown fucking adults. Tell your parents! But I guess you can't do that because that's not an option for some reason.
There is no emotionally or mentally healthy way to confront Fagist about the things they've done or avoid them. If you try to confront them, they will lash out, shut down, say things to manipulate.
I'm going to say this is untrue. Well, it's not going to be true in all situations. I shouldn't generalize like this. Ow. Why is this scab still regrowing on the top of my head? I'm going to amend my statement. Ow. I'm going to say if it is as simple as I'm in a Discord call with someone and this individual is something like this, it's as easy as, damn, bro, that's crazy. Click. If you're talking about a person who is a friend or a friend of a friend and you don't have any loyalties to them and no pulls on them, I'd say it's probably moderately easy, especially if you're a child, because you can just go to the police with what you know. Probably going to be harder for them to go to the Canadian police, but I feel like it's extremely easy to go to the police and tell them about what you know and to deal with the problem there, assuming that everybody there has a rational mind for justice and understands right from wrong. It's going to be more complex for these people in this situation because you can't expect them to understand how to approach a situation without having hindsight being 20/20. That is going to be hard for them. Because it's already hard for adults. So it's going to be harder for children. There are no adults being involved here. So it's going to be even harder for them to get the proper amount of support and sympathy and the proper amount of professional help. But in general, if we're adults, it would be simple to deal with this, or through the levels of complexity that it would involve, there is a straight shot path. That are some markers you can use for general solutions to ameliorate, solve, deal with, address, and report the situation. And that these complexities get more difficult the more affinity you had for the person in question. Especially if it is something that has you as a captive audience, which is the highest level of I can't get away from this as much as you can. Because it's happening in your personal life, it's happening in your business life, it's happening in your work life, it's happening in your time away from the stress of those other three factors. It's happening in any place that you would hope would be an externality, like you try to go on a vacation to get away with it and somehow the shit follows you there. The ungeneral statement before, I would say, not completely true. This amended statement, closer to what I was trying to explain.
Manipulate you or evoke sympathy. If you try to avoid them, they will push your boundaries or try to get to you through other people. There is no easy option, and eventually you just learn to live with it and stay quiet so that you can avoid any suspicion to begin with. It's not healthy, nor is it enjoyable, because you still feel and think about the things you want to say, but when you're in a toxic relationship of any kind, whether it be platonic, romantic, familial, etc., where communication isn't a viable option, it does become a way to get by. So that's just what we did from that point on. I eventually did let them back into my life after about a month later with the bare minimum of apologies. Everything they had done, I just said, whatever, because that's what happens when you get worn down. And also, they still had a lot of connections friends and mutuals. So even if I wanted to continue avoiding them, I would just be isolating myself a lot. It wasn't until I'd say about last month that an out started to form, and it wasn't until very recently that they were finally cut off. Some of you know that Nani and I have become pretty good friends recently, and a while ago I was added to a Discord server with her and a few other people, one of those people being Faghost. By then, obviously, I was just trying to move past everything they had done and not cause any problems in this new space that I was in. However, that didn't mean that they didn't cause problems for me, especially because honesty is a big thing that people in that group server were pushing for, and if you've been following along, you already know that honesty and Faghost don't mix. Faghost had been going through an admittedly pretty hard time, and it wasn't uncommon for them to take it out on me. It was only after a particularly bad time when they lashed out at me in front of everyone that I decided to write a letter to myself as if it were them, and that really kind of hit me how toxic it was. Like, girl, you're pretending to talk to this man instead of actually doing so because you're terrified of what they'll do to themselves, you or both. I'm not going to read out what I wrote in the letter because it was quite personal, but I detailed how I felt punished by them whenever I was honest about an issue, by how they reacted, and how they never afforded me honesty in any way other than an aggressive manner. I was, however, able to bring myself to read it to Nani and another friend who were extremely understanding and had never done anything to make me regret being honest. That really, I guess, provided me an outlet to make me start feeling comfortable telling people exactly just how much I was biting my tongue regarding Faghost, and after that it was only a matter of time before I just completely broke and came clean about everything, which happened in early November. I honestly just have to pause to say that Nani has been a blessing, not just for this situation, but in general. And I just have to thank her and the other friend of mine who I won't name because I'm pretty sure they don't want to be involved in this, but they know who they are. Thank God for them, because they were the ones who really provided a space for me to be honest about how I felt about Faghost and stop silencing myself for them. Without them, I honestly don't know how much longer I would have let them continue on as they were. Coincidentally, Faghost had a bad time the same night that I came clean, and they blocked literally all of us on Twitter, which a lot of us used to just return the block and stop interacting with them, because basically no one I talked to about them sexually assaulting the girls and what they did after the fact even wanted to be around them at all. They did try and reach out to us multiple times, but we simply refused. You can view that as scummy or cruel, and I understand that, because in principle I agree that communication is the key to solving a lot of issues, but also if you've been paying attention, it's pretty clear that communication was very often one-sided or expressed destructively, and often only led to more problems that I honest to God couldn't handle anymore. So of course, after Faghost realized they were blocked by a lot of their friends, they did something that they do when they can't force or manipulate anyone to talk to them, and went public to get sympathy by joking about how they were going to get canceled, and someone who I should just say is well-intentioned and apologized and deleted their response tweet once they were filled in on the context of why Faghost was getting blocked by a lot of people, basically made a response mocking the notion of them having seriously condemnable stuff that would make people not like them, and Faghost liked it. And I'm just sitting here like, Faghost, how could you agree to something like that when you know that you've done horrendous shit to people and have been hurting people for God knows how long? I'm just disgusted. This is also what makes dealing with Faghost even more infuriating, because if you force them to
sympathy posting, that's what makes them difficult.
Leave you alone, they'll just take it public and start looking for sympathy from well-intentioned people who have no idea of the shit they're putting you through. And at that point, I'm literally just pissed off. And like, this isn't a new thing. This is something they did in 2019 when they were being cut from helping Kylie with their issue because of how erratic they were being and told to stop pushing the boundary set. They made a whole video to people who had literally no business being involved in any way about
that's wild.
How nobody cares about them and they're leaving the alias of Faghost.
Hey there, I know when to take a hint. I know when to stop what I'm doing and say, okay.
And of course, it's over Minecraft.
Alright, nobody cares.
Is Minecraft just the true autism attractor? Is it what attracts people that have touched kids, or kids that were touched, or want to touch kids? Is that it? Is that what that game does? Damn you, Notch!
Who cares? Like, nobody cares. Like I could dish out 1,000 things this year, and no one would care. Because I've been watching.
Why does this person sound like fucking Donkey Light?
I've been looking, and I know I've picked up on a few things. I'm not deaf, I'm not blind, I'm not totally oblivious.
And obviously the people watching didn't know the context behind it, but Kylie and I did, the people who were trying to get through an already stressful situation, and now we have to watch this man go and beg for sympathy from people who don't even know what's going on. It's like, can you just stop? Faghost, we don't need to process your shit. The people on Twitter or on YouTube who have no idea the kind of person that's begging for their sympathy don't need to process your shit. The friends you've hurt and may or may not have lost don't need to process your shit and forgive you for the damage you've done. The only person who truly needs to process your shit and can put in the work to find ways to improve and seek out the correct help is you. But yet that seems to be the only person you refuse to put any responsibility on. At the time of me writing this, Faghost has gone on a diatribe talking about how they hate the commentary community, which arbitrarily speaking I don't consider myself a part of, and how things have been awful for them, and I just have to ask, do you honestly think you're any better? You say at the end that you're getting help, but from the looks of it, you haven't even done any introspection on yourself.
What is this?
Things have been awful for them, and I just have to ask, do you honestly think you're any better? You say at the end that you're getting help, but from the looks...
Also, and again, they're not getting to therapy for two other DMs. And there's a much needing to help the latter being told by the former.
Looks of it, you haven't even done any introspection on yourself. I don't trust that you're changing from this moving on, nor do I believe that you probably actually changed in any meaningful way before you were on Kylie and I. Given how many friend groups you've admitted to blowing through and still feeling that you can't do anything after you've been told that you were a problem, and given how you've not changed in any way except worse in the past 3 years that you put me and my friends through hell. This year, you tried to keep me silent on the fact that you're a sex offender, just like you did to the girls whose lives you fucked up. This is why I'm scared for your next target. Whoever they are, you seem to be going to a lot of people naive of you.
Sexual assaulter, not sexual offender.
whether they're young like I was, or just someone susceptible to manipulation because they have a heart and you for some reason feel the need to take advantage of that. So you know what? Fine. Keep begging for sympathy in public and in people's DMs if you're that desperate to say as you are. At least people now will have a much greater chance of knowing what will happen if they let you in than I or any of the other people ever did. And you want to know why we left you? This is why. I hope you enjoyed the explanation you didn't deserve.
Okay. Now, the reason I said earlier that even though you're not responsible for how he chooses to evolve, you are responsible for the onset, for what happens. This is what I would have done. You pull them to the side. You make them go to the authorities. And you make it real. It just starts here with the groundwork. You make them go to the authorities. You make them confess. You make them deal with it. You make them go to fucking court-appointed therapy. None of this, I can't afford it going on my time. No. Make them own up to it. Because they can either turn themselves in, or they can be a wanted felon. One of the two. Send them to get the help that they need. And through the friend of the friend, keep tabs on them. See if they're making the attempt to fix their life for the better. 1. They get one time. They get one instance to demonstrate that they are learning. If they fail to demonstrate that they are learning and that the synapses are snapping, that they are the problem, you cut them out permanently. They can't do either of those things because of a specific reason we will see later. The fact this happening to kids is crazy. Grown adults, already bad enough. Kids, crazy. Because by choosing to go public with content like this, you are making it into drama that they can then use for sympathy. Excuse me. That they can use for sympathy posts. All the fuck they want. I understand the desire of wanting to put somebody on blast and remove any ability for them to sympathy post about the things they're doing and then say, I don't know why this person's treating me. They're treating me poorly. It's really stupid. Alright, let's see it.
There's one thing I can ask from everyone watching. It's to not harass anyone involved, which includes B and Kylie. I just want to speak a bit on why we kept silent for so long, because I know that's probably going to be something a lot of people are concerned about.
They're probably going to respect your desires, unless, of course, they decide to respect your desires, but they're going to go to him, because that's the nature of what people do, unfortunately. You can tell your audience, who should then have the maturity to know, yep, this is something that they need to talk about, but it's not something that I need to get on top of, but that's not how people on the internet like to be. Look at the thumbnail of the second video again. Ah, I see.
I can't speak for them, but from how I remember feeling and the general mood of everything when things happened, I didn't even know how to begin to emotionally process anything. You know, it took me over a year for me to even reflect on Fagos in any meaningful way that would make me more wary of them. And that was only after being kept silent on things repeatedly for so long and going through again my own experiences with sexual harassment that forced me to confront the much harsher nature of their assault. Especially after Jay died, it was so difficult to even think of what to do, even just privately. And there were of course other factors at play. There was still hesitancy because of the bad things that Jay did do in cooperation with other people. Fagos was of course not in a good state of mind, so even thinking of doing something that could worsen their mental state was just not in any of our plans. And I honestly think it was just easier to try and move on as if nothing happened. I understand that might seem shallow to some, and you can think that, but I ask you to try and be empathetic, to try and grasp how you would even go about unpacking any of this in the moment, all while trying to lead somewhat of a normal life. As you know, Fagos did a lot to keep me silent and also manipulated Kylie a lot in the following years, which B knew nothing of. She didn't know about their efforts to hush me up or any of the horrible shit they did to us until after I had cut them off just recently, and she was more than willing to listen. I don't blame B or Kylie for not coming forward, especially now that I am. Coming forward about this has honestly been one of the hardest things I've ever done, and I've had to put basically my entire life on pause for weeks just to get through this. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. It's just that I couldn't comfortably live with myself if I didn't do this. If we're going to be mad at anyone, maybe it should be the guy who committed the assault and then manipulated their friends for years. And honestly, please support Kylie. She has gone through so much stuff over the past 3 years and is a victim of manipulation at the hands of Fagos. She took so much of the brunt of their erratic behavior during times of conflict, and looking back, I'm sorry that I couldn't have stopped a lot of it from happening. But either way, it's just a shitty situation. I understand that this likely won't be a one and done thing like I wish it could be. I know this is probably going to spark a lot of people talking about this for a bit, and that's fine. I don't believe I'll be making a follow-up video to this one. I honestly just want to finally start taking the steps to fully move move on from this. I can probably say that the chances of me making my actual next video this year like I wanted to is probably next to none. I might still stream and draw. I don't know. I just don't want this man plaguing my life or the lives of my friends anymore, and hopefully with this I can secure that to the best of my abilities. If you made it to this point in the video, thank you so much for sticking with me talking about all this awful garbage, and I'm sorry that you had to learn about everything this way. With that, I'm going to end the video, and I'll see everyone whenever. Goodbye.
Okay, video number 2. Everything in this video is supported 100% with concrete evidence. Some of what is said is my own personal testimony as well as testimony of others. Please take the evidence that I have shown here as well as in my previous video on this individual and come to your own conclusions. Yes, that would prevent a person from reporting it, now wouldn't it? Why are teenagers living lives that might as well be Netflix dramas? Huh? When that should happen. Still, that's what I would do if that's what I was dealing with. Let's hear it.
Hello everyone. I guess it's time to talk about Faghost again. I'm back here sooner than I thought I'd be, if at all, and under way different circumstances than I ever thought I would be. So I just need to make a quick disclaimer that I'm not going to re-go over absolutely everything that I talked about in my original video. So if you want to understand what I'm talking about in this one, I'll leave the first video down in the description and in a card right now so you can go watch it. Is it heavy? Yes. Is it necessary if you want to—
And we're back with the same trigger warnings.
Follow along? Absolutely. So a lot happened on the 7th of this month, and now that I've given myself the chance to cool down and really put my thoughts in order, I believe it would be smartest of me to fill everyone in on what's changed and what's happened since that day as a final update in conclusion to everything on my end. So why are we here? Well, mainly because Faghost uploaded a response video on their channel going a lot into the SA claims that created a whole new possible reality to the point where, let's just say, it caused me to rage tweet, which is something I literally never do because it's Twitter. I'm going to have a re-upload of the video in the card thing if I can figure out how to do that, just so you guys can watch it for yourself. It's a re-upload because the video and subsequently all of Faghost socials are gone now, which we'll get into later. So what I want to do is just go over the video, what changed from it, the possible implications from those changes, and some of the aftermath that came from that very, very explosive day in the hopes to publicly achieve a decisive conclusion on my end in regards to this person. So firstly, I want to say what the video does not do. The video does not address any of the awful ways that they treated Kylie and I before the sexual assault expose happened, nor the manipulative behavior showcased during the whole month-long arduous situation in which they basically conditioned us to avoid altercation or suspicion altogether with how they reacted to things, except for a pretty vague insinuation of bad behavior.
I started treating people not well. I started being a bad person. Some of like the me that wanted to have fun was still there, but I threatened people. I started having arguments a lot more. I was not in a good place. I know I kept some people silent out of fear, but that more than likely came across as me keeping them silent out of malice.
I guess that's because the video really wasn't that kind of direct response, but was more of a telling of the story of how Faghost made their channel and the things they did with it all the way up until recently, which is where things start to get crazy. Aside from the continuation of self-pitying statements while encouraging the viewer not to pity them, which if you watched my initial video, you know is something they've done for years, the worst thing to come from this video is that apparently, according to Faghost themselves, the whole story of them SAing the 2 girls in a bedroom was a fake story that was another attempt in a series of attempts to cancel themselves that arose from a long-lasting guilt of bullying someone in high school who later committed as well as a random person on the internet calling them a pedophile. Now,
you made a fake story about you assaulting 2 trans girls, very important detail, drunkenly, assaulting one physically, making the other watch, because you had guilt about the fact that you bullied somebody in high school, middle school, grade school, in school, and they committed suicide about it. What in the fucking school days is happening? Okay.
Cancel themselves that arose from a long-lasting guilt of bullying someone in high school who later committed as well as a random person on the internet calling them a pedophile. Now that—
And a random person calling you a pedophile. Calling you! No proof, no evidence, you didn't do it, they just said, pedo! Children used to be stronger than this. It gets worse than this? How the fuck does it get worse than this, horror? Oh, okay. Alright.
Not required.
He was an adult? He? The person who committed suicide? Because Fagos is an adult. Okay. How large of an age difference are we talking here? Are we talking 17, 19? What are we talking about? Is it in the video? I should just watch the fucking video.
Requires a lot of unpacking.
I sent them to you on an alt account on Discord that I logged into. Ugh, God, that story is here account I made on Twitter. That is no longer available. There's no possible way that anyone could have known that information, let alone spread it aside from me and me alone. I posted a pastebin about how I was abusive and that I got drunk at a party and did unthinkable things to two people. That was all fake.
Firstly, I understand if you don't believe Fagos in that regard. I don't fully believe that absolutely everything regarding it was made up either, and expressed some of my doubts to people like Carly who were still in touch with Fagos. I also don't fully believe their intentions were totally self-sabotaging, as they had no problem going to the public and making their supposed sock puppets purposefully say something inflammatory so they could clap back and posture this wrong in one image of themselves. However, while I personally don't fully buy into everything, Fagos did show evidence of them having access to the account that was supposedly one of their victims, Jay, and we're going to go forward and explore the possible implications and changes brought forth if it's true that this was all made up. You might see this and think, oh, well, at least there's no victims anymore, and that's incorrect. I'm not going to include the bullied girl as a victim because there's just not a strong enough case for me to be able to say that comfortably, as I don't believe anyone's responsible for another person making a decision like that. The victim is me, Kylie, B, all of us who helped.
Okay. There's no victim, guys. It's not a bad problem. No, there is a victim. We were harassed. He annoyed us. He kept us silent about something that wasn't even real. How could he do that? Okay, alright.
Helped out Fagos with this situation, which drained and shook us to the core from how devastatingly dark it got, and apparently just got dragged along and used for emotional support for them. We're the victims. We may have not been literally assaulted like we thought the initial victims were, but to sit here and pretend that situation didn't f the three of us up for a long-lasting time would be dishonest, and I think the fact that I made my video in the first place is evidence enough of how long the pain from that situation, even without this new possible revelation, stuck with, at the very least, me. And do you honestly think trying to keep me silent out of supposed fear is better than you trying to do it out of malice? Especially since that person that I mentioned, Fagos, also kept silent about something different while they were also a minor in my original video. This is something that Fagos has done to me as far back as early 2019. Whenever we would have an altercation or anything, if I was in a shared space on Discord, like in a server.
1914? Parents, if you can hear the sound of my voice, please beat your fucking kids. Beat your children. Beat them red. Beat them red. Beat them black. Beat them blue. But get your kids off the internet. God damn it. Supervise your children and who they're hanging out with. Because if she went from 14 to 16, then he went from 19 to 21, and then was 21 on to whatever is now. This was released in 2021. 24? No. Bad math. Yeah, fuck it. Older. They're older now. 20-something at minimum. How a 20-something gets into your child's friend group at the age of 14 or near 20-something, 19-year-old going on 20, pushing 21-year-old gets involved with your friend groups, your child's friend group this young of an age. I question how they met up with this person, which had to be from a friend of a friend. So who else was in that group that was old as hell? There's so many questions, and they're probably not the ones that are relevant to the drama.
Server or anything, they would find where I was and join, staying completely silent just to make sure I wasn't saying anything. And better yet, after I dropped them and started warning some of my friends, I found out that they also did this to another person who was even younger than me, back when they were a minor. And the fact that they listed the exact type of behavior that I experienced without me even telling them that was something Fagos did freaked me out. That was about the situation that Fagos says originated all of this, although the school level doesn't align. Honestly, at this point, somebody could tell me Fagos did it while they were in the womb and I still wouldn't know who to believe. So it's not like this is any better, because I know someone who mentioned you doing this very thing to them about the bullying before it was even public knowledge from your video. And I mentioned that in my comment, and I believe her, because you did it to me with this apparent fake scenario. I also don't think that any of us should just immediately drop the possibility of sexual misconduct in this case scenario either, as their ex-girlfriend is also a victim in this situation. Because remember when I said I had evidence of Fagos being—
The ex-girlfriend too? Yeah! Fuck.
with their ex while she was a minor, but moved past it because I didn't believe there was anything legally or morally objectionable to it, including sending illicit pictures to minor under the age of consent, being sexual with their ex, who I'm not going to name here, there's no reason to, while she was under the age of consent, and sexually assaulting 2 girls in a bedroom. Kylie confronted them and asked if they had done anything sexual with their ex while she was a minor, and Fagos straight up lied and said no, which we have evidence to prove against. I'm not going to show that because this isn't about her, nor was it illegal because she was the age of consent. Well, that evidence came from the original exposed document in 2019, meaning that if they're the one who made that doc, like they say they are, and they didn't get express permission from their at-the-time girlfriend, then that means they straight up leaked screenshots of their sitting with her without her consent. I don't know legally what it constitutes as, but
revenge porn in duress and or revenge porn without duress. I'm not sure how Canadian law rules on this, because I'm not a Canuckistanian. Definitely some no-nowhere square shit. God damn, you motherfuckers so goddamn autistic.
leaking sexual interactions with another, especially of a literal minor, is without a shadow of a doubt morally sexual misconduct. So when I watched the video initially, I was extremely angry and upset, and I posted a comment basically grilling them for the stuff they didn't admit to doing, stuff they did, called them an abuser, and told them to get off the internet and erase their platforms. And I fully agree with my statement that you're not in any position to have a platform, especially with what you chose to do with it and the connections you made from it. None of this would have been possible to this degree if you didn't have a platform, because there would have been nothing to cancel. No platform for you to leak your at-the-time girlfriend's messages to the public and tag a bunch of popular people with their own platforms in the tweets linking those messages. No platform for you to make up 2 girls to sexually assault and then hound Kylie and I for a month a year later when we started to reevaluate how we felt about the narrative you fed to us. There wouldn't have been a platform for you to make all these connections with and have a name for yourself so you could go and publicly beg for sympathy whenever Kylie and I got fed up with how horrible you were treating us. There wouldn't have been that platform that scared me so much that I put myself through a month of mental torment reliving every horrible thing you did to my friends and I, just so I could warn everyone on a large scale of who you were and not only what you had me believing you'd done, but what you actually did to us. Because I wouldn't have been able to live with the shame if I let you walk free with what you had, and I didn't even know just how much you'd been using all of that to emotionally abuse us for so long. And I had hesitancy over using a term as loaded as emotional abuse after I initially used it in that fit of rage. But no, it totally was emotional abuse, making us believe that you were in danger multiple times, first online with
Why are you censoring abuse?
the accusations, but then
isn't that something you should use for the word rape?
after I initially used it in that fit of rage. But no, it totally was emotional abuse, making us believe that you were in danger multiple times, first online with the accusations, but then in real life, not once, but twice, the second of which you literally roleplayed this fake victim to be as though they were in Toronto, where you were visiting, and actively searching for you to do God knows what, making us believe that we helped get this mentally unstable sexual assault victim arrested, who you would later have killed herself nearly 2 months later, making us believe that real people were dying in real time. Yeah, that's something I definitely needed to feel the weight of and experience the trauma of when I was 16. And for what? It wasn't to make you look bad, since the moment you went with the decision to make this pretend person kill herself, you immediately used it to focus on how you were feeling completely destroyed by that, to the point of insinuating you were having suicidal ideation yourself, and then talk about your relationship problems. And we rushed to comfort you. And then making the pay spin another month later, continuing this narrative as if they were real friends of the supposed person who committed suicide, still trying to do what they could to at least make some attempt at a form of justice. It's emotional abuse. It was an impulse. This happened over the course of months. This is carefully calculated emotional abuse to a grotesque degree. And that's of course discounting how you tried to keep me silent on what you had me believing was a genuine case of sexual assault ever since, and putting Kylie through hell because I wouldn't justify to you why I was wary, manipulating the situation and vilifying me so that you could talk about how hurt you were by that, even though the narrative of you being a sex offender was one that you created to try and cancel yourself and get us to stop being your friends, or so you say. And you have the gall to do all of that and then go to people after we cut you off and sarcastically comment about how Kylie and I are just such good friends for traumatizing you by leaving. Fuck you, dude. I feel more than justified in my anger, and I have every right to hate you with all my heart, just as I said in my initial comment. You could have stopped. At any time, you could have stopped. And you say you wanted to, and even made a planned date to tell us, but you held on to your selfishness and centered your own feelings on how coming forward would affect you to the...
You created the account and you made sock accounts to push the narrative. I see abuse is another no-no for YouTube. So the question I have is, why does a person harass himself looking for sympathy? I don't get that. If you want somebody to crush your nuts, give a dominatrix $50 and tell her to step on it with some stilettos. Why do all this shit to torment other people who are minors? You couldn't have expected these young women were supposed to fall down and be like, oh my god, we're gonna help you, bro. There's no way.
The bitter end, because the truth is, whether it be with hatred or with pity, all you ever truly thought about was yourself. And that's basically all there is to the video and what changed because of it. Now, I'd like to clear up some misunderstandings that came from what happened publicly on the day the video dropped, but before I do that, Kylie asked me if she could be part of this video and really give her first and final take on all of this, since she didn't really speak in the last video. So without further ado, here she is.
Hey, hi, hello, it's me, Clown. I just wanted to record this to say a few things since I didn't really speak much during the video and afterwards other than saying I wanted to be left alone on Twitter. There's a reason I didn't speak out. A, I left and denounced my YouTube channel so I didn't have much of a platform to use, and B, I mentally can't handle things like this, especially when it comes to Twitter. I focused too much on the negative and it got really bad to the point I decided to step away for a while because it was actively affecting me to where I am not taking care of myself. If you want my actual thoughts about all of this, like from my voice, here it is. It wasn't easy to get here, knowing I had to cut another person out of my life because of how toxic and disgusting they were. This has happened 3 times the past few years in a row, and it's destroyed me, to put it bluntly. So now Fagos is the 4th, and I grieved for days after I blocked him, and I was shaking in fear thinking of what the public was going to think. Thankfully, it has been really positive, but unfortunately, I've been focusing too much on the negative, and I found just really viewpoints that really ate away at me. What drove me to actually take a step back was when people tried to paint Dulu as this secret horrible person for standing up to the actual manipulator, and tried to sprinkle in how they felt bad for me, but also Fagos. I lost it. I didn't want to be on that damn bird app anymore, so I left telling people to leave me be. I realize now after some reflection that I just couldn't handle this type of high stress. Even though I left the CC over a year ago, I still feel like I'm being dragged in. And I'm taking a stand to say, leave me out of it. Just leave me alone. And to not refer to me as Icy, but as Clown. As for Fagos' response, so apparently this was all fabricated according to him, and after looking back at the original video, it just makes the situation more vile. So you made all of this up just to emotionally abuse us for shits and giggles. You made all of the tweets and the screenshots, and for what? Frankly, I don't believe him when he said he was going to come clean. Either this was based on something he might have done, or he really thought he could continue this facade, even though he wanted us to drop him in the first place. Nothing makes sense and yet does at the same time. The whole story he fed us was insane in retrospect, and he did show that he had access to the accounts, so it's just utterly insane. What I don't get is that if this whole thing was fake, why was he so hung up on me confronting him about this assault? If what he says is true, and I have a limited time believing it is, and this was all fake, then what the kind of mind game were you trying to win? Fagos, I regret ever giving you any of my kindness, ever opening up to you, and appeasing your delusion. The amount of times I blamed myself for your meltdowns and thinking if I had just kept my mouth shut, everything would be normal. The amount of times I felt suffocated by you just because I didn't get into a Discord call with you. Just everything you did to me in Dulu. I hope I never, ever see you again. And I hope you got what you wanted. Now all people will see you as is a sex offender. Or not, since you made all this up over some rando on the internet calling you a fucking pedophile. Get help. To conclude, I just want to be left alone right now. I just want to continue with my life. These past couple months have been constant anxiety attacks over things I really shouldn't be freaking out over because it's stuff in the past that I know about and I take full accountability for. I don't want to waste a breath of my time having to explain myself or tiptoe around everything when all I want to do is draw, design, and play video games. And I just want to say thank you all so much for the support. I should be focusing on you guys more because all of you have made this whole ordeal less of a struggle. To mutuals, friends, and followers, just thank you so much. In the meantime, I just request that you respect my privacy, and I'm going to stay off of Twitter for a while. This whole thing has just been a roller coaster, but I'm really, really, really thankful for all of you. So, yeah.
Thank you, Kylie, for putting your voice here on the channel. I know this has been the opposite of easy for you as well. Everyone remember to go send Clown some love on their socials, even if they're taking a break for now. With that out of the way, though, I want to clear up a few things. Since the day that Fagos posted their video, I was kind of found going off all day on Twitter. And I just want to be clear on exactly what happened, since it seems to make some people a bit upset, which I don't blame most of them for in retrospect. So I had actually not been on my socials at all after I posted my video, and it should have stayed that way, honestly. But then Fagos' video dropped. Some friends mentioned it and asked if I wanted to watch it, so I did. And when I had the realization of the possibility that everything was fake and started to process how useless and meaningless all the pain we went through was, all the trauma I had from 16 from that situation, and then saw one of my closest friends crying from how hurt they were, I just saw red, and I started going off. I posted the comment in Rage, which got shadow banned for some reason, and that's when I decided to post it on Twitter and started rage tweeting, which is something you should never do. Just never tweet. The first of which was, looking back, really dumb of me to post as I did, when they were leaving some old abandoned DM groups that only had me and B in them, and I basically went good riddance and shooed them out because, yeah, in what world do you think I'd be okay sharing any space with them? The reason why I say it was dumb of me to post it as I did is because I only showed me shooing them off and them leaving, which could very easily lead to people people believed that I was kicking them away from friends just wherever, when that's not what happened. And then the second tweet I made was me snidely thanking them for getting rid of their platforms, which I still think was the right decision on their end. So some people viewed this as not a good look, and I understand why. Because without context, it's very easy to take these tweets and make them out to be something that they're not. And because the video had gotten taken down so fast because my reaction to it, telling them to delete everything, was posted in like the first hour of them posting the video, a lot of people didn't get the context and didn't make the connections on how a lie like that would have just put me in like full berserk mode. So I saw some people being like, oh, if you're gonna kick someone while they're down, it's not gonna make me like you. And it's like, trust me, no one in the world existed in my mind except me, my friends, and Fagos when I was making those tweets. If my mind was on Earth, you were in Andromeda. Those tweets weren't for anyone but myself. Because getting to go off at the guy who I'd spent years catering to and tiptoeing around issues with, and who was now making my friends and I have to experience a whole new level of pain that we had to process, was therapeutic. And
I feel like at that point, once you find out that everything was fake, you can just be like, to hell with it, and go and just be done with it. But okay.
emotionally, I don't regret it. I also think that because so many people didn't have the new information when they saw me popping off on Twitter, or else didn't have the time to really process it and think about how that would have affected me, I of course saw some people invoking the name of the GOAT to compare me to her, as back when she made her whole expose video, which was made with malintent and under bad faith pretenses, which mine was not, she seemed all too happy to see the downfall of who she went after she, exposed them in massive air quotes. And once again, I am pleading for people to move on from the Spockter situation of 2018. So I guess I could see how you think we're similar if you tilt your head, but if you really look at things and know the full context, you can see we are not the same. Firstly, I made it pretty clear that my video was meant to act as a warning and expose to help not have what happened to my friends and I ever happen again. I wasn't reveling in Fagos losing subscribers and getting dislike bombed. I was actually logged out of everything after I posted the video, and in fact asked my friends not to tell me what everyone was saying and what was even happening. What happened was that I became infuriated with what I came to know after watching their video and told them to get off the internet. Saw them leaving old DM groups I was in with them and shooed them, and then was happy when they did just what I asked. You don't have to agree with what I said in those tweets or my disregard for how Fagos felt about what I was saying. You don't. I'm not asking for you to be like my hype man. But what I am asking for is for all of us, and forgive me for sounding bitchy here, but to remember our lanes. Like, I'm a directly affected party here, even more than I initially thought, which has just been an amazing thing to process, and was something I was in the middle of processing when I was popping off for those two tweets. And I don't really think it's anyone's place to judge how I reacted to and initially dealt with that trauma, especially with the conviction that I saw some people have when talking about me. If it's not how you think you would have reacted, or you think you would have done differently if you felt the same, that's fine, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. And to anyone wondering, even though this should be obvious, no, I don't want Fagos to commit suicide. That's f***ed up, and if any of you guys are pushing for that, I don't condone it. Stop. Now, that doesn't mean I want you to have a platform. I think I expressed it pretty aggressively that I don't want you to have one when the lie first came out, and I don't really think anyone thinks you can handle one as you are, but I just want you off your socials and going to get therapy so you can get better. I should want just horrible things for you. And sometimes I do. I'm just another person, and sometimes I just feel how I feel. But what I really want when I'm not riding high on rage or whatever is for you to get therapy. Like I have for years. I don't want your apology, and I don't want to see you ever again, but that shouldn't stop you from making the choice to get therapy, because your recovery and growth should not ever be reliant on my or anyone else's forgiveness. It should be for you, and until you make it for you, you're never truly going to get better. I want to find a positive way to end things off, and I think the best way to do that is to address how wonderful everyone has been. Like, yeah, have there been some stinkers? Sure, and did I probably give too much attention to some of them? Probably, but it's never too late to turn that around and focus on the positive stuff. And the reality is that there have been so many kind people that have expressed support and admiration to me since my video came out, and you're all amazing. The influx of positivity sent my way since that video has helped me in ways I didn't think it could, and I'm coming out of this feeling leagues better than I thought I would. I'm not a spiritual person, but I feel like I just cleansed so much filth, and now I feel so renewed. And I believe that if it wasn't for just all of the wonderful words of encouragement and affirmation, I probably would have been engulfed with that rage and that pit of anguish for way longer. But overall, I just feel better. Was I put off by some of the anger and assumptions people were making about me? Sure, but I don't know, I just can't find it in me to stay mad at any of those people. Like, I get it, everyone makes misunderstandings and has their own view on things, and I certainly wouldn't be doing myself anything good by being hung up on any of that. And the support has made me able to feel in confidence that, yes, I do deserve to heal from this. And yes, I am strong for doing what I did. As far as everything goes for me, it's done. I meant what I said in my original video. I just don't want this man plaguing my life or the lives of my friends anymore, and hopefully with this, I can secure that to the best of my abilities. I honestly just want to finally start taking the steps to fully move on from this. And this is the final thing keeping me from being able to take those steps in full. I'm not here to keep tabs on Fagos. I want nothing to do with them, and I wouldn't be doing myself any favors by continuing to indulge myself in this person or situation that has caused my friends and I so much pain. Did I go up for those couple hours? Yeah. But did I do or have I done anything remotely similar to that before or after that specific instance? No. I am.
I'm being called from the other room. I'm being called from the other room. Hold on. Oh, now this is the foundation of the other shit I put on that thread. Okay. So, a self-hating content creator invents a story, brings other people involved in that story by telling them the fake story that they made and a partial half story that they learn about because of the real thing that they did do is the backbone upon their frustrations they end up having with that person. And because of him harassing them about the backstory details of the fake story and the real details of the other story, he then disappears persona non grata from the internet. Okay. I guess that works. Lord. Oh my god. Parent your kids. Parents, parent your kids. Alright. I'm breaking for dinner. When I come back, I'm gonna do the CGT giveaway. Okay? Oh my god. Alright. Oh no. Good day. Good day. Good day. Good day.